Chapter 1339. Ling Xiao Yiyan Feng Cruel Leopard, and the others slowly flew over. A young man was riding on top of a mighty and handsome golden wolf king. In front of him sat a young man and a young woman. They looked like a golden boy and a jade girl, giving off a very shocking effect. Ling Yu and Ling Zhe were sitting on top of the golden wolf king. They didn't look nervous at all. Instead, their faces were filled with joy. They looked around and looked down at the people below like princesses and princes. When Ling Xiao returned to the Xianling continent, he had already brought his 3 holy beasts back. The 2 little fellows were sitting on Ling Xiao's golden wolf king, a powerful rank 9 holy beast. This holy beast alone was enough for it to sweep away all the major forces in the central region. Sis, look, it's great-grandmother. All the grandmothers and grandfathers have come out to welcome Grandpa. Ling Zhe excitedly pointed in the direction and shouted. Ling Yu nodded and said excitedly. Even when Father and Uncle Xian came back, there wasn't such a big scene. Even old Master Han came out. Grandpa's face is really big. When I grow up, I also want to be a great hero respected by thousands of people like Grandpa. Ling Zhe looked back at Ling Xiao and said. Ling Xiao touched their heads lovingly and said, in the future, you will definitely be more outstanding than Grandpa. When Ling Xiao and the others approached the main peak, the people on the main peak all shouted, welcome back to the old palace master. Welcome back to the old palace master. Mighty voices sounded from below. Everyone in the palace knelt down on one knee to welcome their old palace master, the smiling emperor. In their hearts, Ling Xiao was an omnipotent existence. Not only was his martial strength shocking, but he was also a rare high-grade alchemist that could be counted on one's fingers. His accomplishments could be said to be unparalleled in the Central Territory, and his deeds had long since become an existence of supreme glory. It could be said that without him, there would be no proud smiling palace today, and there would be no higher position in the central region. Therefore, their gratitude and worship towards Ling Xiao could not be expressed with words. Grandfather is so impressive. Ling Zhe could not help but exclaim. Ling Yu also nodded her head and smiled. Of course, Grandfather is the most powerful grandfather in the world. When Ling Xiao heard the 2 little fellows singing together, a different kind of warmth welled up in his heart. He had always pursued the pinnacle of martial strength. He only knew that he had to constantly become stronger and step on all his enemies. The thrill of killing made him feel very fulfilled. And his life in this world was not in vain. But now he felt that he had a wife, children and grandchildren. That kind of faint and warm feeling made him feel incomparably comfortable and happy. It was as wonderful as a clear spring slowly flowing through his heart. It made him determined to protect this unique love forever. No matter who it was, if they dared to destroy his warm love, even if they were the heavenly emperor himself, he would kill them. Ling Xiao stood with his hands behind his back and said, get up all of you. Although his voice wasn't very loud, it was filled with incomparable majesty. His voice fell into everyone's ears without missing a single word. Thank you, old palace master. Everyone shouted in unison. Ling Xiao and the others finally landed on the main peak. The people on the main peak were all the higher-ups of the proud smiling palace. Every one of them was a noble existence in the proud smiling palace. They were still kneeling on the ground, and their appearance was very respectful. Each of the old madams looked at Ling Xiao with tears in their eyes. Their beautiful eyes were filled with endless longing. Ling Xiao looked at the familiar faces and looked at the women he loved, and his tears almost flowed out. Fortunately, he took a deep breath and forcibly stopped himself. Otherwise, he would have lost his composure today. Finally, his gaze fell on Ling Zhan and Meng Xiyun. He quickly took a few steps forward and knelt down in front of them. This unfilial son greets father and mother. This kneel of Ling Xiao was very straightforward, without the slightest bit of hesitation. A man should not shed tears lightly, for a man should have gold under his knees. Ling Xiao never allowed himself to cry, nor did he allow himself to kneel. However, at this moment, he had no choice but to kneel because kneeling to the heavens, to the earth, and to his parents was a matter of course. No one felt that Ling Xiao was doing this in any way. On the contrary, they felt that he was a righteous man who didn't forget his loved ones and his parents because of his achievements. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Meng Xiyun immediately went to her son, and helped him up. She knew of her son's abilities, but he had charged into the heaven domain alone. There were many experts there, and if he was the slightest bit careless, he could easily lose his life. Moreover, her son was always causing trouble, so she had been worried about her son all these years. If it wasn't for her grandchildren accompanying her, she wouldn't be in such a good state. Perhaps she would miss her son so much that her hair would turn white. Ling Zhan stepped forward and patted his son's shoulder. "Stinky brat, if you don't come back soon, your mother will complain to death." "What did you say? When did I complain to you?" Meng Xian glared at Ling Zhan. Ling Zhan immediately said in defeat, "All right, you didn't complain to me, okay?" Then he whispered, "Do you still want people to be reasonable?" Right now, Ling Zhan was already a mystic emperor, while Meng Xian was only a heavenly sovereign. However, even a mystic emperor like him wasn't a match for this heavenly sovereign. Ling Xiao hugged Meng Xian and smiled at Ling Zhan. Mother is the best mother in the world. She's considerate, gentle, refined, and virtuous. She's also very good to you. I think it must be because you're too focused on cultivating and didn't spend time with mother. That's why she's like this." The moment this was said, Meng Xian smiled from ear to ear and nodded. "It's still the son who understands his mother. Your father is an unromantic fellow. Back then, I was blind to like him." Cough cough. "You're only talking about your father, aren't you the same? Look at these wives, they've been waiting for you to come back." Ling Zhan's face turned red and immediately seized the opportunity to retaliate. This time, it was Ling Zhao's turn to reveal an awkward expression. Then his gaze fell on his own women. Feng Xianyuan, Kai Sheiyue, Ji Beixin by Yuxi, Wei Dyer, Bing Ruoshui, Yao Qingmin, Yu Laiyan Wu Meinyang, Dongfang Jing Luo Meiying. Each and every one of them was as beautiful as a goddess. Each of them was like 100 flowers blooming, making Ling Xiao feel that they were still the most beautiful. They bowed to Ling Xiao at the same time. "Welcome back, husband." Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. "Why did you guys come back? Are you angry at me? Don't treat me like an outsider." Feng Xianyuan was the first to straighten her body. She took 2 steps forward and caressed Ling Zhao's face, saying softly, "We sisters missed you too much." Ling Zhao's heart tightened, and a wave of guilt welled up in his heart. He held Feng Xianyuan's hand and looked at them, saying, "I've wronged you." Then he turned to Xian Li and said, "Lear, tell them to disperse. I'll first gather with your mistress and the others. 3 days later, there will be a general assembly in the martial arts field. I want to meet everyone." When Xian Li heard his master call him, his expression immediately became excited and he replied, "Yes, master." Then, he immediately gave the order for everyone to disperse and prepare for the general assembly in 3 days. Yi Yinfeng, Cruel Leopard, Solitary Eagle, Poison Scorpion, Cold Snake, Li Kuanghu, Mad Tooth, and other direct subordinates of Ling Xiao also tactfully retreated. Only Han Kai, Mu Huai, Ling He, Ling Song, the High Priest, and other seniors of Ling Xiao's generation stayed for a while. After Ling Xiao greeted them one by one, they also retreated, leaving time for Ling Xiao, his wife, and children. "Brother, I'll have someone take you to rest first." Ling Xiao turned to Ling Fei and said. Ling Fei nodded and said, "And, our matters are not urgent." Ling Fei and the others followed Xian Li to the place arranged for them to rest. On the main peak, only Ling Xiao and his women, son, daughter, and wife were left. "Come Xiao Yu, Xiao Zhe, didn't you guys always say that you want to see your grandfather? Now that he's in front of you, you have to take a good look." Meng Xian waved at Ling Yu and Ling Zhe and smiled. "Great-grandmother, didn't you see that we came back with grandfather just now? We've already reunited with grandfather." Ling Yu hugged Meng Xian's arm. "That's right, it was Grandpa who saved us. That tigress ran away after Grandpa said a few words. Grandpa is too amazing, he even helped us increase our strength. Now we are middle-stage soul masters, normal people are no match for us." Ling Zhe said very proudly. "Look at great-grandmother's memory. It's good that you know grandfather. In the future, follow your grandfather and learn some skills. No one in the central region will be your match." Meng Xian said dotingly. "And, we will definitely learn from grandfather," Ling Yu and Ling Zhe said at the same time. "Okay, let's go back first." Ling Tian and Yueme are getting married, but you didn't attend. As a grandfather, Elder Han and I will be the officiator for you. Let's go back first and let them serve you tea. This ceremony can't be wasted. Ling Zhan said from the side. Meng Xian immediately said, That's right, let's go back first and let Ling Tian and Yueme serve you tea. We have to properly thank Yueme for not letting us down and giving birth to such a pair of sweethearts. Following that, the group of people flew back to their residence. Ling Xiao sat on the main seat while Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme, who were kneeling in front of him, served him tea. This kind of feeling made Ling Xiao feel like he was truly an elder. His son was already married. Father-in-law, please have some tea. Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme said at the same time. Ling Xiao took their tea and took a sip. He smiled and said, Haha, you're not bad. You found such a good wife. In the future, you have to treat your wife well. If I find out that you bullied her, I definitely won't let you off. Feng Lingtian had been taught many lessons by his father since he was young. He immediately put on a fearful expression and said, Dad, don't worry. I'm like grandfather now. I'm a henpecked husband. What did you say? Bai Yueme immediately looked at him unwillingly. No, nothing, it was a slip of the tongue. Feng Lingtian immediately waved his hand and explained. Chapter 1340. Feng Lingtian had been a troublemaker since he was young, but he was only interested in cultivation and playing with poisons. He was definitely not as romantic as his father, Ling Xiao, when it came to women. At that time, Ling Xiao felt that it was strange. Why did this brat not inherit his good tradition? In the end, he felt that it was because he had left Feng Lingtian to the high priest to be brought up that he was affected like this. Later on, if it wasn't for Bai Yueme's infatuation with Feng Lingtian probably wouldn't have gotten married so early, and even had a pair of twins. It was precisely because of this pair of twins that Feng Lingtian was even more obedient to Bai Yueme. And Bai Yueme was doted on by her grandmother, mother, and aunt, so he was naturally at a disadvantage. However, just because a man was afraid of his wife did not mean that he was useless. On the contrary, a true man who did not care about small matters with women was a man who knew how to love. In this regard, Feng Lingtian was very similar to his grandfather, Ling Zhan. Come, this is a greeting gift for you, Yueme. As a father-in-law, I have treated you unfairly. Ling Xiao took out a spatial ring and handed it over to Bai Yueme. Although this was the first time Bai Yueme had met her father-in-law, she had heard a lot about him. Moreover, her unruly husband had always held him in high regard. Now that she saw his demeanor, she felt a sense of respect. She received the spatial ring and thanked him repeatedly. She couldn't help but be curious as to what was inside the spatial ring. Feng Lingtian, who was at the side, said with a sour tone, Father, you can't favor one over the other. No matter what, I'm still your son. Why don't you give me some gifts? It's not impossible for me to give you a gift. Saint artifacts, divine objects, anything you want. Ling Xiao said as he kept them in suspense. As soon as he said this, everyone's eyes lit up. They were sure that Ling Xiao had gained a lot in the past few years. In any case, ever since they met Ling Xiao, they felt that Ling Xiao's temperament had changed greatly. It gave them a feeling of complete reverence and submission, as if they had seen a god and naturally worshipped him. Now that they heard Ling Xiao's words, they all guessed that he had reached an unimaginable realm. After all, too many miracles had happened to Ling Xiao. They felt that anything could happen to him. Feng Lingtian's eyes were filled with stars. Really? After a pause, he asked again, What are your conditions? Hee, it seems like you know that I, your father, have a condition. Ling Xiao replied with a smile, and then said, When you can withstand one move from your father, I can satisfy you with these things. Father, you have to keep your word. Feng Lingtian's fighting spirit instantly soared. Now he was a mid-tier mystic Tharch. His advancement speed was unparalleled. Furthermore, his battle strength was not inferior to a high-tier mystic Tharch. He did not believe that he could not even withstand one move from his father. Ling Xiao was rather satisfied with Feng Lingtian's realm, but he did not show any of it on his face. Are you sure you want to block one of my moves now? Ling Xiao asked. Of course, I don't believe that I can't even block one of your moves. Feng Lingtian replied confidently. Overestimating yourself. Ling Xiao said faintly. He released a bit of his aura. Pfff. Feng Lingtian was immediately sent flying like a broken zither. A mouthful of blood splattered in the air. Everyone was shocked by this scene. Bai Yuemei's face became incomparably pale. No one understood why Ling Xiao would suddenly attack, and even injure his own son. Xiaoer, what are you doing? Why did you injure Tian? Meng Xian was the only one who could criticize Ling Xiao. She quickly ran over to help Feng Lingtian up. Mother, don't worry, he won't die. Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Feng Xian felt even more distressed in her heart, but she felt that Ling Xiao would not do this for no reason, so she endured and did not say anything. Before Meng Xian arrived in front of Feng Lingtian had already bounced up. His expression became somewhat strange, but he quickly returned to normal. Tianer, are you alright? Meng Xian asked with concern. Feng Lingtian shook his head and said, Grandmother, I'm fine. Then he said to Ling Xiao, Many thanks, father. And it's good that you know. Some things haste makes waste. In the future, you definitely can't put yourself in danger. Ling Xiao revealed a dignified expression. Then his expression eased up a bit and he said, Do you still think you can take one of my moves? If this child doesn't dare. Feng Lingtian immediately revealed an ashamed expression. He originally thought that with his own strength, he would be able to take one of his father's moves. Now that he couldn't even withstand a bit of his father's aura, he knew how big the gap between him and his father was. His heart was even more determined to work hard for his father. Everyone didn't understand what the father and son were talking about. After Feng Lingtian and Bai Yuemei left, it was Ling Ying and Ling Yu's turn to serve tea to Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao left the central region, the two of them weren't very old. Now they had already grown up, but they weren't married yet. Father, please drink your tea, Ling Ying and Ling Yu said in unison. They had just seen their father lightly glare, and their respected big brother was actually sent flying just like that. They respected their father even more. When they were young, they didn't spend much time with their father. Now that they met again, they were quite excited and happy. Daddy is ashamed to drink your tea. I, your big brother, personally taught him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. Daddy will personally guide the two of you in the future, especially you, Ling Yu. I don't know how you've been cultivating all these years. How old are you now? You've only just reached the low-level Celestial Lord level. You've lost all my face. Ling Xiao said with a guilty expression before glaring at Ling Yu. He discovered that Ling Yu actually looked like he had drunk too much, which made him a little angry. How could his son Ling Xiao be such a person who didn't want to make progress? Ling Ying, this elder sister, was only a few months older than him, and she was already at the peak of the middle stage Empyrean realm. However, Ling Yu was only a low-level Empyrean. How could this not make him angry? Ling Yu's expression became incomparably flustered as she replied, Father, I'm sorry. At this time, Feng Lingtian said from behind, Father, you told me to look after my younger brother and sister, but I'm not a competent big brother, and let brother you indulge himself. Father, if you want to blame someone, blame me. Although Feng Lingtian wanted Ling Yu to work hard to cultivate, this brat's personality was a bit exaggerated. He hung out with those scoundrels all day long, so he didn't know what to say to him. Ling Ying also said, Father Inger is also at fault. As Ling Yu's mother, Kai Xiayue was also helpless. She knew her son's character, but she only had this one son. If she didn't love him, who else would she love? However, with Ling Xiao sitting here, she didn't dare to speak up for her son at all. She knew that the more strict Ling Xiao was with her son, the more he cared about him. Sai, if you want to say something wrong, it's father's fault. I don't care what you've done in the past. From now on, when you're by my side, all of you better cultivate properly. If you're still so disappointing, I'd rather not have such a son. Ling Xiao sighed. He felt very guilty in his heart. If he hadn't left the central region and stayed to watch over them, it wouldn't have been like this. Ling Ying and Ling Yu retreated. Ling Xiao pulled Yun Mingqi and introduced her to the other women. As for Eurofei, she had already known Feng Xianyun and the others for a long time. All the women here knew that the most important person in Ling Zhao's life was Yun Mingqi. and Ling Xiao had often mentioned this matter to them. Now that they saw Yun Mingqi in person, they still felt that she was so beautiful and moving, making them feel ashamed of themselves. No wonder their husbands were so infatuated with her. Among them, Bing Ruoshui and Yu Lian were once fellow disciples of Yun Mingqi, and Bing Ruoshui had spent some time with Yun Mingqi. "Senior sister, I'm so happy to see you." Bing Ruoshui held Yun Mingqi's hand and sobbed. Back then, she had misunderstood that Yun Mingqi wanted to marry someone else and give up on Ling Xiao. Later on, when she found out the truth, she felt very guilty towards Yun Mingqi. Now that she saw Yun Mingqi again, she was naturally very happy. Yun Mingqi was also very happy. She didn't have many friends, but Bing Ruoshui was her best friend, her best junior sister. The two of them used to talk about everything. "Junior sister Ruoshui, we can be together again in the future. It's really pingy." Yun Mingqi rolled her eyes at Ling Xiao. Although she already knew that Ling Xiao had many women, seeing so many of them all at once made her feel very uncomfortable. However, when she thought about how she wasn't by Ling Xiao's side in the past, and how outstanding Ling Xiao was, it was normal for women to like him. Ling Xiao had no way to deal with the relationship between his women, and he could only hope that they could get along peacefully. In any case, Feng Xianyan had handled this very well for him, so he didn't have to worry about it. He began to chat with the other women, asking about their situation over the years. At the same time, he had already decided in his heart that he would make it up to them in the coming days. In the next 3 days, Ling Xiao took turns to comfort and pamper them, trying his best not to let any of them blame him. Of course, he stayed in Feng Xianyan's room longer than the others, and this was something that the others could understand. After all, Feng Xianyan was their big sister, and also Ling Xiao's official wife. Even if Ling Xiao cared about Yun Mingqi the most in his heart, he could no longer replace Feng Xianyan's position. And Ling Xiao's feelings for Feng Xianyan were not the slightest bit inferior to Yun Mingqi's. After all, she had given him a good son, and he even had a pair of dragon and phoenix twin granddaughters and grandchildren. In these 3 days, the news of Ling Xiao's return had spread to every corner, and even the citizens outside of Wind Cloud City knew about it. For a time, whether it was inside or outside the palace, it was incomparably lively. The palace prepared a grand ceremony to welcome the return of the palace master, and the citizens outside the palace also spontaneously celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights, to express their respect and love for Ling Xiao. Chapter 1341. Did you hear that our palace master is back? I've long since heard that the old palace master disappeared without a trace dozens of years ago. We thought that he had gone into closed-door cultivation and retired from the martial arts world. I never thought that he would actually go to the heaven realm. His strength has long since reached the saint realm. Saint realm is nothing. How many people can come back from the Qingyun realm? I think our palace master has become the holy emperor. No, maybe he is at a higher level. No matter what, our palace master is back. The palace master is the most powerful force in the Central Territory. The martial spirit pavilion can't stop us anymore. Isn't that right? The martial spirit pavilion has always been afraid of Elder Han. Now that the palace master is back, it is the most glorious moment for the proud smiling palace. It would be great if the palace master could accept me as his disciple. Keep dreaming. I would be satisfied for the rest of my life if I could see the palace master. I heard that the palace master is not the only one who came back. Someone even saw the evil emperor and the mad monk. Is it true? Did they meet the palace master in the Qingyun realm? The news of Ling Xiao's return from the Qingyun realm was everywhere in the palace master and the Wind Cloud City. This news seemed to have grown wings and spread from Wind Cloud City to all corners of the central region. Many old monsters who had been in closed-door cultivation all came to the palace master when they heard the news. Maybe they wanted to know more about the Qingyun realm, or maybe they wanted to get on good terms with the emperor. There were many people who went to the Qingyun realm, and few of them ever came back. They had to ask Xiao Di about something. Right now, both inside and outside of the palace of the proud smiling king in Wind Cloud City were filled with a joyous atmosphere. Inside and outside of the palace, everyone was celebrating. It was clear to see how much they worshipped Ling Xiao. The scene of singing and dancing was like the return of the Golden Age. Now, the martial arts field of the proud Smiling Palace was full of people. 1/3 of the 30,000 people of the proud Smile Palace were standing there, while the other 2/3 were outside the arena. They were standing at the foot of the mountain, making it look like a mountain of people. This was the first time the palace of the proud Smiling Palace had ever seen such a magnificent scene. All of them wanted to bask in the glory of the old palace master. The elders and deacons of the previous generation had seen the old palace master, but the elders and deacons of the new generation had only seen the statue on the main peak. They had to take advantage of today's opportunity to meet the old palace master, lest they regret it for the rest of their lives. On this day, the sky was covered densely with rosy clouds, and it was an omen of peace and prosperity. A figure surrounded by more than 10 people slowly arrived in the sky. The leader was no longer Palace Master Xian Li, but today's protagonist, Old Palace Master Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was dressed in white, with his hands clasped behind his back. His handsome face, his dignified and elegant figure, and his disdainful demeanor of an emperor, all showed that he was different from the others. Just by standing in the middle of the crowd, people would have the urge to immediately kneel down and worship him. If he had not restrained his aura, none of the people below would have been able to stand in front of him. Beside Ling Xiao were his eldest son, Feng Lingtian, and his chief disciple, Xian Li. The two of them were now the pride of the proud Smiling Palace. Both of them had broken through the mystic Tharch stage before the age of 100, and they were famous in the central region. No matter where they went, they represented the face of the proud Smiling Palace and Ling Xiao. Behind them were Yi Yunfeng, Mad Tooth, Cruel Leopard, Poison Scorpion, Lone Eagle, Cold Snake, Li Kuanghu, and the 8 generals. Every one of them was above the mystic Tharch stage, and Cruel Leopard was a saint. Why did they reach a stage that others could not achieve in a lifetime in just 100 years? They had been following the right person from the beginning. The strength they had now was all thanks to Emperor Xiao. After all, Emperor Xiao was the best alchemist in the central region. The reason why they could follow Emperor Xiao was that they were highly respected in the proud Smiling Palace. Nobody dared to challenge their authority. All the people in the proud Smiling Palace knelt down to worship Ling Xiao and shouted, "Greetings, old Palace Master, and great elders." Their voices were loud and mighty, and a great momentum shot up to the sky, representing the unstoppable momentum of the proud Smiling Palace. Ling Xiao and the others didn't land. They just looked down at the people in the sky and talked. They didn't want to feel the feeling of looking down at the world. They just wanted to see everyone in the proud Smiling Palace, so that they could see the old palace master's glory. No one had any objection to that. On the contrary, they were even more satisfied. Otherwise, those who were weak would not have the chance to see the old palace master's glory. Ling Xiao looked down at them, and his heart was filled with excitement and lofty sentiments. He just wanted to make a name for himself, to have a pure land for his family to cultivate in peace, and to have the strength to protect his family. Now it had developed to such a scale, which made him feel emotional. Although it was not comparable to the forces in the Qingyan realm, it was enough to be a king in this area. Ling Xiao sat down with his legs crossed. His hands gently moved around, and streams of spiritual qi filled the space. Suddenly, tens of thousands of colorful lights shone down from the sky, making the proud Smiling Palace look gorgeous. Everyone was possessed by the spiritual energy, and a feeling that made them feel as if they were walking on air arose spontaneously. When the auspicious lights shone on them, they even felt as if their bodies and minds had been cleansed once again, and a feeling of being one with the world quietly made them calm down. There were even some with strong comprehension ability, who actually fell into a state of epiphany and reached the state of being one with the world. Many people who had been stuck in the bottleneck for many years were about to break through at this moment. Swoosh! They quickly absorbed the spiritual qi from the sky and the earth around them to increase their motivation to break through. Then the momentum caused by the breakthrough shot up to the sky. Under normal circumstances, people who wanted to break through would only do it when they were fully prepared, in case they were disturbed or the spiritual qi was insufficient. But at this moment, they didn't have to worry about that. Most of the spiritual qi in the rainy swamp mountain had been absorbed by Ling Xiao, which contained a few strands of the original power. It was enough to attract all the people here to break through. In Ling Xiao's eyes, their realms were not worth mentioning. He would treat this as a reward for their dedication and loyalty to the palace sect for all these years as the old palace master. However, those who didn't gain anything could only blame themselves for being too unlucky. For a whole day and night, everyone was immersed in this pleasure. Even those who had broken through didn't know they had broken through. Only when all the divine lights disappeared did they regain their senses from their intoxication. The originally calm scene instantly became noisy and excited. I seem to have broken through to the king's stage. How could this be possible? This is the gift of the old palace master. The old palace master must have become a god. Otherwise, how could he have such a great magical power? Thank you, old palace master. Yes, all of this is thanks to the old palace master. I have also broken through to the next stage. Haha, this is great. I have been stuck for 50 years. I didn't expect to make another step. Thank you, old palace master. The old palace master has blessed the palace. It is our blessing. Old palace master, please accept our worship. Thank you, old palace master. People of the proud smiling palace kowtowed to Ling Xiao again. However, before their knees touched the ground, a power stopped them from kneeling down. While everybody was shocked, Ling Xiao, who was in the sky, started to speak. You don't have to be so polite. I have been away from the palace for many years, and I haven't had the chance to thank you for all your contributions to the palace. This time, I just give you a chance. If you can break through, it is your ability. If you can't, it is not a big loss. Everything depends on your own efforts. He paused for a while and continued. Since the establishment of the palace, all the glory of our palace has been related to your existence. In the future, you must be proud of the palace. You must love each other, help each other, strengthen each other, and honor each other. Don't let anyone look down on the people of the proud smiling palace. If you can be loyal to the palace, Master Xian will treat you well. If you want Xian crystals, you will get Xian crystals, magic herbs, and elixirs. Finally, I just hope that the palace can always prosper and enjoy peace and prosperity. Ling Xiao talked incessantly about his expectations to the people. They all stood upright and listened carefully. Their admiration for Ling Xiao had reached the point of blind. Now, every word of Ling Xiao made them firmly believe in it, and they had to obey it. This was definitely not the prestige effect that the current Xian Li could achieve. Behind Ling Xiao, all of the direct descendants of Ling Xiao looked at him with a fanatical look in their eyes. They all knew that their old palace master was different from the past, and the distance between them and the old palace master was like the sky and the earth. However, they still hoped that this time, Ling Xiao could take them with him. They still felt honored to be his slaves. Ling Xiao looked at the people in the palace, and his eyes were filled with a bit of reluctance. He knew that this might be the last time he talked to them like this. He might not come back in the future. Ling Xiao waved his hand to dismiss them, and then he returned to the main hall with his direct followers. It was time for Ling Xiao to reward his direct followers according to their merits. He had always been generous to the people around him, and this time would not be an exception. However, he had another idea. He hoped that they wouldn't let him down. Chapter 1342. In the palace of the proud smiling palace lord, there sat the most important people in the palace. They might not be the most powerful people in the palace, and they might not have contributed the most in recent years. However, their status was incomparable, and their loyalty was incomparable. They were the most loyal followers of the Xiao Emperor. They were the founders of the proud smiling palace, and they were the most loyal followers of the Xiao Emperor. Each of them could die for the Xiao Emperor at any time. Therefore, they were qualified to sit here. This was their glory, and no one could share it. Ling Xiao sat on the main seat, and Xian Li, the palace master, could only respectfully stand beside him, like Feng Ling Tian, with the etiquette of a junior. Xian Li did not think that Ling Xiao came back to take his position. Otherwise, why would his master pass down the position of the palace lord to him? Below them were Han Kai, Cruel Leopard, Yi Yinfeng, Lone Eagle, Poisonous Snake, Cold Snake, Li Kuanghu, Mad Tooth, and the 8 generals. Among them, Han Kai was a half-holy emperor, And he was the most powerful person in the proud smiling palace besides Ling Xiao. Cruel Leopard was a low-level saint, but he was not the second most powerful person in the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao controlled several saint puppets, but Cruel Leopard had the greatest potential. His body was just over 100 years old. Yi Yunfeng was a high-level Xian emperor, and his speed of advancement was definitely the fastest among the direct descendants of Ling Xiao. His Tenbin was also the best, and his future achievements would not be low. The others were all mid-level Xian emperors. If they did not have the resources and supreme-grade Xian emperor elixirs left by Ling Xiao, they would not be able to reach this stage so quickly. Of course, their Tenbin was not as good as Yi Yunfeng, but they were the most hard-working. As long as they worked hard, they would be rewarded. As for Mad Tooth, he had changed his body and returned to low-level Xian emperor after 10 years of cultivation. He did not use elixirs to advance, so it was only a matter of time before he returned to his original saint cultivation. Looking at these direct descendants whose strength had greatly increased, while Ling Xiao felt satisfied, he also felt that he had treated them unfairly. Brothers, you've worked hard all these years. I, Ling Xiao, would like to propose a toast to all of you. Thank you for staying by our side all these years, and thank you for all your contributions to our sect. Ling Xiao raised the wine glass in front of him and said to the crowd. Then he drank a toast to all of them. We wouldn't dare. With the exception of Han Kai, everyone stood up with their cups in their hands and bowed. None of them knelt, because Ling Xiao had told them not to kneel casually. After drinking this cup with Ling Xiao, they all felt that their old palace master hadn't changed at all. He still treated them like brothers, which made their gratitude towards Ling Xiao reach its peak. Today, I called you all here because you are my good brothers who have gone through life and death with me. Now that I, Ling Xiao, have made a name for myself in the heaven realm, I want to ask if you are willing to abandon everything here and follow me to the heaven realm? Ling Xiao asked very seriously, and then he reminded. Above the heaven realm, the saints are the most ordinary cultivators. Only the holy emperor can be called a powerhouse, and the overlord of a region is at least a god king. So if you go there, it will be equivalent to starting all over again. However, there is no lack of various holy objects and divine materials to cultivate, which can help you advance faster. Although the strength of these brothers in front of him was still very weak, if they continued to stay here, they definitely wouldn't be able to go further. And with the help of the divine cauldron, it wouldn't be a problem for him to bring all of them to the heaven realm to cultivate, and it wouldn't be a problem for him to arrange a place for them to cultivate, so he asked this question. His relatives would definitely be taken away, and these brothers in front of him, he respected their own choices. After all, not everyone yearned for the peak of the martial extreme like him. Perhaps they would be more satisfied if they continued to be respected experts here. Therefore, there were some things that Ling Xiao felt that it was better not to force them. However, Ling Xiao still underestimated his influence in their hearts, and also underestimated their yearning for the heaven realm. Moreover, after hearing Ling Xiao's reminder, they became even more scorching. They liked the feeling of being respected here all these years, but they also hoped to have greater strength, to be able to live forever, to see more wonderful things in life. And even if they died in the end, they wouldn't regret it for the rest of their lives. We are willing to follow the old palace master for the rest of our lives. All of them solemnly vowed. Although Ling Xiao already knew that they would make this choice, he still felt very gratified to see them make such a choice. Good, since you all have this determination, I am also very happy. Sit down and drink, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then he continued. Although the heaven realm is full of experts, with this palace master here, it won't be difficult for you to become stronger. As for why you must go to the heaven realm, it is precisely because the Xianling continent doesn't have enough resources for you to make a breakthrough. Only by going to the heaven realm can you advance faster and finally obtain eternal life. When everyone heard Ling Xiao's affirmation, their eyes became brighter and brighter. They had always believed in Ling Xiao's words, because Ling Xiao had created many miracles. At this time, Han Kai couldn't wait to ask, Junior brother, senior brother, do you think I can still do anything in the heaven realm? As early as a few decades ago, when Ling Xiao went to the heaven realm, Han Kai felt that the limit of his lifespan was approaching, so he didn't leave with Ling Xiao. Instead, he chose to stay in the central territory and pass on his alchemy skills. Later, Ling Xiao took out a holy material from the divine furnace and used all his strength to refine a great saint pill for him, allowing him to reach the semi-holy Holy Emperor realm and extend his lifespan by a lot. However, he knew that this was the limit of his terrifying life. Now, listening to Ling Xiao talk about the heaven realm, hope reignited in his heart. Perhaps there was still a chance for him to advance further. Ling Xiao looked at the somewhat anxious Han Kai and said with a smile, "Senior brother, as long as you go to the heaven realm, I guarantee that you will be able to advance immediately, and in the future, becoming a true god won't be a problem." After saying this, Ling Xiao revealed a little bit of the divine might on his body. In an instant, the hall was filled with divine light, and the sky above the main hall was filled with divine light. In this mainland where there were no true gods, even the slightest movement from Ling Xiao would cause a heavenly phenomenon. Han Kai and the others were about to kneel down in front of Ling Xiao, but fortunately, Ling Xiao immediately withdrew his aura. "All right, I'll let you do whatever you want with these old bones of mine. After all, the alchemy sect's inheritance has already been passed down." Han Kai immediately patted his chest and agreed. Who didn't want to live forever? Han Kai was not a saint, so he naturally had the same mentality. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he would be stupid if he let it go. Hee, senior brother. You still have to carry forward the alchemy sect's alchemy skills in the future, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. After that, Ling Xiao casually chatted with them and asked about their situation over the past few years. He also wanted to know if there were any problems in the Smiling Palace that needed to be resolved. After chatting with them for a while, Ling Xiao went to visit his great-grandfather Ling He and his grandfather Ling Song. Ever since Ling He and Ling Song had been brought to the Smiling Palace to live and cultivate, their realms had improved rapidly. Their appearances had also become much younger than before. "Haha, little brat, I thought that you were so busy that you still have the mood to visit us." Ling He looked at Ling Xiao and smiled wholeheartedly. Ling Xiao first bowed to the two elders before saying, "No matter how busy I am, I still have to visit you too. Otherwise, others will say that I, Ling Xiao, am unfilial." Ling He smiled in satisfaction and said, how rare, how rare. Our Ling family is truly blessed to have a descendant like you." Ling Song also smiled and said, "That's right. Without Xiao heir, there would not be today's Ling family. This is all thanks to you." The Ling family was now definitely the #1 family in Wind Cloud City. Although the Ling family had not displayed their strength yet, the fact that the Smiling Emperor was a member of the Ling family meant that the Ling family could be on equal footing with anyone in the Smiling Palace. Today, the Ling family had gradually risen in power. The descendants of the Ling family who had inherited the Ling family's heritage had also begun to display their extraordinary strength. It was believed that in another 100 years, the Ling family would also become famous in the central region. All of this had been brought about by this grandson of his. Ling Song's heart was filled with endless emotions. Fortunately, he was able to withstand it in the past. Ling Song thought to himself. When he was young, his grandson's meridians were destroyed, and he was almost unable to practice martial arts for the rest of his life. However, he was able to sail against the current and overcome all obstacles to achieve what he had today. After a few humble words, Ling Xiao immediately cut to the chase and told the two elders the secret that the Ling family was the descendant of the Kim people. When the two elders heard the secret, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open, and they couldn't say a word. They had never thought that they had the blood of the ancient race in their veins. It was simply unbelievable. And they had a great relationship with the dynasty, which was once the most powerful dynasty in the world. "This time, I plan to bring my people to the Qingyan realm to live and cultivate. This is also the hope of the elders in the clan." Ling Xiao explained his intention. Everything depended on the decision of the elders. However, Ling Xiao only planned to select a small portion of the people to go. As for the people whose blood was already diluted or whose cultivation was limited, he would let them stay in the central region. Otherwise, even if they went to the Qingyan realm, they would not be able to adapt to the simple life in the Qingyan realm. Sooner or later, they would become the laughingstock of others. Why not let them stay in the central region and live the rest of their lives in peace? We will do whatever you say. Ling He said decisively. Ling Song nodded and said, Yes, I think so too. Xiao Er, you make the decision. The two elders did not object to Ling Xiao's words at all. Instead, they strongly supported him. They knew that only by following Ling Xiao, the Ling family would definitely be able to flourish. Moreover, this time they would be returning to the Ling family. This was definitely a good thing. Chapter 1343. Ling Xiao left the place where the two old men were, and immediately went to see his other master, Mu Huai. Mu Huai, Mu En, and Ji2 stayed together. A few years ago, Mu Huai and Mu En had returned to the Purple Sky sect and brought their master, Xiao Songlin, to live and cultivate together. At the same time, they had given many cultivation resources to their old friends in the Purple Sky sect. They had originally wanted to bring their old friends from the Purple Sky sect to the Central Territory, but they were afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry when he returned. After all, Ling Xiao had a lot of opinions about many people there. Mu Huai and the others usually didn't care about the affairs of the palace, but their status in the palace was very high. Even some of the elders had to greet them politely. Who didn't know that they were the masters and uncles of the smiling emperor? No one dared to disrespect them. Ling Xiao saw that his master and the others were safe and sound, and that they had also advanced to the heavenly master level. Their lifespans had been greatly extended, so he was relieved. However, he also told them about going to the heaven domain, and gave them many spiritual items that they needed to cultivate, so that they could improve their strength as soon as possible. Ling Xiao couldn't be sure that all the people who followed him to the heaven domain would be able to become gods. After all, their cultivation tenbin and comprehension were all different. However, he was absolutely confident that they would at least reach the strength of the Holy Emperor. Then Ling Xiao went to Han Kai's secluded cultivation place. When Han Kai's successor, Qi Yang, saw Ling Xiao, he revealed a respectful expression and immediately bowed. Greetings, Uncle Master. Qi Yang's idol was not his master, Han Kai, but the Uncle Master in front of him. When he first came to join the proud Smiling Palace, he wanted to become his Uncle Master's disciple. However, his Uncle Master had no intention of accepting a disciple, so he became his master's disciple. However, he was fortunate enough to receive his Uncle Master's guidance, which allowed him to become a 6th-grade alchemist. At his current age, attaining such a rank was absolutely extraordinary in the Central Territory. Ling Xiao patted Qi Yang's shoulder and said, Little Yang, you look good. I heard that you have already become a 6th-ranked alchemist. Once your strength improves, you will have a chance to become a 7th-ranked alchemist. However, I hope that you won't be arrogant and impatient. These ranks are not the limit. There are still Alchemist Saint, Divine Alchemist, and even Supreme Alchemist Deity. Remember to continue to work hard and don't disappoint your master's expectations. Qi Yang's alchemy tenbin was not weak. Ling Xiao had heard Han Kai praise him many times before, so he was also very optimistic about Qi Yang. When Qi Yang heard Ling Xiao's words, he was extremely excited. He immediately replied solemnly, Yes, Martial Uncle. I will definitely not let you and Master down. Ling Xiao nodded, and then went into the house to chat with Han Kai. Previously, Han Kai had specially asked him to come over because Han Kai couldn't wait to know more about the heaven domain. A month had passed. In addition to meeting his old acquaintances, Ling Xiao spent most of his time in the backyard accompanying his women, and a pair of grandchildren who often pestered him. In addition, he took time to guide his children, Ling Ying and Ling Yu. Among his women, the one who cultivated tenbin the best was Feng Xianyin. Her heavenly gu physique and heavenly gu divine art complemented each other, allowing her to advance at a rapid speed. She had already reached the saint realm. With his current strength, Ling Xiao could see that Feng Xianyin's special physique was also a type of divine physique. Her future achievements were absolutely limitless. Next was Dongfang Jing. Although her current strength wasn't as strong as Ji Beixin, who had an inheritance, with the help of the many resources left behind by Ling Xiao, she had reached the peak of the mid-level Mystic Emperor. She was not far from the high-level Mystic Emperor. Luo Meiying, on the other hand, had been resurrected with the demon child's heart, so her cultivation of tenbin was not inferior to anyone else. When Ling Xiao left the central region, she was already a mid-level Mystic Emperor. Now she had also reached the peak of the high-level mystic emperor. As for Kai Xiayue, Bai Yushi Bingruoshui, Wei Dai, they had all become half-step emperors or real mystic emperors. Their advancement speed was definitely not slow. They just lacked some opportunities. With Ling Xiao around, it would be difficult for them to not become gods in the heaven domain. Now that they had received Ling Xiao's nourishment for many days, it made up for their dry hearts over the years. Each of them had become more charming than before. Ling Yu and Ling Zhe often pestered Ling Xiao, asking him, their grandfather, to tell them more about what he had seen and heard in various places. Ling Xiao was also different from his usual self. He patiently told them many interesting things, which made the two children yearn for it even more. It was often said that relatives were separated by generations, and this was not wrong at all. Ling Xiao was much more lenient to these two children than to Feng Lingtian, Ling Ying, and Ling Yu. He was not as strict to them. After Ling Xiao reviewed Ling Ying and Ling Yu's cultivation methods, he gave Ling Ying more specific guidance. He even passed her a rare cultivation divine technique from his own collection. He wanted her to quickly rectify her previous shortcomings and strengthen her foundation, so that she could better break through to the mystic emperor in the near future. Ling Yu was miserable. He had been too indulgent these few years. He relied on his extraordinary status to seek women everywhere, and indulged in his cultivation. He had also consumed elixirs to break through many levels. His foundation was not stable. If he was not given any resources, and was allowed to continue cultivating like this, he would definitely be unable to make any progress. Ling Xiao was angry at him, but he did not continue to scold him. This was his son after all, and he had not fulfilled his responsibilities as a father all these years. He was also responsible for his son becoming like this. Ling Xiao treated him the same as Ling Ying. He directly used the divine spring to transform his body, and then bestowed him with the ancient emperor divine arts. He also formulated a hellish cultivation method. He wanted to completely transform his son, completely change all of his bad habits, so that he could lay a new foundation and go further in the future. Ling Yu was extremely miserable. He secretly asked his mother, who doted on him the most, for help, but even his mother, who had always been more protective of him, did not dare to speak up for him. He could only helplessly accept the arrangements his father had made for him. It was also after this transformation that Ling Yu's Tenbin was finally stimulated. Later on, when his bloodline power was activated, he discovered that he was actually almost able to catch up to his father's level. This also meant that in the future, he would also have a day where he would shine in the heaven realm, at the top of a majestic mountain in the Rain Swamp Mountain Range. Xiao, I want to go back to the Purple Sky sect to see father. On this day, Yun Mingqi nestled in Ling Xiao's embrace and said, a few days ago, Mad Monk and Yuro Fei had already returned to the Sacred Yin sect in the Sand region, while the evil emperor, Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian had also gone to the Feng clan, so this also aroused Yun Mingqi's desire to return to the Purple Sky sect to visit her family. Ling Xiao gently caressed Yun Mingqi's beautiful hair and said, I was just about to tell you about this. I am preparing to return to Meteor City with brother and the prodigal son. When the time comes, we will go back together. After all, with our strength, going back will only take an instant. Indeed, with their divine king's strength, it would only take them less than half a day to return from the central region to the northwest. It was not like before when they had to use the various transmission arrays to return, and it would take them almost half a year to return. And if it is possible, I want to bring father to the heaven domain. Yun Mingqi hesitated for a moment and said. She knew that Ling Xiao no longer had a good impression of her father, so she revealed such a difficult expression. However, after all, he was her biological father. How could she give him up? Ling Xiao lightly kissed Yun Mingqi's forehead and said, do whatever you want, there is no need to ask me about some things. Ling Xiao wasn't a very generous person, but he wasn't a narrow-minded person. He had already forgotten most of the things that had happened in the past. Yin Xiong was his father-in-law, and the fact that he had neglected him for so many years was enough punishment for him. In the future, he should be more tactful, and let Yun Mingqi repay him for raising her. Xiao, you are so good to me. Yun Mingqi responded with a happy expression, and then directly kissed Ling Xiao's thick lips. using action to express the excitement in her heart. She was really afraid that Ling Xiao would be angry at her, but it seems like she was thinking too much. The scenery at the top of the mountain was infinitely beautiful, but it was not as beautiful as the rippling red of spring. After Ling Xiao and Yun Mingqi blended together for half a day, Ling Xiao arrived at the place where Ling Fei and the others were settled. When Ling Fei saw Ling Xiao, he immediately sighed. "Little brother, I really can't imagine that you came from such a poor ancestral land. You are simply a freak." Thinking about it, when Ling Xiao returned to the clan, Ling Xiao only had the strength of the Holy Emperor, but in a short few decades, he has reached a realm that others may not be able to reach in their entire lives. And before Ling Xiao came to the Heaven Domain, he cultivated in this kind of place where spiritual qi was scarce, and had to pass through many checkpoints to reach the Heaven Domain. Who knows how many dangers he had to go through? Ling Fei couldn't help but admire Ling Xiao greatly, and he thought to himself, perhaps whether our clan can dominate the Heaven Domain in the future depends on this kid. Haha, there is no other way. Who asked our ancestor to leave his bloodline here? Moreover, this is our ancestral land. There is nothing bad about it. Ling Xiao laughed and then said, "In the next 2 days, let's first head back to the Ling family and see if we can sense the existence of our ancestor." The Ling clan had settled in Meteorite City, so there were definitely traces of Ling Hongyu, the ancestor. If he didn't die, then they could find some traces of him there. "And I will leave everything to you. I am only assisting you." Ling Fei didn't have any objections and then said with certainty, "We must find our ancestor as soon as possible." He had given Ling Xiao more than a month to spend with his old friends, which was more than enough. According to the clan's message, they were to immediately find their ancestor as soon as they arrived here. Ling Gang also agreed. "That's right, our ancestor has been trapped here for many years. He must not be in a good situation. If that's the case, then let's go tomorrow." Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Ling Hongyu was the oldest supreme martial artist of the Kim people, and he was also in the top 10 of the sovereign ranking, so he had an illustrious reputation in the Heaven Domain. Everyone in the Kim people wanted to find him as soon as possible, so that he could return to the Heaven Domain. Chapter 1344. The territory of Xianling continent had shrunk. With the speed of Ling Xiao and the others, it wouldn't take long for them to return to the northwest. Ling Xiao asked Yun Mingqi, Bing Ruoshui, Yu Laiyan, and Wu Meinyang to return to their respective sects or families to meet their old friends, while he and Ling Fei returned to the Ling family in Meteorite City. Back then, when Ling Xiao brought away most of the important direct descendants of the Ling family, only a few conservative clansmen were left to live here. However, Ling Xiao still gave them a lot of resources back then. The Ling family was still the #1 family in Meteorite City. No one could challenge this status. Ling Xiao and the others didn't want to alarm these people, so they stopped in the sky above Meteorite City. "Let's see if we can sense the aura of the old ancestor," Ling Fei said to Ling Xiao. Their divine senses could almost cover every corner of this place. Nothing could escape their eyes. However, it wasn't so easy to find their old ancestor. Ling Xiao nodded his head in understanding. He squeezed out a bit of blood essence from his hand. The blood essence was glowing brightly. "Go." Ling Xiao flicked the blood essence towards the Ling family's ancestral land. Bang! The blood essence burst out instantly. It turned into specks of golden light and scattered in all directions. When the people below Meteorite City saw the huge flash of golden light, they all closed their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, they didn't find anything. They wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them just now. Ling Xiao sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes. He started to feel if the blood essence could transmit any useful information to him. Of course, the blood essence of a god had many magical uses. In addition to changing the physique of ordinary people, it could also find people of the same bloodline. Back then, in the Heaven Domain clan's ancestral land, Ling Xiao's blood essence was absorbed by the Golden Dragon altar. This blood essence was transmitted to the old ancestor Ling Hongyu, who had the closest bloodline to him. Therefore, if this ancestor was hiding nearby or had stayed here before, he would definitely be able to sense his presence through the blood essence. Next to Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, Ling Gang, and other direct subordinates of the Kim people were all nervous. They were all looking forward to Ling Xiao finding their ancestor this time. After about a quarter of an hour, Ling Xiao opened his eyes and said faintly, "The ancestor should not be here anymore. I only found some familiar auras, but I did not sense much." Ling Fei said in a low voice, "That shouldn't be the case. The ancestor left his bloodline here, so he must have left some traces. Could it be that the power of the essence blood isn't enough?" Ling Gang also said from the side, "That's right, if the ancestor leaves this place, this drop of blood essence might not be able to resonate with him." Ling Xiao was depressed. Every drop of blood essence was the foundation of his bloodline. It was always good to lose less, but he didn't expect these fellows to not have the slightest bit of sympathy, and even asked him to force out more blood essence. This was not something that could be easily replenished. Ling Xiao also knew that this matter was of great importance. After hesitating for a moment, he forced out 10 drops of blood essence at once, and instantly scattered them high up in the sky. These 10 drops of blood essence should be enough to find the ancestor in the Xianling continent. Sure enough, in a certain direction, Ling Xiao's mind kept jumping, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "The ancestor might be in that direction." "Really? Then let's rush over immediately," Ling Fei cried out in alarm. The other Kim people also revealed expressions of excitement. If they could bring back their ancestor, then the status of the Kim people in the heaven realm would definitely be unshakable. Ling Xiao nodded, and then said to the prodigal, "Zizai, you go back to the barren mountains to meet your people first. We will go back to the palace after we finish our business." Not mentioning Ling Xiao, the prodigal also wanted to return to his people. After all, this place was very close to their Qilin territory. "Okay, then I will bring 13 to my people as a guest. Please approve," the prodigal said. Go, if there is anything else, we can talk later." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. Then the prodigal called out to 13, and flew in the direction of the barren mountains. After not going back for many years, the prodigal was also very excited and emotional. Ling Xiao sighed. The Xianling continent was indeed an ancient continent. The Fire Qilin race and the Water Dragon race still had their bloodline here. He could be sure that in ancient times, this was their habitat. Even many races that had disappeared once lived here, just that they had either gone extinct or migrated away. As soon as the prodigal and 13 left, Ling Xiao immediately led Ling Fei and the others in the direction they sensed. After 6 hours, Ling Xiao and the others once again returned to the central region, and stopped on a desolate land. "What is this place? It seems that some small tricks have melted a part of it," Ling Fei said. Ling Xiao did not expect that the blood essence would lead him to a place where he had fought before, and he could not help but reveal a puzzled expression. "This place is called the Chaotic Battles Abyss. It's a place where the various empires of the continent once fought to the death. The reason why it's isolated is so that some of the younger generation can come here to gain experience. In the past, many of our people from the Jin dynasty also died here," Ling Xiao explained. "So that's how it is. Then it makes sense that the elder ancestor is here," Ling Fei said with a look of realization. Ling Gang, who was at the side, said, "This little trick cannot stop us at all. Wait for me to destroy it." After saying that, Ling Gang was about to destroy the restriction here. Ling Xiao hurriedly said, "Forget it, let's go in directly. In any case, they can't hinder us. It is better to leave this place as it is." Since Ling Xiao said so, Ling Gang did not dare to make a move. They directly opened a spatial crack and entered the Chaotic Battles Abyss. The Chaotic Battles Abyss was filled with resentful souls and remnant souls. They constantly fought and roared, causing the place to become incomparably frightening. However, in front of Ling Xiao and the other God Kings, they all avoided them. After all, Ling Xiao and the others could destroy them with a flash of divine light. Ling Xiao had no interest in these little souls now. Without the soul power of a God King or above, it was of no use to his current soul. However, when he once again descended into the Chaotic Battles Abyss, he could still sense that there was actually a remnant soul of the Holy Emperor here, and this made him feel extremely curious. To be able to leave behind such remnant soul power, that person was absolutely not weak when he was alive. He thought about how there was still a Holy Emperor here over 100,000 years ago, so it was not surprising. Why can't I sense the existence of any life? Could it be that the ancestor? Ling Fei frowned and muttered. Ling Gang also said solemnly, I also don't sense the aura of life. No, there is an aura of life, but it is very weak under our feet. Ling Xiao sensed a familiar aura coming from underground. This aura was like the feeling he had when he met his relatives, and it made him feel incomparably close. Ling Fei and the others looked at Ling Xiao with burning eyes. They could be sure that the person Ling Xiao sensed was their ancestor. At this time, Ling Xiao forced out another drop of blood essence and sprinkled it down. That drop of blood essence sank into the ground at a certain location. Ling Xiao impatiently chased after that drop of blood essence, and also followed it underground. Ling Fei and the others did not hesitate either, and they all followed into the ground not far away. Although they were not Earth attribute God Kings, it was not difficult for them to use pure strength to directly squeeze into the Earth boundary. It was just that they could not use everything here to attack or defend like those Earth attribute God Kings. The further down Ling Xiao went, the clearer the aura became, and he could not help but feel excited. After a while, the group of them directly fell 150,000 meters below the ground. At this depth, all the ground had become incomparably hard, and these ground materials had obviously reached the grade required for a saint weapon. At the same time, there was a small amount of geocentric spring water, which was a holy liquid that all saints needed. These things would definitely be the most sought-after treasures in the Xianling continent, but to Ling Xiao and the others, they were not very attractive. Are we not there yet? Ling Fei transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Their speed kept decreasing, and the ground they encountered was getting harder and harder. If they went any further, even they would not be able to easily break through those earth stones. After all, the Xianling continent had gone through countless years of change, and these rocks had also been heavy for countless years. Naturally, they became earth essence stones, and these were the boundary stones of the Xianling continent, and they could not be destroyed easily. Ling Xiao replied, We are almost there, hold on a little longer. At this time, Ling Xiao had already taken out his golden dragon spear, and opened up a path in front of him. He had to find his ancestor. However, when they reached a depth of 250,000 meters, their divine artifacts were actually unable to break through the barrier. And Ling Xiao sensed that he would be able to find them about 10,000 meters away. What should he do? This is already the deepest part of the Xianling continent. This earth essence stone is already comparable to the strength of a top-grade divine weapon. It will not be easy to destroy it. Ling Xiao sighed. Why don't we use the half-ancient divine weapon? Ling Gang said. As soon as he said that, Ling Fei immediately said, No, that will destroy the sense of balance of this continent. At that time, it will accelerate the destruction of the Xianling continent, and everyone here will die. Then what should we do? Are we just going to let it go like this? Ling Gang said unwillingly. Since the ancestor is still alive, he might have sensed that we are here. Brother Xiao, can you see if you can contact the ancestor? Ling Fei said. Let me give it a try. Ling Xiao nodded, and then he thought of a way. He cut his wrist, and let his blood drip into the ground. This was not his original blood essence, but at such a close distance with his ancestor, it should have an effect. As expected, the moment the blood fell to the ground, it was quickly absorbed by a force. And at this moment, Ling Xiao's blood seemed to be out of control, and was actually forcibly sucked out of his blood vessels by the suction force. Oh no! Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, and immediately used his power to stop his blood flow. However, at this moment he was forcibly pulled deeper into the ground. Chapter 1345. Ling Xiao felt that his body was being pulled into the ground by an extremely powerful suction force. His body, which was comparable to a top-grade divine artifact, suffered a terrible impact, causing him to scream in pain. He, a dignified high-grade God King, was actually unable to resist this force. Ling Fei and the others wanted to stop Ling Xiao, but it was too late. They wanted to chase after him, but they found that they were blocked by an extremely powerful barrier. No matter how they tried, they could not destroy the barrier. Damn it, what the hell is going on? Ling Fei angrily punched the barrier, but he still could not break it. Ling Gang was also frowning at the side, his expression becoming extremely anxious. Maybe the ancestor needs the power of Uncle Zhao's bloodline to revive. Ling Gang guessed. No, the ancestor has already cultivated our clan's divine art to the extreme. As long as he is alive, it will not be difficult for him to recover. Why would he need Brother Zhao's blood? Maybe there is something we do not know. Ling Fei said. Then should we destroy this place to save Uncle Zhao? Even if it is destroyed, this continent will not lose its power. Ling Gang said. No, if we destroy the barrier, there will be endless disasters, and destruction is imminent. Moreover, this barrier is not something we can destroy. Ling Fei objected again, paused for a moment, and then said, let's go out and wait. I believe the ancestor will not hurt Brother Zhao. Then he was the first to return to the surface. The others hesitated for a moment, but they also followed, praying in their hearts that Ling Xiao was fine. In the deepest part of the Xianling continent, there was already a dense layer of barrier power. This was the power that enveloped all the boundaries of the Xianling continent, allowing it to exist forever and not collapse easily. In front of this barrier, Ling Zhao's body had already stopped moving. Almost half of his blood and essence had been sucked away, which was more than what was absorbed by the Golden Dragon altar back in the clan. Now that he had become a god, the power of his bloodline was incomparable to before. Now that he'd lost half of his blood essence and blood, it was simply like taking half his life away, and it shook his foundation. He didn't know how many divine materials and time it would take to replenish this amount of blood essence. Ling Zhao's body was almost smashed into meat paste. If he wasn't a little stronger, he would have fainted. Without a second thought, he immediately took out a large number of blood-replenishing divine herbs and divine pills and swallowed them, replenishing as much as he could. After a while, Ling Xiao finally felt that his mind had cleared up quite a bit. He hurriedly circulated his qi to heal the injuries on his body. However, even the speed of his recovery had slowed down quite a bit. If he hadn't just taken the divine grass and pills, it would have been even more difficult for him to recover. Ling Xiao stood up and cursed. Damn it! What the hell is going on? He looked around and was surprised to find that he was in a 9-colored barrier space. He found that this barrier space contained a large amount of primordial energy. The primordial energy was the chaotic energy from the beginning of the world. It was a divine treasure that even incipient god realm experts coveted. He didn't expect that there would be such primordial energy in the deepest part of the Xianling continent. It was like an energy ball with waves of 9-colored divine light twinkling unceasingly. Ling Xiao almost couldn't open his eyes. At the same time, he also felt the attraction from the primordial energy, which made him have an urge to rush into the energy ball. However, it was a pity that his body was unable to move at all. The energy barrier had firmly locked him in place. Ling Xiao struggled for a while, but he found that these energies were actually at the supreme level. It was impossible for him to get rid of them with his current strength. Ling Xiao was a little flustered. If he was trapped here forever, what was the point of his life? Just as Ling Xiao was about to use his god soul clone to destroy the barrier energy around him, a weak, hoarse voice came from an unknown direction. Kid, are you one of the Kim people? Ling Xiao's body shivered. He immediately sensed the direction where the voice came from and answered, I am Ling Xiao of the Kim people. Are you Hong Yu's forefather? Ling Xiao felt that someone who could give him a familiar feeling was most likely the elder ancestor Ling Hongyu. Otherwise, how could he have absorbed so much of his blood essence and essence? Good. No wonder you can find your way here. It's been more than 1,800 years. I thought that I would never see the descendants of my tribe again. The old voice came again. Ling Xiao focused his eyes and looked through the layers of barrier light. He saw a withered figure in the barrier below him. He couldn't see the figure's face clearly, but he knew that it was in a worse situation than he was. Forefather, why are you trapped here? Ling Xiao asked. This was someone in the top 10 of the sovereign ranking. He was one of the top figures in the heaven domain. He didn't believe that this forefather couldn't break through the barrier energy here. I don't want to be trapped here either. It's a pity that you're still a little weak, and you only have a little bit of blood essence left. If you could become an honorable, you would be able to help me leave this place, Ling Hongyu replied. Ling Xiao wanted to cry when he heard this. He didn't have so much blood essence left, And the forefather still thought it was too little? Did he really have to sacrifice his life for it? Just as Ling Xiao was about to say something, Ling Hongyu said, "But I would have left long ago if I wanted to. I was the one who wanted to be trapped here." Ling Xiao felt conflicted when he heard this forefather's words. He asked, "Why is that, forefather?" "Because I want to save the ancestral lands. I hope that my tribe can move back to the ancestral lands to survive," Ling Hongyu said very seriously. Ling Xiao was puzzled. Ling Xiao doesn't quite understand. There wasn't much spiritual qi of heaven and earth in the Xianling continent, and the origin energy was even less. How could he let his people move back here? Sigh. A heavy sigh was heard, and then Ling Hongyu said, "I believe you know about the situation of Xianling continent. Its power is constantly decreasing, and if it continues like this, it will only be destroyed. I am here to stop the speed of the power's dissipation, so that it won't disappear so quickly. It's a pity that I am still too impulsive." Ling Xiao was confused by his forefather's words. He didn't understand what he meant. Then his forefather continued, "Back then, I almost perished together with that old bastard of the demon tiger tribe. Fortunately, I had cultivated my tribe's divine skill to the extreme, and luckily, I was able to recover my strength in this place where the origin energy is thin. In the end, after leaving my bloodline in Meteorite City, I almost traveled all over the Xianling continent in search of the origin energy that could help me recover my strength. In the end, I came to this space and found that there was actually some blood essence left behind by my tribe. With the help of that blood essence, I recovered less than 10% of my strength. Then, I found a shortcut that could help me recover my strength. Unfortunately, I was too anxious to recover my strength at that time, and rushed here directly, but in the end, I was trapped here." He seemed to have not spoken for many years, and his mouth was a little dry. He paused again and said, "However, a few decades ago, I received the help of the blood essence that was one with me. Although that blood essence was not much, it was enough for me to rush out of this place. If my guess is correct, that blood essence came from your body, and then was transferred to me through my tribe's ancestral weapon, right?" Ling Xiao hurriedly replied, "Yes, forefather, I had just returned to my tribe at that time." "That's right. If it wasn't for your blood essence, I would have died here decades ago," Ling Hongyu said. Then he said, "Originally, I could use that blood essence to recover some of my strength, and it would be enough for me to break through the shackles of this place, return to the land, and then find a way to return to the heaven region, but I can't do that now." "Why can't you do that?" Ling Xiao almost blurted out. Since there was the ability to leave this place, he believed that no one would want to stay here and wait for death. Ling Hongyu was silent for a while before saying, "If I say that I'm doing this for the sake of my tribe's ancestral land, would you believe me?" "For the sake of my tribe's ancestral land?" Although Ling Xiao had always been very smart, he did not understand what his forefather meant by this. The power of Xianling continent is already on the verge of collapse, and this is the central area of the continent, the source of all the power barrier. Once I absorb the origin source here, break through the barrier here, and return to the heaven region, Xianling continent will definitely not exist, and everyone here will die, so I can't do that. After all, this is our ancestral land, and there are millions of people living here. How can I ignore their lives? So I might as well stay here, and use my power to control the origin source, and not let it spread out, so that Xianling continent can live a little longer," Ling Hongyu explained. After hearing this, Ling Xiao was stunned. He did not expect his forefather to be so broad-minded, and he immediately felt deep respect for him. One should know that ordinary cultivators did not view life as worthless, and only cared about their own survival, who would care about the lives of others. However, this forefather clearly had a way to break out of this place, but in order to prevent the continent from being destroyed, and to prevent everyone from dying, he was willing to be trapped here. This kind of sad and cowardly spirit was really not something that others could compare to. In front of him, Ling Xiao felt a sense of inferiority and shame. In the past, he always thought that compared to others, he was naturally a kinder person. As long as others did not come and provoke him, he would never hurt others. However, his kindness was incomparably insignificant in front of this forefather. and was not worth mentioning at all. Then do you intend to continue like this? Ling Xiao did not know how to ask. If that was the case, wouldn't he be trapped here forever, like his forefather? If you did not come here, perhaps I would just accept my fate, but since you are here, perhaps there is a slight chance that you can let me leave this place and save Xianling continent, Ling Hongyu said. Chapter 1346. Then what should I do to save you? Ling Xiao asked hurriedly. No matter how slim the chance was, with the power of Kim people, with the power of a supreme martial artist, could he not save his old ancestor? However, he knew that the key was to save his old ancestor without destroying the environment here. Otherwise, his old ancestor might not be willing to leave. You're quite strong now, but you're still far from being able to save me. Even if the supreme martial artists in the clan come, they won't be able to save me. I'm staying here willingly, Ling Hongyuan said. He paused for a moment before continuing. If you want me to break free from the bounded domain here, the only way is for me to recover my strength. Moreover, when I struggle against the bounded domain here, I can't destroy the balance of the Xianling continent. It's not easy to make it continue to exist. If I was at my peak, I might have a chance. Now I'm afraid, it's difficult. Ling Xiao was stunned. Didn't his old ancestor's words mean that there was almost no hope? One should know that his old ancestor was already standing at the top of the supreme martial artist at his peak. Only that kind of strength could do it, not to mention others. Ling Xiao still comforted him. Having hope is better than having no hope at all. Old ancestor, tell me, what should I do to help you? Ling Xiao was not a person who would easily accept his fate. He must be able to leave this place. If he could, he also hoped to save his old ancestor. Haha, it's good that you have this kind of intention. Ling Hongyu said with a smile, then said, Fine, I'll tell you. I'm afraid you'll be in despair after hearing it. Following that, Ling Hongyu began to talk about some secrets that even Ling Xiao had never heard of. The formation of a terrestrial world was constantly evolving and developing over hundreds of millions of years. The surroundings of this terrestrial world were reinforced by various bounded domains of origin energy, so that it could exist forever. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth and origin energy here were also gradually separated from the primordial energy, which was what all living creatures relied on to survive. However, once the Genesis enchantment was destroyed, the Genesis power would no longer be able to circulate again and again. Then the Genesis enchantment's power would disperse little by little, and sooner or later, it would dry up. At that time, this world would be completely destroyed, and it would be difficult for all creatures to survive. Right now, the power of the Xianling continent was almost depleted, and the only source of power left was this 9-colored divine light pearl. Once this 9-colored divine light pearl was gone, the heaven and earth spiritual chi would be gone, and the vitality would be completely cut off. However, Ling Hongyu had provided 2 solutions to solve the problem before them. The first method was to move all the living beings to the Xianling continent. Then Ling Hongyu would absorb the primordial energy here, break through the barrier, and leave this place. At that time, even if the Xianling continent was destroyed, no one else would be harmed. The difficult part of this plan was how to move the millions of people on this continent to live somewhere else. Unless they could open up a realm gate that led directly to the heavenly region stronghold, and transport everyone there. This method would solve the problem once and for all, but it was undoubtedly a very difficult thing to do. Moreover, opening up the realm gate required a lot of supremes. To transport so many people over, it was unknown how much resources would be consumed. This was not something that any party could afford. Even if the Kim people used all the strength of their clan, they might not be able to do it. Even if they could do it, the foundation of their clan would be completely shaken. Who would sacrifice the fate of their clan for others? Ling Hongyu was great enough to sacrifice himself to stay here, but he was not great enough to let his clan use all their strength to save other humans. As for the second method, it was the best one. Not only could it save people, but it could also protect the Xianling continent. It could be said to be the best of both worlds. However, this method was even more difficult than the first one. It required 9 different kinds of source stones, a divine array master and 9 supremes of different attributes to work together to set up the origin formation. This would allow the primordial energy to form a cycle of energy, and then absorb all kinds of primordial energy in the universe, to gradually restore the primordial energy of the Xianling continent. In this way, even if Ling Hongyu used the remaining primordial energy here to restore his strength, after he escaped from here, it would only cause Xianling continent to be short of power for a short period of time. With the origin formation, it could be quickly replenished. Other than keeping Xianling continent as it was, this origin formation could also continuously strengthen the primordial energy of Xianling continent. After a certain period of time, Xianling continent would regain the rich primordial energy of heaven and earth. At that time, Xianling continent would gradually expand, and it might even become the second heavenly region. This origin formation was equivalent to an ancient divine array that could mend the sky. It only existed in legends. No one knew which divine array master had such an earth-shattering method. Moreover, to find the 9 different types of source stones, it was undoubtedly extremely difficult. This kind of source stone would only exist in the continent that had experienced more than 1,000,000 years of history. Only as supremes could directly open the void crack and enter that place to search for it. In addition, it might exist in all kinds of dangerous places, but undoubtedly, even as supremes would lose their lives in those places. Those who entered would not care about life and death. To every supremes, the source stone was a top-notch supreme material. For so many years, not many supremes had a source stone. Moreover, to find the 9 different types of source stones was as difficult as climbing up to the sky. Of course, it might exist in the depths of the heavenly region, but who would dare to covet the source stone under the heavenly region? That was a matter that would offend the public. No supremes would stand by and do nothing. Thus, it was absolutely unrealistic to find the source stone under the heavenly region. After listening to Ling Hongyu's 2 methods, Ling Xiao, of course, wanted to carry out the first one. However, where could he find so many resources to open the space entrance? Moreover, how many divine gems would he need to let so many people pass through? It was simply impossible. Even if it was possible, he would not do it. He was not that great. As for the second method, it was more difficult, but it was not impossible. The Kim people had many supremes. If he asked them to find the source stone, and buy it from all the supremes in the heavenly region, he believed that they could get it. And the key was the legendary origin divine formation. It was difficult to find an existence who could set up such a formation in the heavenly region. It was even harder to find a divine array master than a divine alchemist or a divine tool master. To set up an incipient God realm great formation, one had to have the power of a supreme being. To invite such a character, the conditions were really harsh. These 2 methods are not easy. That's why I told you about them. Even if the kids in my tribe know about them, they can't help me. Ling Hongyu said as if he had accepted his fate. Are we just going to let it go like this? Ling Xiao asked in his mind. His ancestor had been willing to wait for death here, rather than destroy the barrier in order to prevent millions of people from dying. Couldn't he learn from his ancestor for once and think of a way to make the impossible possible? Ancestor, actually I have another method. Ling Xiao said while gritting his teeth. Oh, tell me about it. Ling Hongyu said noncommittally. The divine obsidian cauldron that you and the demon tiger sect fought for is in my hands. It can hold an entire city of people. I can bring the people of Xianling continent to the heavenly territory fortress in batches. What do you think? Ling Xiao said. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Ling Xiao originally did not want to care about the lives and deaths of others. After all, he was also a selfish person. However, he had to think for his ancestor now. Only after bringing all of these people away would his ancestor be able to take advantage of the situation and leave this place. After Ling Xiao said this, Ling Hongyu actually became silent. Ling Xiao thought that something had happened to him, and hurriedly asked, Ancestor, are you all right? Haha, I'm fine. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that the divine cauldron that even I couldn't open back then would be obtained by you. I thought that only alchemists could obtain its recognition. Ling Hongyu laughed wildly. Just as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao continued. Ancestor, actually, I'm a divine alchemist now. What, you're also a divine alchemist? What's going on? Ling Hongyu asked in confusion. Every direct descendant of the Kim people was only of the metal attribute, and Ling Zhao's bloodline power was so similar to his, so he should have a metal body. How could he be a divine alchemist? This was also what he didn't understand. Ling Xiao had no choice but to waste his breath and explain his situation to this ancestor. Immediately after, Ling Hongyu laughed. Haha, good, I never thought that my descendants would actually produce such a freak like you. It can be considered a blessing for my clan. Ancestor, you're too kind. Ling Xiao said modestly, then asked. Ancestor, what do you think of the method I mentioned just now? Not good. Ling Hongyu immediately replied. Ling Xiao was suddenly at a loss. He felt that his method was the best, he didn't need to waste resources, and he didn't need to find any Genesis stone. He just needed to run some errands. Maybe in a few years, he could migrate all the people on the Xianling continent. Not everyone wants to leave their homeland, and if you want to take them all into the divine cauldron, you still have to do some ideological work for them. It will be very difficult. Moreover, after you take them away, how are you going to arrange their lives? After all, when they go to another place, they may not be able to adapt to the environment. I'm afraid that when that time comes, they won't treat you as a benefactor, but as an enemy, Ling Hongyu said. Ling Xiao blurted out. If they don't appreciate my kindness, then let them all die here. Chapter 1347. No matter what, Ling Xiao felt that his plan was the most perfect. With his current popularity in the Xianling continent, as long as he raised his arm and shouted, he believed that many people would be willing to leave with him. If those people really had any complaints, he would just wash his hands of it and let them live and die on their own. That was a completely arrogant remark. Ling Xiao could not be blamed for this. He was only concerned about the safety of his old ancestor. He really did not care about the lives of others. Forget it, you don't have to worry about this. In any case, this old man should have died more than 1,800 years ago. I don't know how long I've lived and I'm tired of living. To be able to obtain more than half of your blood essence and live for another 2,000 to 3,000 years is not a problem. I should be satisfied. Ling Hongyu said. Old ancestor. Ling Xiao seemed to be stuck in his throat. He wanted to continue persuading but was interrupted by his old ancestor. Your idea is good, but I don't want you to do that, Ling Hongyu said resolutely. Then he said, I'll suck your blood essence and give you some good fortune. Hurry up and send a message to those bastards outside. Otherwise, they'll definitely get impatient. Ling Xiao did not understand what Ling Hongyu was planning, but he immediately used the voice transmission stone to send a message to Ling Fei and the others. He told them about the situation and told them not to worry for the time being. Ling Fei and the others who were above the chaotic battle's abyss were all overjoyed. As long as their old ancestor was still alive, that was more important than anything else. Uncle Fei, what should we do now? Ling Gang asked Ling Fei. Let's wait here. Since the old ancestor wants to give that kid an opportunity, I'm afraid that our tribe will have another supreme martial artist in the near future. With that kid's combat strength, I'm afraid that there will be one more member of our Kim people on the supreme ranking in the future. Ling Fei replied happily. Ling Xiao did not mention the old ancestor's terrible situation. If he did, Ling Fei and the others would not be able to laugh now. Then Ling Fei sent someone back to the Proud Laughing Palace to tell the people of the Proud Laughing Palace about what had happened, so that they wouldn't be worried. As for the chaotic battle's abyss, it was temporarily sealed off by them, and no one in the Central Territory could enter the chaotic battle's abyss during this period of time. Deep underground, as soon as Ling Xiao finished sending the message, a bit of primordial energy immediately flowed towards him. Absorbing this origin energy can help you become a supreme martial artist faster. However, this origin energy is related to the Xianling continent's destiny energy. Even I can't bear to absorb it. Now it's yours. Although I can only give you a little bit, it's enough for you to become a supreme martial artist. Ling Hongyu's voice rang in Ling Zhao's ears. Ling Zhao's body and mind shook. He had never thought that he would actually obtain this origin power. This was the upgraded version of origin power. A power that even supreme beings needed to absorb to advance. According to what his ancestor said, although he would only be provided with a little bit of origin power, it was believed that it would be enough for his strength to advance further. How could he not be happy about this? Ling Xiao suppressed the excitement in his heart and immediately calmed his mind. He activated his divine power and absorbed the bit of origin power into his body. Being able to absorb the origin power, it was worth it for him to bear the blood essence. After all, the blood essence could rely on the improvement of his strength to make up for it, but the blood essence could not improve his strength. After Ling Xiao had just absorbed a little bit of origin power, that bit of power instantly turned into a very large amount of pure origin power in his body. He only felt that his meridians were filled with this power, as if thousands of horses were galloping. If his meridians had not been strengthened, he was afraid that they would have directly broken and destroyed. Even so, Ling Xiao could not help but let out a low roar. The power was so great that it felt like every muscle in his body was about to explode. The unique origin returning technique and the ancient emperor divine technique worked at the same time to quickly divide and absorb this power, letting it enter his dantian. When this power entered his dantian instantly swelled up. Dots of 5-colored light emitted dazzling power and rushed towards the divine bridge. To accumulate God power, not only was the power in his dantian enough, but he also needed the feedback of soul power from his God soul. The two kinds of power began to mix together, forming drops of brilliant 5-colored power. As this God power gathered, Ling Xiao's strength also began to rise. Ling Hongyu, who was below, could naturally feel the increase of Ling Xiao's strength. However, when Ling Xiao's strength steadily stopped at the peak of God King realm, he was astonished. The bit of origin power he provided should be enough for any high-level God King to reach the half-incipient God realm. Moreover, there should be leftovers. As long as they could continue to refine the origin power and deepen their understanding of the power of a supreme being, it would not be a problem for them to enter the supreme being realm. However, right now this bit of origin power was only enough to push Ling Xiao to the peak of God King realm. It was obvious that the amount of power Ling Xiao needed to absorb was many times more than the others. Ling Hongyu wanted to provide more incipient God realm power, but he hesitated for a while and didn't do so. It should be known that the bit of incipient God realm power that Ling Xiao had just absorbed had consumed 5,000 years of Xianling continent's energy. In other words, Xianling continent's lifespan had been reduced by another 5,000 years. If Ling Xiao absorbed more energy, Xianling continent would be one step closer to destruction. This kid's foundation is really solid. Although he's just at the peak of God King realm, his competence isn't less than a half-incipient God realm expert. I hope this kid's luck can go against the natural order. He can get the 9 kinds of Genesis stones to restore our ancestral land to its ancient glory. At that time, all kinds of divine items will be revived. Our clan can move back from the heaven territory. Later on, our clan will be able to monopolize resources that others can't even imagine. At that time, it won't be a problem for us to become the leader of the clans. Ling Hongyu thought. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that Ling Hongyu had such a grand idea. At this moment, he was still immersed in the pleasure of increasing his competence. He kept compressing the energy in his lower abdomen. He didn't let it push toward the half-incipient God realm, because he felt that the remaining energy wasn't enough for him to reach that level. It would be better to compress it and use it to break through to the Great Master realm. However, it was a pity that the 3 strange creatures in his sea of consciousness had devoured a lot of the origin energy. Otherwise, his realm could have been more solid. After an unknown amount of time, Ling Xiao's body opened up, and a powerful force burst out from his body. The barrier around him was shaken by his power, and the barrier around him was shaken by his power. He could feel that it wouldn't be a problem for him to leave this place with his current power. However, he couldn't go deeper. Ling Xiao felt the surging energy in his body, which made him so excited. He hated that he couldn't do it several more times. Thank you, forefather. Ling Xiao said to Ling Hongyu gratefully. This time, his competence had increased unexpectedly. It had made up for all his losses. Moreover, his foundation had become more solid. As long as he could understand more about the power of everything in heaven and earth, including the space power and the barrier power, It wouldn't be an extravagant hope for him to enter the Great Master realm. After all, his god soul had become stronger this time. He was just a little bit away from the Great Master god soul. I can only help you this much. Now that you have the power, you can leave this place. Remember, don't let the others in the tribe save me. If I want to leave, I can do it at any time, unless they can bring me the 9 kinds of Genesis stones, said Ling Hongyu. His words hinted that if he wanted to leave this place, he had to use the second method. How could Ling Xiao not understand his forefather's meaning? He didn't know how to persuade him. He had to report this to the higher-ups of the tribe first. Perhaps they really had the Genesis stones. Forefather, how about you suck a little more of my blood? That way you can hold on for a little longer. Anyway, I can use other methods to restore my blood, said Ling Xiao. If the forefather didn't want to leave this place, he had to increase his blood qi, so that he could resist the spreading of the barrier power. He could live for a little longer, which would give them enough time to collect the Genesis stones. No need. Your bloodline is similar to mine. I'm afraid that I can't help but suck you dry. You should leave this place now, said Ling Hongyu straightforwardly. Ling Xiao didn't know what to say. He immediately replied, "Then forefather, please take care. We will try our best to find the Genesis stones to help you leave this place." Then he increased his power to the extreme. His fighting power was dozens of times stronger than before. He then dashed towards the ground. The barrier power was so intimidating. While he was dashing, his body was in so much pain as if thousands of sabers were slashing him at the same time. This feeling wasn't good at all. When he finally touched the Earth Essence Stone, Ling Xiao exhaled in relief. Finally, I'm out. Breaking through a section of the barrier was even more exhausting than fighting a half-incipient God Realm expert. This place was just the weakest part of the barrier. Under the 9-colored Origin's power, only the experts at the Supreme Realm could touch the barrier. Ling Xiao didn't think much. After he swallowed a divine pellet, he continued to dash towards the ground. Boom! After a while, Ling Xiao finally got out of the ground. A dragon shadow that looked like a real dragon flashed in the sky. The warriors of the Kim people who were guarding nearby almost had an urge to worship this dragon shadow. In their eyes, this dragon shadow was the symbol of nobility and the ultimate power of the bloodline. "Brother Xiao is out," shouted Ling Fei. "Uncle Zhao's power. It seems like he has gotten stronger," Ling Gang said with a surprised expression. Ling Fei nodded enviously and said, "It seems that he has received some benefits from the elder ancestor. How enviable." It took him almost 1,000 years to reach the peak of God King Realm, from high-level God King Realm. And Ling Xiao had just reached this step not long ago. He couldn't help but be jealous. However, he also knew that Ling Xiao's fortuitous encounters were heaven-defying. It was really not something that any of them could compare to. Chapter 1348. Ling Xiao was full of pride. He had never thought that he could have such a harvest after returning to Xianling continent. His power had soared to the peak King God Realm. With his power, he could even fight against ordinary half-incipient God Realm experts. As for the Sunjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, he had the chance to be invincible. However, he wasn't interested in these rankings. Genesis Stone? I must find a way to collect it, Ling Xiao said confidently. At this step, he just needed to complete his realm, and he could break through to the Supreme Master Realm. If it was someone else, they wouldn't dare to think so. After all, the energy needed to break through to the Supreme Master Realm was enormous. Moreover, it was impossible to consume Supreme Divine items to advance. However, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about Supreme Divine items. He had inherited everything from Hunfeng. There were many Supreme Divine items among them. Moreover, he had a Supreme Divine item that others didn't have, the Genesis Crystal. The Genesis Crystal was dissected from the source beast that Ling Xiao had harvested. Each piece contained an enormous amount of origin energy. It was the best divine item to break through to the Supreme Master Realm. That was why Ling Xiao was so confident. As long as he became the Supreme Master, he was confident that he could go anywhere in the Heaven territory. He even dared to go to the forbidden areas. At that time, he might be able to find the Genesis Stone. Of course, having this confidence didn't mean that he had to find it. He had to tell the higher-ups of the tribe about this so that they could make a decision. Brother Xiao, did you see the forefather? Why didn't he come out? Ling Fei asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, I saw him. But his condition isn't optimistic. Then he told Ling Fei and the others about the conversation he had with the elder ancestor. Ling Fei, Ling Gang, and the rest all fell silent after hearing this. They didn't expect their ancestor to make such a decision. As the younger generation, they couldn't comment on it. I think this matter is of great importance. We must return to the clan immediately and discuss it with the patriarch. Otherwise, we won't be able to persuade the old ancestor. Ling Xiao said. Ling Fei nodded. You're right. I've heard from my grandfather that the old ancestor has a very bad temper. Once he makes a decision, it's hard to turn back. Since that's the case, we shouldn't delay any longer. Let's immediately return to the clan, suggested Ling Gang. At this time Ling Xiao said, brother, you and Ling Gang go first, I'll catch up later. Ling Xiao still wanted to go to the East Sea to see the Dragon Lady. He wanted to bring her to the Heaven Domain to live better. Besides, he also had 2 brothers that he wanted to see. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to return in the future. Ling Fei shook his head and said, Ling Gang should go back and report this matter. I have to go with you, kid. Otherwise, if we get ambushed by the Dark Shadow clan again, I won't be able to bear the consequences. Ling Zhao's position in the clan was something that even he couldn't compare to. Thus, Ling Fei had to go with Ling Xiao to be at ease. Brother, you don't have to worry. With my current strength, no one can stop me except for a supreme being. Moreover, we can't make any mistakes in this matter. You should go with Ling Gang. Don't ruin the clan's important matters because of me, Ling Xiao said firmly. Ling Xiao wasn't arrogant. With his current competence, only a supreme being could stop him. Ling Fei hesitated for a while. Thinking about how Ling Xiao had used only 1 arrow to kill a half-incipient God Realm expert, he thought that he didn't have much chance to defeat Ling Xiao. Moreover, Ling Zhao's competence had increased 1 more time. Thus, Shiyan didn't have much confidence. Alright, I'm going back now. But Ling Gang still needs to stay with you. He will protect you. I'll go back alone. It's faster, replied Ling Fei. In fact, he had brought a mysterious item with him this time. He could use this item to contact his fellows in the Heaven Domain and ask them to open the territory entrance to take them back. However, it would consume a lot of energy and divine crystals. At this moment, his forefather didn't want to come out. Ling Fei didn't dare to waste this chance. Ling Fei left as soon as he said he would, without any hesitation. With his half-incipient God Realm speed, it didn't take him a long time to get back to the Heaven Domain. If he brought the others, they would be burdens. Ling Xiao took Ling Gang's team and left the chaotic war's abyss to return to the proud smiling palace. Ling Xiao didn't want to waste more time. He had to deal with the things here and bring them to the Heaven Domain. Then he would find a way to break through to the Supreme Realm. Then he would go and find the Genesis Stone. When Ling Xiao got back to the palace, he immediately went to find Dongfang Jing. Dongfang Jing was the daughter of the Dongfang family. There were so many people who wanted to pursue her that they could line up to the East Sea. However, she had fallen in love with Ling Xiao at first glance in the chaotic war's abyss. Moreover, she didn't mind being Ling Xiao's concubine. This courage wasn't something ordinary women could compare to. Dongfang Jing was a woman who looked soft and charming. However, she had a high intellect. Moreover, she was persistent in her cultivation. In just a few decades, she had reached the middle stage mystic Tharch realm from the heavenly venerable realm. She didn't take any elixirs. Although this speed couldn't be compared to the divine body, it was faster than ordinary geniuses. Not long ago, she received the divine spring that Ling Xiao gave her. It cleansed her body and allowed her to reach the peak of the mystic Tharch realm. She was very close to entering the saint realm. Normally, after one's strength increased, they wouldn't continue to cultivate. Instead, they would need to relax and slowly consolidate their strength. However, Dongfang Jing knew that the gap between her and her man was getting bigger. She had to work hard to catch up. She mustn't be left behind anymore. Moreover, she had a few sisters who were stronger than her. This aroused her unyielding fighting spirit. When Ling Xiao found Dongfang Jing, She was still meditating to absorb the heaven and earth spiritual energy. She was trying to understand the power of space. Looking at her serious face, Ling Xiao felt a little pain in his heart. Jing, don't work so hard. Your strength has just increased. You should first relax. It's best to cultivate a divine skill. That way, you can comprehend the existence of spatial power faster. Ling Xiao said to Dongfang Jing gently. Suddenly hearing Ling Xiao's voice, Dongfang Jing instantly woke up from her meditation. She looked at Ling Xiao with a smile like a flower and said, "Are you done? You're back so soon." At the same time, she twisted her plump body and came in front of Ling Xiao and snuggled up to him. This man had always given her an invisible charm, making her sink little by little. He occupied her heart, and she would never be able to forget him. Ling Xiao hugged her waist and kissed her lightly. "Do you want to go back to your mother's house to take a look?" Dongfang Jing's beautiful eyes flickered with a sparkling light. "Will you accompany me back?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Of course." He felt that he owed a lot to every single one of his women. He always wanted to do something more to them to make up for the guilt in his heart. "That's great. Ever since I married you, you haven't returned to your mother's house with me that many times. This time, you have to accompany me properly. The two of us will be enough, but you're not allowed to bring other sisters." Dongfang Jing immediately cheered, and even specially emphasized it, just like a selfish little girl who had obtained something she liked, and definitely couldn't share it with others. Ling Xiao replied softly, "And just the two of us." With that, he carried Dongfang Jing and flew up to the sky. His figure shuttled through space at an extremely fast speed. In front of him, there was a force that wrapped around them, preventing Dongfang Jing from being affected by the shuttling force. "Laugh, you're too powerful. Your speed is so fast." This was the first time Dongfang Jing felt the terror of Ling Xiao's strength, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Her eyes filled with worship. The stronger her man was, the more it proved that she had good eyesight, and the more faith she would have when she returned to her mother's house. From the Laughing Palace to the Dongfang family, Ling Xiao only took 6 hours to arrive. The Dongfang family was once the #1 family under the medicine sect. Even now, this status had not changed, and it still maintained the demeanor of an old power. When Ling Xiao and Dongfang Jing visited, the entire Dongfang family was in an uproar. They had just received the news that Ling Xiao had returned from the Heaven Realm, and had sent people to the Laughing Palace. However, at that time, Ling Xiao was still under the chaotic battle's abyss, and the people from the Dongfang family did not see Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao's visit naturally made the Dongfang family extremely happy. One must know that the strength of a person who could return from the Heaven Realm could be imagined. After greeting Grandma Dongfang, Master Dongfang, and the others, Ling Xiao planned to head to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. However, the people from the Dongfang family were too enthusiastic, and he was too embarrassed to leave immediately. Especially his brother-in-law, Dongfang Xiong, who insisted on pulling Ling Xiao to drink to his heart's content. The result could be imagined. This brother-in-law was drunk by Ling Xiao until he was unconscious. In the end, Ling Xiao decided to let Dongfang Jing choose some people from the Dongfang family to go with them to the Heaven Realm. This could be considered as something he could do as a son-in-law. When Dongfang Jing heard Ling Xiao say this, she was even more moved to tears. In fact, she had thought of this a long time ago, but she was too embarrassed to say it, because she did not want to be separated from her parents. That night, Dongfang Jing used her own actions to properly satisfy and reward Ling Xiao. In the end, under Ling Xiao's golden dragon spear, she was completely defeated. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao's pity for her, she was afraid that it would be almost impossible for her to stand up the next day. Ling Xiao was depressed. At his realm, he already had the ability to control that aspect, but to let him, a god king, intercourse with a mystic Tharch, it still couldn't satisfy him. If it was in the proud smiling palace, he could take turns to satisfy his women. Now that only Dongfang Jing dared to provoke him here, it naturally made his desire dissatisfied, and it was uncomfortable to stay half in the heat. After staying in the Dongfang family for 2 days, Ling Xiao went to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace alone, leaving Dongfang Jing to continue to stay in the Dongfang family and wait for him to return. In the depths of the Eastern Sea, it was where the Dragon Palace was located, and it was guarded by high-level spiritual beasts. Ordinary people could not get close. Ling Xiao skillfully arrived at the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. He was a guest of the dragons, and he was not afraid of being rejected. Chapter 1349. Arriving at the East Sea Dragon Palace once again, Ling Xiao had a different feeling. He found that the East Sea Dragon Palace was filled with rich energy that could not be found anywhere else, and there was also a lot of origin energy. It was obvious that the Dragon Clan had already absorbed a lot of essence here for them to cultivate and live in. The spiritual energy here could be compared to the celestial sky domain fortress. Guest General, I haven't seen you for many years. I really miss you. A short figure walked over from afar. This person carried a turtle shell on his back and walked unsteadily. His smiling face with four curved eyebrows made him look very funny. He was Gue Qingxiang of the Dragon Palace. Haha, this consort also misses Gue Qingxiang very much. Ling Xiao went forward and laughed. I don't think I'm not worthy of being missed by Guest General. You must be here to see the 17th princess. Gue Qingxiang squinted his eyes and smiled. It's all the same. I want to see the 17th princess, but I also want to see the Dragon King. Ling Xiao went straight to the point. As they spoke, two figures swiftly flew over from a short distance away. They were the current Dragon King and the 17th princess. Ling Xiao's strength was not the same as before, but he still cupped his hands and greeted the Dragon King. Greetings, Dragon King. The Dragon King stared at Ling Xiao, and the dragon's aura from his dragon eyes wanted to penetrate Ling Xiao's heart and see through Ling Xiao's nature. But Ling Xiao was still as calm as ever, giving it a kind of hazy feeling. It couldn't see through him at all. Guest General, we haven't seen each other for many years. Your realm is extraordinary. The Dragon King praised. I was lucky to have some gains, Ling Xiao replied. Then he looked at the beautiful Dragon Lady and asked, Dragon Lady, are you all right? The Dragon Lady revealed a joyful expression and said, Boss, I'm all right, but I still want to follow you. Regardless of whether they were spirit beasts or divine beasts, they were all straightforward and would not beat around the bush. Hee, there's still a chance. Ling Xiao smiled, then turned to the Dragon King and said, Dragon King, I actually have some connections with the Golden Dragon. I wonder if Dragon King would like to meet the Golden Dragon's Crown Prince? Golden Dragon Crown Prince? Where is it? Dragon King asked excitedly. In ancient times, the Dragon Clan was a very united race. No matter what elemental attribute the Dragon Clan belonged to, they would not reject any elemental bloodline. After the passage of time, only the Water Dragon Clan remained in the East Sea Dragon Palace. The other dragons were nowhere to be found. They all thought that the other dragons had been wiped out. It is currently a guest in the Fire Chilin's territory. It will be here soon, Ling Xiao said. He and the 13th prince could sense each other. Within a certain range, he could directly send messages to him. Good. I must let it come to my dragon palace. I never thought that the golden dragon would still exist. Back then, it was one of the most powerful dragons, the Dragon King said excitedly. Then it said, I must tell the old Dragon King about this news. Guest General, you should talk to the 17th princess first. After saying that, it immediately disappeared in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and the Dragon Lady talked for a while, but most of the time, it was the Dragon Lady who listened and Ling Xiao who spoke. This was something that could not be helped. The Dragon Lady was not good with words, but she made it clear that if you want me to go with you, I will go with you immediately. Ling Xiao was also gratified by the Dragon Lady's persistence. This time, he really wanted to bring the Dragon Lady away, and even wanted to bring all the true dragons in the Dragon Palace to the heavenly realm. This was equivalent to selling a big favor to the dragons. In the future, their relationship with him would definitely be even stronger. Of course, everything could only be decided after the 13th prince came over and talked to them. The 13th prince hurriedly came out of the Qilin clan, and immediately rushed to the East Sea Dragon Palace. When it rushed into the East Sea with its true body, its terrifying dragon might directly intimidated all the spirit beasts under the East Sea. As the 13th prince fell into the sea, the two Dragon King and the other princes and princesses in the East Sea resonated. In this vast and boundless East Sea, A spectacular scene of a group of dragons dancing together appeared. Ling Xiao was not interested in the communication between the dragons. He and the dragon lady stayed at the side and continued to chat. A day passed. Ling Xiao did not know what the 13th prince and the two dragon kings were discussing. They all came in front of Ling Xiao. The old dragon king and the dragon king looked at Ling Xiao with a hint of kindness and affection that they did not have in the past. I was right to make you a guest general back then. The old dragon king looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. That was also because of the old dragon king's love. Otherwise, I would not have been able to enter the dragon transformation pool and activate the power of my bloodline. Ling Xiao said humbly. Indeed, if he had not soaked in the dragon transformation pool here and cleansed his body, Ling Xiao's dragon-shaped battle chi would definitely not have been activated to this extent. Therefore, Ling Xiao was quite grateful to the Water Dragon clan. Ling Xiao did not plan to participate in the internal affairs of the dragons, but he still expressed his desire to bring the dragon lady to the heavenly realm. That way, the dragon lady would be able to grow faster. The dragon lady was only at the peak of the 8th order now. If she entered the heavenly realm, she would definitely be able to advance to the 9th order immediately. This time, the old dragon king and the dragon king did not have any objections. In fact, they were overjoyed. It seemed like they were on good terms with the 13th prince. After staying in the dragon palace for 2 days, Ling Xiao left with the 13th prince and the dragon lady. When he left, all the true dragons and the shrimp soldiers and crab generals came out to welcome him. This showed how much they valued the 13th prince. It was not that the Water Dragon clan was inferior to the Golden Dragon clan. It was just that the Water Dragon clan had been cooped up in the Xianling continent without any source of energy. It was no longer enough for them to reach the 10th order. Even the old Dragon King, who had lived since ancient times, had only just reached the 10th order. The rest were all below the 9th order. If they were to be placed in the heavenly realm, they would not even be a match for some ordinary holy beasts. However, the 13th prince's arrival had given them a great blessing. Perhaps it would not be long before they could move their entire clan to the heavenly realm. The secret behind this was not known to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao left the Dragon Palace, he did not return to the Dongfang family. Instead, he headed straight for the Martial Spirits Court. News of his return might have already reached the Martial Spirits Court. He believed that Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua would definitely pay him a visit once they received the news. However, it would take too long for them to arrive. It would be more appropriate for him to visit them directly. If he wanted to fly all over the Xianling continent now, it would only take him a few days. The Martial Spirits Court was quite far from the Dongfang family. It took Ling Xiao half a day to reach Martial Spirit City. With Ling Xiao's current strength, he found the location of the Martial Spirits Court spatial base in an instant. He realized that the spatial base of the Martial Spirits Court was 10 times bigger than the proud Smiling Palace. Such a spatial base could only be constructed by a saint emperor at the very least. There must have been holy emperors in the Martial Spirits Court in the past. Perhaps many of them had already gone to the heavenly realm. This great force that had existed for tens of thousands of years was indeed incomparable to ordinary forces. He scanned the area with his divine sense and found that there were 2.5 holy emperors in the Martial Spirits Court. There were also nearly 20 saints. This number was not something the proud Smiling Palace could compare with. The reason why the proud Smiling Palace could be as famous as the Martial Spirits Court was because the Martial Spirits Court had always been low-key. However, as long as Ling Xiao's name was in the proud Smiling Palace, the proud Smiling Palace would be the most powerful force in the Central Territory. Ling Xiao's divine sense kept scanning the area. After some investigation, he finally found where Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua were. However, one of them was refining pills, and the other was forging weapons. They were both very focused, and he did not want to disturb them. Seeing that their strength had greatly improved and their condition was not bad, Ling Xiao also felt relieved. However, their appearance was much more mature than before. If the speed of their advancement did not increase, they would soon become middle-aged men. It's time to take them away. Ling Xiao thought to himself. They had already laid a solid foundation in the Martial Spirits Court. Once they reached the heavenly realm, they would be able to grow smoothly. All these years, Ling Xiao had never forgotten about them. He just did not know if they still remembered him as their boss. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua both finished their work, and once again returned to the mountaintop where they usually drank together. Brother Tang, how have you been recently? Hua Xiaogui lazily reclined on a rattan chair, and asked Tang Guigua after drinking a mouthful of wine. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guigua were now half-emperors. They had 2 saint masters as their masters, which allowed them to sit on more resources. It was not surprising that their cultivation was higher than their peers. They were now 7th-grade alchemists and 7th-grade blacksmiths respectively. With their status, they were highly valued in the martial spirits court. What else can I do? I spend all my time either forging artifacts or cultivating. It's not easy for me to truly cross this half-step Tharch realm and become a true mystic Tharch. Those brothers who followed Boss in the past were already mystic Thearchs a few years ago. Tang Guigua didn't seem to care about Bian Fu as he chatted casually with Hua Xiaogui. That's right, us alchemists and blacksmiths cannot compare to them who specialize in martial arts. We have to multitask. Hua Xiaogui sighed and continued. I wonder how Boss is doing in the heavenly realm. Why didn't he bring us along to broaden our horizons? It is possible to think about it. The journey to the heavenly realm is long and full of natural dangers. Boss didn't even bring anyone else, so why would he bring us? I wonder how he is doing in the heavenly realm. Tang Guigua replied while drinking. Compared to the martial spirits court, the 2 of them were more eager to follow Ling Xiao to explore the world. It was more exciting. I believe that with Boss's ability, he should already be famous in the heavenly realm. Hua Xiaogui said with a nostalgic expression. Just as Tang Guigua was about to say something, a lazy voice sounded. You guessed it. Even a fraud has to stand aside. Chapter 1350. When Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida heard the sudden voice, they were shocked. They all wondered if they were hallucinating. Brother Tang, did you hear something? Why do I feel like Boss is talking to me? Hua Xiaogui asked Tang Guida. Tang Guigua looked around and said, I heard it too. Could it be that we're both hallucinating? I guess so. It seems like we miss Boss too much. Ha! Hua Xiaogui laughed bitterly. Ahem, be careful. I'm not a piece of dead glass. Ling Xiao said as he slowly descended from the sky. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guida were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. They were half-step Thearchs and were considered top-notch experts in the central region. Even the mystic Tharch would not be able to get close to them silently. However, when Ling Xiao suddenly appeared in front of them, it still gave them a big fright. They all knew that Ling Xiao went to the heaven region. Why did he suddenly come back? After all, Ling Xiao had only returned to the central region for 2 months. The news might have just reached the spiritual martial pavilion. Anyway, they had not received the news yet. Otherwise, they would have rushed to the proud smiling palace. They rubbed their eyes at the same time, and thought they were hallucinating. I say, what are you doing? Didn't you say you miss me? Now that I am in front of you, you can't recognize me? Ling Xiao smiled lightly. He originally wanted to scare these 2 fellows. He did not expect them to be at a loss. Oh, bosses, is it really you? I'm not drunk, right? Hua Xiaogui's eyes were wide open. He took 2 steps forward and looked at Ling Xiao. Tang Guida sobered up and said excitedly, Boss, you are back from the heaven region. Of course. Did you think I turned into a ghost and came to find you? Ling Xiao patted the 2 on the shoulder and said. Seeing these 2 brothers again, Ling Xiao was in a very good mood. Although he did not care about ordinary martial artists as his strength increased, he still missed these brothers who had once ventured with him. Some friendships wouldn't change just because of the gap in strength or the passage of time. Boss, it's really you. I missed you so much. Hua Xiaogui felt the warmth from Ling Xiao's palm, and suddenly gave Ling Xiao a bear hug. Tang Guida, on the other hand, had an excited smile on his face. It wasn't hard to see how happy he was. Ling Xiao patted Hua Xiaogui's back, then pushed him away and said, Get lost. I'm not interested in men. Hee, as long as I'm interested in Boss. Hua Xiaogui replied with a smile. His brotherly love for Ling Xiao was definitely not something that Tang Luigua could compare with. Back then, The two of them were from the same sect and had known each other much earlier than Tang Luigua. Moreover, Ling Xiao had helped him more than anyone else, so he treated Ling Xiao even better than a real brother. It could be said that without Ling Xiao, there would be no Hua Xiaogui today. Go to hell. Ling Xiao said snappily, then said, I haven't seen you for many years, you two must be doing well. Back then, Xian Yao had concluded that they had a fortuitous encounter in the spiritual martial pavilion, and that Fraud had indeed guessed correctly. It's all right. It's definitely better to stay by your boss's side. Hua Xiaogui said straightforwardly. Tang Luigua said from the side, Master and the others are all good to us. Now I'm a level 7 spirit weapon master, and Xiaogui is a level 7 alchemist. Tang Luiguo's expression was rather proud. To have such achievements at their age was definitely something that others would be envious of. After all, whether it was a weapon refiner or an alchemist, without Tenbin, it was much more difficult to advance to the next level than a martial artist. Therefore they had the capital to be proud. Of course, they were still too embarrassed to show off in front of Ling Xiao. One had to know that when Ling Xiao left the central region, he was already a level 8 alchemist, an existence that was on par with their master. Hee, not bad, not bad. However, with your Tenbin, it's still a bit of a waste. Ling Xiao laughed lightly. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luiguo's Tenbin was definitely not weaker than theirs. If they were to go to the heaven region, they would definitely be able to go up a level. If they were to receive special training, it wouldn't be a problem for them to enter the God realm. Boss, did you return from the heaven region? Aren't there countless peak-level saints over there? And there are countless saint artifacts? Quick, tell me. Hua Xiaogui said impatiently. The heaven region was a holy land. The existence of the God realm was the dream of countless people. Hua Xiaogui naturally yearned for it. You're really right. There are indeed many experts there. Sky Venerables and Mystic Thearchs are just lowly martial artists there. Saints are just considered to have just entered the scene. Ling Xiao replied. Wow, it's really that powerful. Hua Xiaogui exclaimed. Of course. This time, I'm here to ask if you want to go to the heaven region with me. It's more promising for your future there. Ling Xiao said. Really? Then I must go with you, boss. Hua Xiaogui immediately said. Tang Luigua, who was at the side, was also tempted. However, he suppressed his impulse because he had been in the spiritual martial pavilion for so many years, and was used to the feeling of being above others. If he suddenly went to the heaven region, wouldn't he have to start from being a commoner? Ling Xiao also saw through Tang Luiguo's concerns and immediately said, This time, I've brought most of the people from the Smiling Palace to live in the heaven region. The heaven and earth spiritual energy, there is more than 100 times denser than here. I also have a place to stay there. However, there are many experts there, and if you are not careful, you might lose your life. You can decide for yourselves. Anyway, I won't force you. Towards his own brothers, Ling Xiao was still full of respect. He stated the good and the bad, so that they would regret it in the future. Go, I want to go with you, boss. If I can become a saint alchemist one day, I will be satisfied. Hua Xiaogui said without hesitation. Ling Xiao gently patted his head and said, You haven't become a divine alchemist yet, so you can't call me boss in the future. Hua Xiaogui instantly pulled a long face and said, Boss, your requirements are too high. Could it be that there are many divine alchemists in the heaven region? Not many, but there are still some. Ling Xiao replied and then said, But I believe in your ability. It's only a matter of time before you become a divine alchemist. Hua Xiaogui was greatly encouraged by Ling Xiao's words, and his desire to go to the heaven region grew even stronger. Even if he encountered some danger and died, he would have no regrets because he believed that his boss would never cheat him. Tang Luigua hesitated for a while and said, Okay, I will also go with you. Tang Luigua also didn't want to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Since Hua Xiaogui had the courage, why didn't he? Maybe he could also become a divine tool master. Ah, good. You are my brothers. I will definitely not let you regret making this decision. Ling Xiao laughed, then said, You still have to talk to your masters about this, in case they have any ideas. Yes, Master knows that we are going to the heaven region, so he shouldn't stop us, Hua Xiaogui replied. At this time, Tang Luigua changed the topic and said, "Boss, how did you come to our place just now?" He had never understood how Ling Xiao had appeared out of thin air. Even if Ling Xiao had the strength of a saint, it was impossible for him to avoid everyone's eyes and ears and enter. One had to know that not just anyone could break through the barrier of the space base. And he also knew that there were two ancestors of the half-holy emperor in charge of their pavilion. However, when Ling Xiao came here, he didn't cause the slightest ripple, which made him feel strange. "I naturally came down directly from above. The space defense here is not bad, but it is impossible to stop me," Ling Xiao said indifferently. He was a dignified peak divine king, so it was as easy as flipping his hand for him to pass through this space base and avoid the senses of the half-holy emperor. However, he didn't tell them about the situation. In any case, they would know about it in the future. If he said it, they would think that he was deliberately showing off. When Tang Luigua heard Ling Xiao's words, his face revealed a shocked expression. Ling Xiao said it so easily, but he was able to avoid the sight of the two ancestors and come here. One could imagine what realm his strength had reached. This time, he was even more determined to follow Ling Xiao to the heaven region. He also wanted to become such a peerless expert. The three of them drank together and chatted about many things. In the end, Ling Xiao let the two of them go and explain the situation to their master. He planned to bring Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme back to the spiritual martial pavilion and officially visit the higher-ups of the spiritual martial pavilion. After all, the spiritual martial pavilion was Bai Yueme's family. The two families could be considered to be connected by marriage, so it was normal for him to officially visit his in-laws. At the same time, he was also afraid that Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luigua wouldn't be able to get their master's approval. He had to speak up for them, and he believed that his words would be more convincing than the two of them. In addition, he also wanted to inquire about another person's news. Ling Xiao once again returned to the proud smiling palace and called Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme over. "Father, why are you looking for us?" "I just wanted to go out for a while." Feng Lingtian brought Bai Yueme to Ling Xiao and asked, "You're messing with those poisonous things again. You're not young anymore. Raising your strength is the right way. Those crooked ways are all trash in front of absolute strength." Ling Xiao said sternly. The Gu clan had always focused on refining Gu. Feng Lingtian was brought up by the high priest, and he also had a golden silkworm Gu king by his side, which made him very interested in those Gu poisons since he was young. The Gu poison had all sorts of miraculous uses, and it was indeed something that many people feared. Moreover, Feng Lingtian's gold Gu body gave him a unique advantage in this aspect, which allowed him to cultivate some skills. "Father, it's fine if you don't want me to do it, but you should go and talk to great-grandfather." Feng Lingtian straightforwardly pushed this matter to his grandfather, the high priest. He knew that his father was very respectful to his grandfather, so he didn't dare to say anything wrong about these poisonous things. Wouldn't that mean that he looked down on the Gu clan? Ling Xiao waved his hand helplessly and said, "You guys prepare, I'll bring you back to the spiritual martial pavilion. I didn't attend your wedding back then, so I have to visit my in-laws this time." Chapter 1351. Feng Lingtian and Bai Yueme didn't know why Ling Xiao suddenly wanted to go to the spiritual martial pavilion, and their faces were filled with surprise. Bai Yueme, on the other hand, was even more worried. She was very clear about her father-in-law's strength. She thought to herself, could it be that father-in-law wants to have a showdown with the martial pavilion to determine who is the number one power in the central region? Even though it was said that if you married a chicken, you would follow a chicken, and if you married a dog, you would follow a dog. However, Bai Yueme did not forget her roots. The current pavilion master of the spiritual martial pavilion was her father, and she definitely did not want her father-in-law to attack the spiritual martial pavilion. Feng Lingtian seemed to be able to sense his wife's thoughts, and immediately asked Ling Xiao in a low voice, "Father, are you really only going to see my father-in-law?" Ling Xiao didn't understand what Feng Lingtian meant, and immediately replied, "That's right, I'm also going to see your Uncle Hua and Uncle Tang. This time, I'm going to take them away as well." "Then there's nothing else?" Feng Lingtian asked again. Ling Xiao frowned slightly and reprimanded, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't beat around the bush." Feng Lingtian scratched his head and glanced at his wife. Then he said to Ling Xiao, "Father, you're not here to pick a fight, are you?" Pick a fight? Ling Xiao couldn't wrap his head around it. I heard that you defeated one of Yuamei's martial uncles, Wu Bufan. Aren't you planning to challenge the spiritual martial pavilion this time? No matter what, Yuamei is still your wife. You can't go too far. Feng Lingtian said with a pleading expression. Even though Feng Lingtian was fighting alone in the younger generation, in front of his father he still had to be obedient. Only then did Ling Xiao understand what his son wanted to say. He immediately smiled and said, "I really don't know what you guys are thinking. Could it be that father is such an unreasonable person? No matter what, the martial spirit pavilion is your parents' home. Why would dad do anything to them? Just like what I said just now, I'm going to see your father-in-law to make up for the betrothal gifts. Otherwise, people will say that your father doesn't know how to do things and doesn't value you as a daughter-in-law. I'm just taking your two uncles away. Don't think too much." When Bai Yuemei heard this, she finally let out a sigh of relief. Then she revealed a happy smile and said, "Thank you, father-in-law. I'll bring Yuer and Zaire over to take them to see grandfather." With that, she hurriedly went to find Ling Yu and Ling Zai. She was very happy in her heart. When her father-in-law had just returned, the space ring he gave her was filled with all kinds of holy artifacts, including many top-grade mysterious crystals and holy grasses, as well as divine arts and divine artifacts. At that time, she thought that her eyes were playing tricks on her. If her husband hadn't told her about her father-in-law's strength, she would have thought that she was hallucinating. Now that her father-in-law said that he would make up for the betrothal gift, this was a great thing for her father, and she would also gain a lot of face. One had to know that back then, there were many people who opposed her marrying into the Laughing Palace and marrying Feng Lingtian. Bai Yuemei brought Ling Yu and Ling Zai over, and the two little fellows immediately stuck to Ling Zhao's side. "Grandfather, are we really going to grandfather's house?" Ling Yu asked with her round and beautiful eyes wide open. She was only about 15 years old, but she was already slim and graceful, beautiful and moving. Ling Zai also asked from the side, "Grandfather, I want to sit on Uncle Xiaojin's back." Ling Zai had only sat on the Golden Wolf King once, but he had already fallen in love with that mighty Wolf King. He wanted to sit on it again and feel that refreshing and mighty feeling. Ling Xiao patted their heads and said dotingly, "This time, Grandpa will let you two sit on 13th Uncle's dragon back. It's even more eye-catching than Uncle Xiaojin." Anyone would be overjoyed to have such a pair of fairy twins, and Ling Xiao was no exception. 13th uncle? Is it that cool golden-haired uncle? Ling Zai asked curiously. "What do you mean cool uncle?" "Little brother. You're so childish. That's a mighty uncle." Ling Yu corrected. Hee, that's right. It's that golden-haired uncle. It's a true dragon divine beast. It's the strongest existence in the world. Ling Xiao laughed. "Wow, grandfather, you really aren't lying to me? I know about the 9 great divine beasts. Father said that many of them have already gone extinct." Ling Zai revealed an exaggerated expression. Ling Xiao laughed and said, "That's because your father's horizons are too low and he hasn't seen the world. I'll let 13th uncle change back to his true form for you to see." With that, Ling Xiao brought the two of them, Feng Lingtian, and his wife out of the space base. He then called the 13th prince over and told him to return to his true form. An incomparably mighty true dragon soared into the sky, illuminating the entire sky with a dazzling golden color. What a mighty true dragon! As expected of the strongest divine beast in the world. Ling Yu exclaimed with a dazed expression. Ling Zai exclaimed in an exaggerated manner. "Grandfather is so powerful, he can even subdue such a divine beast. In the future, I will definitely be like grandfather and subdue a true dragon divine beast." Not only were the two little fellows shocked, even Feng Lingtian and Bai Yuemei were shocked. Bai Yuemei finally understood why her husband worshipped her father-in-law so much. Could such a person who could be the companion of a divine beast be compared to an ordinary person? If she were to find out that Ling Xiao had another true dragon and a Qilin, she would probably be completely stunned. Ling Xiao brought the 4 of them and flew directly towards the spiritual martial hall. This time, Ling Xiao would not sneak in again. Instead, he would openly enter from the main entrance to visit the current pavilion master of the spiritual martial hall, Bai Jinjin. Bai Jinjin looked like a middle-aged man. He had a refined temperament, and his aura was extremely restrained. He already had the strength of a low-level saint. He brought many great elders of the martial spirit pavilion to greet Ling Xiao as a sign of respect. After all, other than being in-laws, they were also the two most powerful forces in the central region. These etiquettes still had to be done. If they knew about Ling Xiao's strength, they would have sent more people to deal with him. Of course, Ling Xiao would not care too much about these people with ordinary strength. Haha, I've long heard of Brother Ling's fame. Seeing you today, your reputation is indeed well-deserved. Bai Jinjin laughed enthusiastically at Ling Xiao from afar. Bai Jinjin had heard of Ling Xiao's name a long time ago. It was just that in the past he did not pay much attention to him. However, ever since his junior brother Wu Bufan was defeated, he paid special attention to Ling Xiao. He had never thought that Ling Xiao would be able to establish the Laughing Palace in such a short period of time, and even make it on par with the spiritual martial hall. In his heart, he had no choice but to admire this young and excessive in-law. Ling Xiao smiled and said, "Pavilion Master Bai is too kind. This little brother only wants a place to settle down. How can it compare to Pavilion Master Bai's reputation?" After pausing for a moment, he continued, "Moreover, you also have Yume, who has given this little brother a pair of grandchildren. This little brother is extremely grateful. Grandfather, hurry up and let us in. Grandfather said that he has given you a betrothal gift." Ling Zhe affectionately called out to Bai Jinjin. Bai Jinjin was also extremely fond of this pair of grandchildren. He revealed a kind expression and said, All right, I'll invite you in." After entering the spiritual martial hall, Ling Xiao chatted with Bai Jinjin and the others for a while. Bai Jinjin and the others directly asked about the Heaven Realm. They all wanted to know if the Heaven Realm was really a martial artist's paradise. Ling Xiao did not directly tell them too much, because their strength was not enough to know these things. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to pass through the space barrier. Using this topic, Ling Xiao went straight to the point. He expressed that he wanted to see Hua Xiaogui's master and Tang Guogu's master, and was prepared to bring them to the Heaven Realm. Bai Jinjin could not make the decision on this matter, but he still invited Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun. These two were the spiritual martial hall's heavenly crystal. In the spiritual martial hall, other than the old pavilion master and the other pavilion guardian elder, they had the most power. Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun also brought Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogu over. Their expressions were not good. It was obvious that the result of their negotiation was not very ideal. Tai Shijun's personality was more straightforward, and directly said to Ling Xiao, "Palace Master Ling, although you have gone to the Heaven Realm to broaden your horizons, you cannot take my disciple away. I still need to rely on him to pass on my legacy." Feng Zheng also lightly said, "Palace Master Ling has good intentions. Junior brother, you don't need to be angry, just talk about it." Then he looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Xiaogui and Luo Guogu are our direct disciples. They have performed very well, and in the future, they will become Saint Refinement Masters and Saint Tool Masters. Palace Master Ling, if you want to take them away, it will be the lifeline of us two old men." Although Feng Zheng's words were polite, there was an undeniable aura in his words. It was obvious that he was very uncomfortable. He suspected that Ling Xiao had told his two disciples in advance, and planned to trick them away for his use. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Guogu looked a little anxious, but they also knew that it was useless to say anything. Everything depended on how Ling Xiao would handle it. Ling Xiao took a sip of tea, wiped a faint smile, and said, "Seniors, I know that you are very good to Little Turtle and Luo Guogu, but you should think about them. If you let them stay here, can you let them refine this pill? Can you let them refine this weapon?" After saying that, Ling Xiao took out an ordinary Holy Emperor pill and a top-grade Saint tool. The holy pill exuded a rich and intoxicating fragrance, and the Saint tool shone brilliantly, instantly attracting everyone in the hall. Feng Zheng swallowed and took the pill and said, This is the legendary Holy Emperor pill?" Tai Shijun, who was next to him, held a Saint sword in his hand and exclaimed, "This is a top-grade Saint tool. From the power it exudes, it is definitely infinitely close to a demigod tool. The forging method is also perfect. That's right, the Holy Emperor Pill and top-grade Saint Tool are just ordinary goods in the heaven realm. If the two of you think that you can train Little Turtle and Luo Guogu to this level, I will never mention this again, Ling Xiao said, and then he added, if it's not possible, please don't stop them from advancing to a higher realm. After saying that, Ling Xiao slightly exposed a bit of his aura, and waves of divine light flickered in the hall. Chapter 1352. Shrouded in divine light, his aura was like a rainbow. Everyone in the main hall felt the urge to kneel down immediately. Even Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun, the two mid-level saints, felt the same way. Ling Xiao retracted his aura and regained his composure. There was no change in his expression. However, everyone in the main hall looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable respect. Even if they were blind, they could sense that Ling Xiao's strength was many times stronger than theirs. At this time, a dozen or so powerful auras rushed into the main hall. Immediately after, two old men rushed into the main hall as fast as they could. These two old men were the true elders of the spiritual martial pavilion. One was the old pavilion master, Luo Haohong, and the other was the supreme sect protector elder, Xiang Buting. Both of them had the strength of a half-holy emperor. Like Han Kai, they were of the older generation and had lived for more than 10,000 years. They were the oldest existences in the central region. What happened just now? Luo Haohong immediately stared at the people present and shouted. Although the aura just flashed by, everyone could feel the terrifying existence of that aura. The people of the spiritual martial pavilion all stood up and greeted the two old men. Then Bai Jijin explained, Old Pavilion Master, Elder Xiang, don't be nervous. Just now it was Palace Master Ling's aura. He is just a guest in our pavilion. Luo Haohong and Xiang Buting looked at Ling Xiao together, their old eyes filled with a strong sense of intimidation. Unfortunately, their strength was not worth mentioning in Ling Xiao's eyes. Ling Xiao stood up and cupped his hands, smiling faintly. Seniors, it is really Ling Xiao's fault. The more calm Ling Xiao was, the more extraordinary he was. So you are Ling Xiao. Could it be that you want to challenge our spiritual martial pavilion? Xiang Buting said to Ling Xiao bluntly. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. The spiritual martial pavilion is the #1 power in the central region. And you too have the strength of a half-holy emperor. Why would anyone challenge you? Ling Xiao's words were very clear. He directly pointed out their strength, letting them know that he, Ling Xiao, could see the depth of their strength, but he would not challenge them because they were not qualified. At this time, Luo Haohong revealed a somewhat moved expression. I have long heard that the proud smiling palace master Ling Xiao is unparalleled in the Tao of alchemy. Today, I see that you are truly a dragon among men. I wonder what Palace Master Ling has come to our martial pavilion for? Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun each took out a Saint Emperor pellet and a top-grade Saint artifact and began explaining to Luo Haohong and Xiang Buting. The way the two old men looked at Ling Xiao immediately changed. To be able to casually take out such a holy artifact, it was enough to show that Ling Xiao's strength was already far above theirs. The rest of the conversation became much easier. The two old men kept asking Ling Xiao about the heaven realm. For the past tens of thousands of years, every few thousand years, their spiritual martial pavilion would send people to the heaven creation domain, but no one could return. They were filled with curiosity about the heaven realm. Ling Xiao revealed more information to the two of them, and if they were willing, he could bring them to the heaven realm. However, once they reached the heaven realm, everything would still depend on them. Ling Xiao did not have the heart to take care of so many people. Everyone in the hall revealed looks of yearning, but they also knew that it was not a place they could go to whenever they wanted. After a series of discussions, the spiritual martial pavilion finally agreed to let Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luo follow Ling Xiao to the heaven realm, and Luo Haohong and Xiang Buting were also willing to go. After all, there was not much they could do to stay here. Without the source energy to absorb, they would not be able to break through and become the true holy emperor. Ling Xiao did not mind bringing two more people, and immediately agreed to their request. He was thinking if one day, the source energy of the Xianling continent recovered, he did not know if they would still want to leave. However, in the short term, going to the heaven realm was the best choice. As for the others, Ling Xiao did not plan to bring any more. He did not want to cause so much trouble. Hua Xiaogui and Tang Luo finally felt the weight in their hearts drop. At this time, Ling Xiao asked Luo Haohong, "Oh right, I wonder if Wu Bufan Brother Wu is here? The battle with Brother Wu back then has benefited me greatly." Ling Xiao's words were very sincere, and there was not the slightest hint of mockery. He really wanted to see Wu Bufan. This opponent, who once made him feel that he was a difficult opponent in the Central Territory, was really hard to find, and his physique was 1 in a million. Ling Xiao naturally wanted to rope this person with limitless potential to his side. In the future, he would have a good helper in the heaven realm. At the same time, he thought of another person, Yuan Zhantian, the inheritor of the sacred battle ape. He also had to find him. He could not let him be buried. At this time, Luo Haohong, Xiang Buting by Jin, and the others all looked a little ugly. Obviously, Wu Bufan's situation was not very good. Ling Xiao was a little worried that something had happened to the chaotic battle body. He asked again, "Could it be that Brother Wu is?" At this time, Luo Haohong waved his hand and dismissed the others, leaving only Xiang Buting, Bai Jin, Feng Zheng, and Tai Shijun. Then he said, "Actually, we don't know where he went either. After his battle with you, he tasted defeat for the first time. He sat there for a whole 3 years, then said goodbye to this old man, and went to search for his destiny. He left for a few decades, and during this time, we sent many people to pay attention to his whereabouts, but we found nothing. If not for the light from the jade tube of life, this old man would have thought that he was no longer in this world." Luo Haohong's expression was indescribably desolate. Wu Bufan was the most outstanding disciple he had accepted in his later years, and his chaotic battle body was a unique top-notch physique. His future could be said to be smooth, and it would not be a problem for him to reach the peak. However, he had disappeared for a few decades, and they all suspected that Wu Bufan had gone to the heaven realm, or perhaps he had fallen into some kind of predicament and was desperately struggling. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Since he is still alive, then he should be fine. Wu Bufan was born with a chaotic battle body, so his destiny should not be inferior to his. It was just a pity that he couldn't meet him, as he had a generous gift to give him. "We also hope so," Luo Haohong sighed softly. Since they couldn't find Wu Bufan, Ling Xiao was too lazy to say anything else. After agreeing on a time to go to the heaven realm with them, he handed over a space ring to Bai Jijin as compensation for Feng Lingtian's betrothal gift to Bai Yueme. At first, Bai Jijin had been declining. After all, the proud smiling palace had also given him a generous gift, so how could he accept a double gift? In the end, Bai Yueme, who had been silent all this time, had no choice but to persuade her father to accept it. Bai Yueme knew that her father-in-law's gift was definitely extraordinary, and if her father didn't accept it, he would definitely regret it. Bai Jijin looked at his daughter's expression, and thought back to the aura Ling Xiao had just released. After hesitating for a moment, he still accepted the space ring. After Ling Xiao left the martial spirit pavilion, Bai Jijin immediately looked at the things inside the space ring, and his mouth opened wide in surprise, his old eyes filled with disbelief. "Yueme, are the things inside real?" Bai Jijin looked at his daughter and asked in surprise. Feng Zheng didn't wait for Bai Yueme to answer and immediately asked, "Pavilion Master, what exactly is inside?" Bai Jijin hesitated for a moment before taking out some of the things inside the space ring and showing them to everyone present. Everyone held their breaths as they stared at the pile of holy objects that were emitting a brilliant aura. Although their martial spirit pavilion was the #1 force in the Central Territory, and also had a lot of good treasures, compared to the many holy artifacts in front of them, they were simply trash. Everyone's eyes shone brightly, and they couldn't wait to immediately take these holy artifacts for themselves. Luo Haohong took a light breath and said, "No wonder Ling Xiao can defeat Bufan of the same level as him. He must have obtained a heaven-defying opportunity in the heaven domain." Xiang Buting said faintly, "If we leave with him, we should be able to go to the next level. The Martial Spirit Pavilion and the Proud Smiling Palace have already formed an alliance, so I believe our Martial Spirit Pavilion will not face any big waves in the next 10,000 years." We can also leave with peace of mind. And go back and tell them about the things we need to do. Who knows what will happen in the heaven domain? Luo Haohong nodded and left the main hall. Xiang Buting turned to Bai Jijin and said, Jijin, the martial pavilion will depend on you in the future. With this batch of sacred objects, you will be able to improve your cultivation level. You must not destroy the foundation left by your ancestors. After saying that, he also left with Luo Haohong. Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun looked at the pile of holy artifacts in Bai Jijin's hands reluctantly. However, they did not seem to remember that the Holy Emperor Pill and the top-grade holy artifact that Ling Xiao had just given them were still in their hands. Bai Jijin secretly said in his heart, Elders, you can't be too greedy. Although Bai Jijin was unwilling, he still picked out a few holy artifacts from the spatial ring and gave them to Feng Zheng and Tai Shijun, sending them away. When only Bai Jijin, Feng Ling Tian, and Bai Yueme were left in the main hall, Bai Jijin could not wait to ask Feng Ling Tian. Tian, what realm has your father reached now? Feng Ling Tian spread his hands and showed an impatient smile. I don't know what realm father has reached, but it will only take him half a day to fly here from our side. Feng Ling Tian was also telling the truth. He really did not know the true strength of Ling Xiao, but they all guessed that he should already be a god. It was just that gods were also divided into ranks, but it was hard to say which rank they were. Moreover, he was afraid that if he spoke too openly, it would not be good to frighten his father-in-law. However, Feng Ling Tian's words were already frightening enough for Bai Jijin. The distance from the proud smiling palace to the martial spirit pavilion was more than millions of kilometers. With the help of the transmission array, it would take him more than 2 months to travel, but Ling Xiao only needed half a day. What kind of concept was this? No wonder he can take out so many holy artifacts so easily. Bai Jijin looked at the spatial ring in his hand with a look of horror. Chapter 1353. Ling Xiao temporarily left Feng Ling Tian, Bai Yueme, Ling Yu, and Ling Zhe at the spiritual martial hall to have a good gathering. When the time came to head to the heavenly region, he would bring them back to the Laughing Palace one by one. After losing track of Wu Bufan, Ling Xiao felt a little unwilling in his heart. No matter what, this former enemy of his was like a bright future to him. As long as he grew up, there would be a place for him in the heavenly region. Let's go find Yuan Zhantian first. This guy probably won't reject my invitation. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he tore open a spatial rift and shot towards a certain direction. In the southeastern part of the central region, in the deepest part of a continuous mountain range, there was a monkey paradise. Within a radius of several tens of mountains, the entire mountain was filled with monkeys. They hung from the ancient trees and leaped nonstop. Squeaking sounds rang out incessantly in this place. Among these mountains, there was one tallest and most majestic mountain with a waterfall hanging upside down. This waterfall was like a river that hung upside down from the sky, roaring endlessly, stirring up thousands of layers of waves, and the crashing sounds were deafening. Behind this waterfall that was like a silver veil, there was a cave that ordinary people would not be able to discover. On top of the cave was engraved the ancient words Water Curtain Cave. These 3 words seemed to carry some kind of hidden power, giving off an incomparably intimidating power. If an ordinary person saw these 3 words, they would probably vomit blood immediately. Inside the cave, there was a tall and sturdy figure dressed in golden armor. His face looked like a human and an ape, giving off a formless sense of deterrence. He held up the monkey wine that the monkeys had brought over, and was drinking it in big mouthfuls. His eyes revealed a thick hostility, and his expression was incomparably irritable. Upon closer inspection, there was actually a very sinister scar on his waist. This scar was extremely strange and could not be healed. Furthermore, it was constantly oozing with blood, making it look rather frightening. Around this ape kneeled an old monkey and a few large power King Kong apes. They were impressively all at the 8th step and above. Such a force was a top-notch existence anywhere in the central region. The ape who was drinking wine and disregarding life and death was Yuan Zhantian, who had once been defeated by Ling Xiao. Now, the signs of his transformation into an ape were becoming more and more obvious. His current strength had actually risen from the mystic Dharch level to that of a mid-tier saint. This kind of advancement speed would definitely shock everyone. However, given Yuan Zhantian's battle prowess, even a high-level saint or a high-level 8th-level spirit beast would find it hard to injure him. But now he was indeed injured, and his injuries couldn't be healed. He could only wait for death. Yuan Zhantian's heart was filled with indignation. He was extremely frustrated and aggrieved. A few days ago, he had challenged all the mutated peak-type 8 poisonous mantises in this mountain range, intending to determine who was the true king of this mountain range. However, in this battle he was able to defeat the mutated poisonous mantis and gain the upper hand. But in the end he had been too careless. He had wanted to make the poisonous mantis submit to him, but in a moment of carelessness, he had been beheaded and ruthlessly slashed by its sickle claws. The sickle claws contained all the strength and poison in its body. It had broken through Yuan Zhantian's defense and almost cut him in half. Even though he had killed the mutated poisonous mantis with one strike, his wound was still bleeding profusely. No matter what method he used, he was unable to heal it. This was the terrifying part of the mutated poisonous mantis. If not for his abnormal physical body, this slash would have been enough to take his life. Now that a few days had passed, he had been holding on and had not fallen. However, he knew that he couldn't hold on for much longer. He kept using wine to anesthetize himself, forcing himself to forget the pain of death. He thought of a figure. In this life his goal was to defeat him. He would only be satisfied after wiping away his previous humiliation. Now it seemed that he was powerless. All of you retreat. The poison in Yuan Zhantian's body had already begun to attack his heart. His blood was almost drained, and even his speech had become incomparably weak. Prince, Old Monkey said with a trembling voice. His eyes were filled with tears. The other Diamond Ape Kings patted their chests and cried out in alarm. Get out! Yuan Zhantian stood up with his golden rod in hand and shouted. He stabbed the rod into the ground, causing the cave to shake. Even if he died, he was unwilling to let any ape see him like this. He had to face death alone. Even if he died, he had to stand tall and never let any of his companions pity him. This was the sorrow of being a king, the pride and loneliness of being a king. Old Monkey and a few other diamond apes went outside and knelt in front of the waterfall. They raised their heads to the sky and screamed. Their sorrowful cries spread everywhere. Following that, all the apes seemed to have realized something. One by one, they knelt down in front of the waterfall. Low cries could be heard. Suddenly, cries of sorrow could be heard everywhere. When Ling Xiao found this place, he was shocked by the cries. When Yuan Zhantian came out to help him, he told Ling Xiao that he lived in this mountain range for a long time. That was why Ling Xiao was able to find this place. However, just as he arrived here, he heard so many ape cries. Needless to say, something must have happened. Ling Xiao's gaze locked onto the old monkey that had taken human form. This old monkey had once helped him along with Yuan Zhantian. Ling Xiao instantly landed in front of the old monkey and said, "What happened to Master Monkey? Where's Brother Yuan?" Old Monkey and the few Diamond Ape Kings were shocked by the sudden appearance of Ling Xiao. Many of the apes revealed a fierce aura and wanted to attack this human. Old Monkey recognized Ling Xiao and immediately cried out, "Prince, he's in a bad situation." Ling Xiao frowned deeply. He scanned the waterfall with his divine will and sensed that Yuan Zhantian's aura was about to be cut off. This is bad. Ling Xiao cried out in alarm, and his body shot towards the waterfall like lightning. The old monkey and the few Diamond Ape Kings immediately lost Ling Xiao's aura. They looked around, but did not see anyone. They all wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Not long after, they actually sensed that their prince's aura was gradually recovering. Furthermore, his strength was constantly rising, and all the spiritual energy in the mountains was being sucked into the water curtain cave. Old Monkey and the few large power King Kong Ape Kings did not understand why there was such a sudden change. However, this was at least a good thing. Their prince might already have a way to save them. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. The aura in the water curtain cave had finally risen to its peak. Boom! An explosive sound rang out from the water curtain cave. A sparkling wave exploded from the middle of the waterfall. A shadow rushed out from there, and tens of thousands of golden lights shone in the sky. Roar! An ape's roar resounded for tens of thousands of miles. A 1,000-meter-tall sacred battle ape image suddenly appeared, causing all the monkeys and apes to kneel on the ground and cry out in alarm. Soon after, another figure emerged from the waterfall. However, this figure was rather low-key. He only looked at Yuan Zhantian, who was standing in the air with a satisfied expression. Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, this guy would have died. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Yuan Zhantian was a helper that Ling Xiao valued. His potential was definitely not inferior to Wu Bufan's, and as long as he was allowed to grow up, his combat strength would not be inferior to any of the monsters in the heavenly realm. The sacred battle ape was the most warlike race in the world, and it was also a race whose combat strength was comparable to that of a divine beast. If he were to die, what would happen to the heavens? Yuan Zhantian descended from the sky and instructed the old monkey and the large power King Kong ape to disperse all the monkeys and apes. Then he rushed to Ling Xiao's side and said, "Although you saved me, I will defeat you one day. However, I will spare your life when the time comes." Yuan Zhantian did not feel any enthusiasm for Ling Xiao saving him. His face was always meticulous, as if he did not feel any gratitude. However, Ling Xiao understood Yuan Zhantian. His personality was like this, and the fact that he could say these words already represented the gratitude in his heart. Ling Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said, "Then I will thank you in advance. I will wait for that day to come, but I will not lose." After a pause he said, "I have returned from the heavenly realm, and I plan to bring you with me." Ling Xiao did not explain too much to Yuan Zhantian, but he knew that Yuan Zhantian could already understand his sincerity. Yuan Zhantian looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated look in his eyes. Then he suddenly attacked Ling Xiao. He had just obtained the antidote from Ling Xiao's deity's spring, and his body had been cleansed once again, allowing him to break through in one go and become a high-level saint. The golden rod in his hand smashed down at Ling Xiao with all his might, and the space in midair was immediately destroyed by the power of space. Its power was extremely terrifying, and even a peak saint would find it difficult to withstand it. However, Ling Xiao did not dodge, and directly looked at Yuan Zhantian's attack indifferently. Rumble! A golden light exploded above Ling Xiao's position, and the shocking sound of the attack rang out, causing the surrounding space to tremble. This powerful move had used up all of Yuan Zhantian's strength. Yuan Zhantian stared coldly at the dissipating power, his eyes shining with starlight. Then, a look of horror appeared on his face. This was because Ling Xiao, who had been hit by his attack, was still standing in one piece, looking at him with a gentle smile on his face. It was as if the attack had not affected him at all. "What is your strength now?" Yuan Zhantian asked, tightening his grip on the golden rod. Even though he knew that there was a huge gap between his and Ling Xiao's strength, he still wanted to know how big the gap was. "God." Ling Xiao's answer was also very concise, with only one word. Yuan Zhantian's pupils shrank, and all his golden hair stood on end. Clearly, he was extremely shocked by this result. "All right, I will go with you." Yuan Zhantian no longer hesitated, and replied straightforwardly. Chapter 1354. He had contacted all the people he needed to contact, and made all the necessary arrangements. Ling Xiao planned to bring all the people he had arranged to the heaven realm in 3 days. The main purpose of this migration was to create a better environment for them, so that they could advance faster and live forever. Before they left, Ling Xiao used a holy item to catalyze some of the mystic thearchs in the Smiling Palace to become saints. He also raised the level of the saints under his control, and asked them to protect the Smiling Palace. Even if they left, they could not let the name of the Smiling Palace be tarnished. As for the position of the Palace Lord of the Smiling Palace, it was Lu Shimin, the most outstanding disciple of the first generation. Lu Shimin was only a little over 70 years old, about the same age as Xian Li and the others. He was a disciple of the Smiling Palace when it was first established. He was the disciple of Lung Shi, the hall master of the Snake Hall. Lu Shimin's physical condition was not very good, but his comprehension was better than others. He could often draw inferences about other things from one instance. His cultivation speed was not any slower than that of his peers who had better physical conditions. In fact, he was much faster. Lung Shi taught him everything he knew and even taught him the killing sword Dao that he had learned in his early years. Lu Shimin understood it and created a top-grade spirit sword in Tent Small World. When he was just over 40 years old, he broke through to the Celestial Lord realm. He was the best among his peers in the Smiling Palace. Another thing worth mentioning was that he had participated in the Imperial List competition and won the title of Imperial Killer. Lu Shimin already had the strength of a peak-level Celestial Lord. He was only one step away from becoming a Mystic Tharch. This time, after he had been recommended by the various Hall Masters to be the Palace Lord's successor, Ling Xiao had forcefully raised his strength to the mid-stage Mystic Tharch realm. He had even bestowed the Saint Liquid and had remolded his physique. Ling Xiao had allowed him to stay in the Palace Lord's palace with peace of mind. When someone else took over his position in the future, he would still have the chance to head to the Heaven region. Lu Shimin, of course, had no objection. After all, he was already very satisfied to be able to become so powerful and have the chance to become a saint. What's more, he was now the Palace Lord of the Smiling Palace. When everything was almost ready, Ling Xiao brought back all the people who had yet to return. Ling Xiao's return to the Heaven domain this time was only temporary. He firmly believed that he would return to the Xianling continent in the near future. If they could really save the Xianling continent, perhaps this batch of people who had moved to the Heaven realm would come back again. Before Ling Xiao returned to the Heaven domain, Ling Fei had already returned to the clan and reported everything that had happened in the Xianling continent to clan leader Ling Bo. In the end, all the big shots of the Kim people immediately gathered the elders to discuss this matter. In the end, they were unable to come up with a plan because they understood the old ancestor. He always meant what he said. If they recklessly rescued him and destroyed the Xianling continent, that old ancestor would probably explode in anger. After some discussion, they decided to wait for Ling Xiao to come back and listen to his suggestions. At the same time, they ordered people to start searching for the Genesis Stone. Another thing was that when Ling Xiao returned to the Heaven domain, the Medicine Guild of the Tianyuan region sent someone with an invitation, inviting Ling Xiao, the youngest godly alchemist, to participate in the alchemy conference of the Medicine Guild. This conference was only held for the youngest godly alchemists of the new generation. Its purpose was to promote and exchange alchemy skills. Anyone who could perform well in this conference would receive a generous reward and the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with the Supreme Alchemist. As for those rewards, godly alchemists wouldn't care too much about them, but the opportunity to have a face-to-face conversation with the Supreme Alchemist was absolutely a luxury that any godly alchemist could only dream of. After all, it was already a great fortune for an alchemist to become a godly alchemist. If one wanted to advance to the Supreme Alchemist, without the guidance of the Supreme Alchemist, the probability was almost 1 in 10,000, which was very small. This was also one of the reasons why there were only a handful of people in the Heaven domain who could reach the Supreme Alchemist level. And if those new godly alchemists could get the recognition of a Supreme Alchemist and receive 1 or 2 pointers, it might play an absolutely crucial role in their advancement to the Supreme Alchemist level in the future. Therefore, every time a godly alchemist was invited by the Medicine Guild, it was a supreme honor. And this invitation was only for those young godly alchemists with tenbin. There was no such treatment for those godly alchemists who were late bloomers. When the Dragon Gate found out that Ling Xiao had received this invitation, the entire sect was extremely excited. It must be known that in the past hundreds of thousands of years, only Zheng Can, the godly alchemist in the Dragon Gate, was lucky enough to receive an invitation from the Medicine Guild. However, he didn't receive the favor of the Supreme Alchemist, which made him regret it for the rest of his life. As for the other godly alchemists, they didn't have this opportunity. After all, they became godly alchemists relatively late, so the Medicine Guild didn't look favorably upon them at all. However, as the alchemy conference of the Medicine Guild drew closer and closer, they didn't see Ling Xiao return. This made the people of the Dragon Gate very anxious. If they missed this opportunity, they wouldn't have another one like this in the future. This was an opportunity that concerned whether or not the Dragon Gate would have a Supreme Alchemist in the future. Once Ling Xiao became the Supreme Alchemist, more people would join the Dragon Gate, and the Dragon Gate's strength would definitely multiply. At that time, the Dragon Gate would be even more dazzling in the Heaven domain, and its status would rise to another level. The entire sect hoped that Ling Xiao could represent the Dragon Gate to go to the Medicine Guild and participate in this conference. However, it was useless for them to be anxious. They had to wait for Ling Xiao's return. Besides these things, the Dark Shadow Clan had started to arrange the plan to kill Ling Xiao. After they had lost many half-incipient God Realm existences, the Dark Shadow Clan couldn't sit still anymore. Once they let Ling Xiao mature, the Dark Shadow Clan would be destroyed soon. They had to take action immediately to kill him in one strike. However, this plan had to be perfect. They couldn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, if they provoked the master of the Kim people, the Dark Shadow Clan would be finished. The competence of the Dark Shadow Clan had declined a lot compared to the antiquity time. They didn't have the competence to challenge the Kim people directly. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so scared. After discussing for a while, they decided to spread the news that Ling Xiao had the inheritance of the Soul Clan to the other ancient clans. They believed that not only the Dark Shadow Clan was interested in the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, but the others also didn't want to miss it. As long as the other ancient clans showed up, even if the Kim people were stronger, they wouldn't dare to act rashly. And this time, the Dark Shadow Clan had contacted some unknown ancient clans in the Sky Dragon area. Just like the Dark Shadow Clan, they used to deal with the Soul Clan. They didn't tell the ancient clans in the other areas. If they were asked to cross the border to deal with one person, it would create a big commotion. In the Sky Dragon territory, the Gold Clan caught up and became the strongest race in the Sky Dragon territory. The people of the Gold Clan often moved around outside. So many people knew of them, so they were quite famous. Ordinary people didn't know about the other ancient clans that had been living in seclusion. The Dark Shadow Clan was an ancient clan that had been passed down from the antiquity time. They knew more than the others. There was the Beast Man tribe that people thought was extinct. They had the intimidating competence to transform into beast men. If it weren't for the fact that not many of them could activate their bloodline, they wouldn't be less powerful than the Kim people. Since the antiquity time, they were a race that had been discriminated against even more than the Soul Clan. People thought that they were hybrids. After all, they had the mixed bloodline of humans and beasts. Because of this, their nature was fierce and their methods were ruthless. Of course, when the Soul Clan was besieged by the other races, they wanted to take advantage of Ping Yi and steal the Soul Clan's resources. It was also at that time that the Beastman tribe had invaded the other races, causing people to be afraid of them. As time passed, the Beastman tribe had offended too many people. Many of them had been killed by others. They also learned to hide their identities and didn't expose themselves easily. They would only transform at the critical moment to kill their enemies. Although there weren't many of them, they were definitely a powerful race that people couldn't help but pay attention to. In addition, there were two other powerful ancient clans that didn't appear in the world. They were the Wood Grain race and the Winged race. The hatred between these two races and the Soul Clan wasn't as deep as the Dark Shadow Clan, but there had been many conflicts. This was all because the Soul Clan had been too overbearing in the past. Once they had a disagreement, they would kill. That was why they were besieged and killed by the other races. The Wood Grain race was born with wood grain on their bodies, and the different shapes of their wood grains represented the different paths they would take in the future. They had always lived in an unknown ancient mountain range, and no one knew their whereabouts. It was said that their race had an exquisite divine tree. It was a miraculous ancient tree that was ranked fourth among the 9 great divine trees. It was an existence that was equally famous as the undying tree. It was precisely because of the existence of this divine tree that the Wood Grain race possessed the miraculous ability to see through the hearts of others. It allowed them to see through their opponents' attack patterns during battle and deal with them in advance. Since the Wood Grain race possessed this miraculous ability, it allowed them to see through the dangers of the world. So they chose to live in seclusion. Most of their clansmen didn't interact with other humans because it was very easy for them to see through the intentions of others. This allowed them to understand that the greed of humans was endless. As for the Winged race, they were born with a pair of divine wings that gave them an innate advantage in flight that other humans couldn't compare to. Ordinary humans could only fly after attaining the king rank, but the Winged race could fly regardless of their strength. Moreover, they didn't consume any spirit energy and were extremely fast. They considered themselves to be innately divine, and all of them were incomparably arrogant. They looked down on other humans and beasts. In the past, it was because of this arrogance that they had incurred enmity with the Soul Clan. Later on, the other races had besieged the Soul Clan, and they'd sent their clansmen to participate in the battle. They were most interested in Solwyn's Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. In that battle, they'd gone there for the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop. So the Dark Shadow Clan had undoubtedly sent news to them so that the winged race could capture and kill Ling Xiao. Because the winged race was one of the powerful ancient clans that wasn't afraid of fighting the Kim people head-on. Chapter 1355. After the Dark Shadow Clan spread the news to the other three clans, only the Wood Grain Clan didn't have any representative. The Werewolf Clan and the Bear Clan were the most interested, and the Winged Clan was even more determined to get it. The Dark Shadow Clan planned to fish in troubled waters and see if they could get any benefits in the end. Of course, they also valued the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop the most. If it wasn't for the fact that Supremes couldn't move out casually, they definitely wouldn't have spread the news to the other clans. If the other clans' Supremes moved out and attracted the attention of the Kim people, they would be able to reap the benefits without doing anything. Currently, there were a few unfamiliar faces in the territory of the Green Moon Palace. All of them had hidden their strength, but they had all reached the Divine King level. When the few Divine King elders of the Green Moon Palace learned of the situation, they all looked anxious. They didn't know what these Divine Kings were doing here. After all, the territory of the Green Moon Palace was the most remote place in the Sky Dragon domain. Normally, very few Divine Kings would come here. Now that so many of them had appeared, they all felt that something big was going to happen. At the same time, they thought of the Sunjin of Goguryeo Ling Xiao who had appeared in the Stone Heaven City 2 years ago. They felt that these Divine Kings were looking for Ling Xiao and wanted to challenge him for the position of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. Although they guessed wrong, they had already guessed a direction. They were looking for traces of Ling Xiao, because this was the last place Ling Xiao had appeared. They were sure that Ling Xiao would definitely appear here again. Of course, Ling Xiao didn't know that a great danger was approaching him. He had already brought all the people he needed to bring. He was on the way back to the Heaven region with Ling Gang, the evil emperor, Mad Monk, the Prodigal, and the 13th Prince. They flew all the way to the space checkpoint and forcibly passed through the barriers. With their strength, they didn't need to worry about being affected by the power here. From the Xianling continent to the Heavenly Region Fortress, Ling Xiao and the rest had only spent a month's time. Compared to the time that would have taken years in the past, it was many times shorter. After arriving at the Empyrean stronghold, they did not stop. They immediately activated the Heaven Connecting Formation in the 9 heavens and returned to the Empyrean stronghold. Many people who went up to the Heaven domain from the Heaven Array would be uncontrollably scattered to different places. However, Ling Xiao and the others were not affected by this. They were all God Kings, so the power of the Heaven Connecting Formation did not affect them too much. As long as they chose a direction, there would not be any deviation. Returning to the heavenly domain, Ling Xiao and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. Being in the Xianling continent and the Heaven domain stronghold, which lacked the source of energy, made them feel very uncomfortable. The Heaven domain was indeed a place where talented people came from. The dense energy here was not something other places could compare to. Ling Xiao thought, if the Xianling continent really gathered the source of energy like what his ancestors said, wouldn't they be able to create another Heaven domain? By that time, the Kim people would move back to their ancestral land and become kings. He believed that it would be more comfortable than living in the Heaven domain. Of course, it was not to say that they were going to remain stagnant there. They could still open up the space gate between the Xianling continent and the Jing clan's land. With one more space gate between the two lands, they would be able to travel back and forth, allowing them to occupy more resources and increase their power. However, it was still too early to think about these things. They must first find the 9 kinds of source stones, the 9 supremes of different attributes, and a divine array master who knew how to set up the origin formation. Every condition was almost as difficult as ascending to the heavens. It would not be easy to achieve them. Ling Xiao thought of Fraud Tian, who had left him for many years. He did not know if he had found his opportunity. If he became a divine king, he might be able to set up the origin formation. He knew that Fraud Tian's method of setting up a formation was no worse than his alchemy method. Uncle Xiao, let's go back now. I believe the clan master and the others are waiting for us. Ling Gang reminded Ling Xiao, who was in a daze. Ling Xiao nodded. Just as he was about to make his move, he sensed something and looked around. Ling Gang and the others seemed to feel something too. They immediately became alert. Uncle Xiao, there seems to be something wrong. Ling Gang transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said in a low voice, "You go ahead with my master. I'm sure they're coming for me." "No, my responsibility is to protect you. How can I let you take the risk? Besides, I don't think they are our opponents." Ling Gang refused. Ling Xiao had no choice but to say, "Let's play it by ear." "Is it the Dark Shadow clan again?" Ling Xiao thought suspiciously. Previously, when he killed the Dark Shadow clan, he had alerted them. His identity as the inheritor of the Soul clan had been exposed. However, the aura hiding around didn't seem to belong to the Dark Shadow clan. After all, the Dark Shadow clan was good at hiding their tracks. If it wasn't the Dark Shadow clan, who dared to attack them? Could it be that they weren't here for them? Ling Xiao and the others didn't say anything. They immediately dashed toward Shirtian City. They just needed to use the space formation to leave this place. They believed that they could get rid of those people. However, the people who came were really going to deal with them. A few figures appeared and blocked Ling Xiao and the others' way. These people were straightforward. They all transformed into werewolves and bearmen, and entered their fighting mode. They didn't want others to recognize their human forms. The werewolf tribe and the bearman tribe. Ling Xiao and the others immediately knew who they were. The 3 werewolves and the 2 bearmen were all half-incipient god realm existences. After transforming into beastmen, their fighting power doubled. Around them were more than 10 level 10 wolf kings, and more than 10 level 10 black bears. Among them, there were 2 high level 10 existences and 1 mutant wolf king was at the peak of level 10. Powerful beastmen had the ability to get close to holy beasts. These wolf kings and black bears were their companions. They didn't need to sign any contract to recruit them. This was the beastman's powerful beast taming ability. Such a force was waiting for Ling Xiao and the others here. They were giving them too much face. "Beastmen, do you want to attack us, the Kim people?" Ling Gang took the lead, riding his golden lion and shouting at the 5 people. Although the other party's strength was terrifying, the Kim people were not cowards. The people around Ling Xiao became alert. The leader of the werewolves bared his fangs and ignored Ling Gang. He looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, give us the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and we will let you go." The Beastmen tribe wasn't stupid. The Dark Shadow clan sold them this information because they wanted them to deal with the Soul clan's successor. If it was just an ordinary Sunjin of Goguryeo, they wouldn't mind helping the Dark Shadow clan get rid of him. However, the Dark Shadow clan couldn't deal with the Sunjin of Goguryeo. Moreover, he was related to the Kim people. They had to be cautious. If the other party was smart enough to give them the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, this matter would end here. That way they wouldn't need to offend the Kim people. After all, they were only half-incipient God Realm experts and so many level 10 holy beasts. Would the other party dare to resist? Ling Xiao understood why they came here. "If you guys come here first, it saves me the trouble of looking for you," Ling Xiao thought. Ling Xiao hated the enemies of the Soul clan from the bottom of his heart. However, even though he had Hun Feng's inheritance, he didn't go around looking for the ancient tribe members to take revenge on them. It was because he wanted to wait until he reached the Great Master Realm before taking action. Also, he hoped that the descendants of the Soul clan could complete this revenge plan. But now his identity was exposed and they came to him. He had to deal with them. "Ling Gang, you guys step back. I'll deal with them," Ling Xiao said to Ling Gang. Then he looked at the werewolves and bears. "Since you know the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop and you still want to die, I have to admire your courage." Ling Xiao looked at them coldly, and his aura suddenly soared. "If they have the guts to deal with us, why should we be afraid of them?" No matter what, Ling Gang was a peak god king, and a member of the Senjin kingdom of Goguryeo. He wasn't afraid of these half-incipient God realm experts. Evil Emperor and Mad Monk also stepped forward, their auras rocketing. The Prodigal Boy and the 13th Prince also stepped forward. Although their force didn't have any half-incipient God realm experts, they were all elites among King God realm experts. Moreover, they had the advantage in numbers. Even if they couldn't kill them, they could still resist. Don't act rashly. Gather together. Don't let them kill you one by one. Ling Xiao reminded them. There's nothing to be afraid of. Do you think your teacher isn't as good as you? The purple halberd in Evil Emperor's hand exploded with lightning. Mad Monk also said, "It's true. They look strong, but we're not weak. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us for being merciless," the werewolf leader said faintly. A wolf howl came from his mouth. Several wolf kings beside him instantly dashed towards Ling Xiao's group. The other werewolves and bear men also screamed in fear. All the wolf kings and black bears moved at the same time. A total of more than 30 level 10 holy beasts dashed towards Ling Xiao's group. Naturally, Ling Xiao didn't need to deal with these holy beasts himself. With the 13th Prince and the Prodigal Boy, it wasn't a problem. The aura of the two great holy beasts wasn't a joke. He believed that these holy beasts would be frightened immediately. Roar! The 13th Prince and the Prodigal Boy transformed into their true forms. Their mighty bodies instantly appeared. One gold and one red. Divine light shone and their auras were oppressive. The charging wolf kings and black bears were so frightened that they stopped at the same time. However, they were all level 10 existences. Although they were shocked, they weren't completely defeated. They continued to rush forward. The 13th Prince and the Prodigal Boy moved at the same time. The other holy beasts also joined them. The flames of war were ignited. The wind and clouds surged again. Chapter 1356. When Ling Xiao returned from Xianling continent, he knew that the Dark Shadow clan wouldn't let it go easily. But now, it seemed that they didn't want to let it go. They wanted to borrow someone else's knife to kill them. Shi Yan had to admit that it was a brilliant plan. However, they didn't know that Ling Xiao wasn't someone that could be trifled with easily. While the holy beasts were fighting, Ling Xiao had divided himself into two and entered his fighting mode. His god soul had reached the middle level of half-incipient god realm, as his competence had increased. It wasn't the same as when he had just entered half-incipient god realm. Moreover, when his god soul was invisible, he was in an invincible state. Without the great master realm, no one could find him. 3 werewolves and 2 bearmen stormed towards Ling Xiao's team. Ling Gang and the other Kim people tried their best to stop Ling Xiao, because it was their mission. Mantis trying to stop a chariot. Go die. The werewolf leader screamed in fear. The mace in his hand smashed down. A wisp of spatial turbulence instantly rushed towards Ling Gang and the others. The terrifying power overwhelmed them. The other 2 werewolves and the bearmen also took action. Their heavy divine weapons pressed down at the same time, almost tearing this world apart. Countless chaotic space currents poured down from the 9 heavens. Ling Gang, the evil emperor, and Mad Monk had used all of their powers to resist. Boom boom boom. The ear-splitting explosions reverberated unceasingly. Space energy twisted and collapsed unceasingly. Each beam of energy was enough to overwhelm ordinary King God realm experts. The spatial turbulence was even more terrifying. The explosive power that rushed out caused Ling Gang, the evil emperor, the Mad Monk, and the others to be unable to withstand it. One by one they were sent flying. Some weaker King God realm experts under the Kim people had their god bodies destroyed immediately. This was the real intimidation of half-incipient God realm experts. If one of them attacked at the same time, they could resist it. However, when 5 of them attacked at the same time, it was absolutely earth-shaking. It was so intimidating that it made people shiver. Ling Xiao's real body did not participate in the battle. Instead, he retreated far away. One of the bearmen realized that Ling Xiao was trying to escape. He roared and charged towards Ling Xiao with his divine saber. His aura was very ferocious. His speed was not fast, but it gave people the feeling of a meteorite crashing down. Muffled sounds echoed in the air. Facing this half-incipient divine bearman, Ling Xiao sneered coldly as if he wasn't afraid of him at all. What are you laughing at? I will make it so that you will never be able to laugh again. The bearman let out an ear-piercing roar. The divine blade in his hand swept towards Ling Xiao with the force of 1,000 tons. A crack in the void was forcefully created by him. Unfortunately, before his saber energy could land on Ling Xiao's head, two invisible fists smashed toward his eyes. Bang! Ah! Muffled sounds reverberated continuously. The bearman's eyes were directly smashed. His eyes were completely caved in. Two streams of blood gushed out. The bearman screamed in agony. Ling Xiao's god-soul doppelganger exerted its strength again. The dragon's subduing palm pounded on the bearman's head. One after another, the golden dragons wreaked havoc on the bearman, and the bearman's head was directly blown off. Ling Xiao's god-soul doppelganger collected the bearman's belongings and returned to the sea of consciousness of his real body. The other werewolves and bearmen also sensed the strange situation. Their murderous aura became thicker. A bearman and a werewolf dashed towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Two turbulent space flows bombarded Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's god soul power divided into two and attacked the two. He wanted to injure their god souls and then seize the chance to capture them. Unfortunately, when his god soul power entered their sea of consciousness, he found that it was like mud entering the sea. There was no reaction. Ling Xiao was shocked, and in an instant he retreated backward. Fortunately, his strength had reached the peak Divine King realm. Coupled with his unparalleled speed, he was lucky enough to escape the two's pincer attack. Otherwise, he wouldn't have had an easy time. What's going on? Soul power attacks don't work on these bearmen? Ling Xiao was shocked. Ling Xiao was surprised that his god soul attack, which had always been successful, couldn't hurt these two bearmen. The werewolf and bearmen continued to chase after him. They didn't want to let Ling Xiao go. Ling Xiao had to make his god soul doppelganger invisible again. His real body raised the golden dragon spear to block these attacks. Even though Ling Xiao's fighting strength was at its peak, he still felt that it wasn't enough to block the attacks of two incipient god realm experts. His body was blasted away, golden blood splashing. A mere peak Divine King dares to challenge us? You don't know what's good for you. The werewolf grinned maliciously. His mace swept towards Ling Xiao's waist. The other bearman raised his twin hammers and smashed them towards Ling Xiao's back. The pincer attack from the left and right had already sealed this space. The space power squeezed so tightly that Ling Xiao couldn't dodge at all. When Ling Xiao's real body blocked the werewolf's attack, his god soul doppelganger had already rushed towards the bearmen. The Nine Suns sky-burning fists bombarded the bearmen mercilessly. Every punch carried a torrential fist intent, and every punch carried the burning flames of extreme yang, causing the bearman to fall into a daze. The heaven flames burned his body, making him howl in pain. The werewolf was fighting against Ling Xiao's real body, forcing Ling Xiao to retreat. However, he could feel that his companion was on fire. He couldn't help but suspect that there were some unknown enemies here. Ling Xiao wielded the tyrant dragon spear technique to fight against the werewolf. He couldn't let the werewolf escape. As long as the god soul doppelganger killed the bearmen, the werewolf would die. Ling Xiao seized every second. He had to kill them as fast as he could. He was afraid that if he was late, the others would be in danger. I have to kill this kid as soon as possible. The werewolf made up his mind. He didn't want anything to happen if he was late. He had a quasi-ancient divine weapon in his hand. His energy increased several times as he attacked Ling Xiao unceasingly. Every time he swung his mace, it almost tore heaven and earth apart. The turbulent energy was so strong that it could destroy everything. Since the quasi-ancient divine weapon appeared, Ling Xiao didn't dare to fight against the werewolf. He raised his speed to the limit, moving as fast as lightning. At this time, his divine soul avatar finally forced the heavenly fire into the bearman's body, burning him into a flaming man. He was unable to force the heavenly fire away again, and now he could only be burned to ashes. The god soul doppelganger didn't have time to wait for the bearmen to be burned to ashes. He had already quietly rushed towards the werewolf. The werewolf's back was exposed. Ling Xiao's god soul doppelganger attacked the werewolf with everything he had. Bang! Ling Xiao's fists were top-grade divine weapons. They directly hit the back of the werewolf's head, almost blowing it up. Just as the god soul doppelganger was about to increase its strength, the werewolf actually turned around and attacked in all directions, forcing Ling Xiao's God Soul doppelganger to retreat. The werewolf's head was dazzled, and blood flowed continuously. He looked around and screamed, "Which bastard sneak attacked me? Get the hell out here." The werewolf was extremely shocked. His two bearmen companions had died inexplicably. He wondered what kind of expert was hiding. Even he couldn't sense it. Could there be a supreme being nearby? The werewolf thought nervously in his heart. Apart from a sovereign, he couldn't figure out who was so powerful that they could kill his companions without a sound. Ling Xiao's real body and God Soul doppelganger started to work together to deal with the werewolf. They had to kill him as soon as possible. At this time, there were 3 thin and weak people in another direction. They were very strange. Their appearances were extraordinarily handsome, but their figures were rather thin and weak. However, they had a pair of white wings on their bodies. Moreover, they were all naked, only wearing pants on their lower bodies. There was also a halo of light flickering above their heads. No matter where such a strange race appeared, they would be very attractive. People who didn't understand their race would think that these 3 were a branch of the Beastmen clan. In fact, they weren't. At least, they wouldn't admit it. They also didn't admit that they were humans. They called themselves the Heavenly God clan. In fact, people called them the Winged Men clan. No one would admit that they were the Heavenly God clan. When the Dark Shadow clan spread the news about the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, the werewolf, the bearmen, and the winged men all took action. They didn't dare to send their King God Realm experts because they knew that Ling Xiao had the power of the Sun Gene of Goguryeo. Moreover, he was one of the Kim people's subordinates. They couldn't afford to be careless. Thus, they sent half-incipient God Realm existences. These 3 winged men were also half-incipient God Realm existences. As soon as they sensed the battle, they hurried over. However, they didn't join the battle immediately. Instead, they hid and waited for a chance to attack. However, when they saw the 2 bearmen get killed easily, they felt a chill run down their spines. If they couldn't find this hidden enemy, they would die if they acted rashly. I didn't expect this kid to be so hard to deal with. Luckily, we didn't act rashly. The winged man with the noble silver helmet said in a sharp voice. The blue-helmeted winged man next to him said, "Why don't we help those idiots find that hidden person?" "That's right, Prince Jet. If we find that person, we can make those idiots fight even more fiercely. Then we can just sit back and watch," another winged man said. The winged man with the silver helmet hesitated for a while. Then a resolute look flashed across his face. "Then let's help them." As soon as he finished speaking, the blue-helmeted winged person next to him sneered and flew forward. Then he kept forming complicated hand seals with his hands, and balls of blue light burst out from his body. Heavenly God's light, divine light illumination. The winged man mumbled and raised both of his palms to the sky. His face looked sincere. Following that, rays of blue light broke through space and shone towards Ling Xiao's location. Chapter 1357. Besides their innate talents, the winged men race were all existences of light attribute. They disdained to associate with the human race, or any other beast race. They had carved out a territory in the light domain of the Sky Dragon area to live. They rarely allowed humans to enter their territory, and they rarely stepped into the territory of humans. In the antiquity time, they were an arrogant race. They thought that no one at the same realm could be their opponent. But at that time, the experts of the soul race had killed them. From that time on, they and the soul race had become archenemies. However, at that time, the winged men race had to face the provocation of their biggest enemy, the demon tiger race. They couldn't really fight to the death with the soul race. But when the winged men race's ancestor joined the soul-slaying war, he was killed by the soul race's ancestor. At that time, they wanted to take the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop, the ancient divine weapon of the soul race's ancestor. Unfortunately, in the end, it was all for naught, and it disappeared into the void. This time, when the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop reappeared, they received the news from the Dark Shadow clan and hurried over. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop was right in front of them, they couldn't stay still. That dazzling blue light shone on Ling Xiao. It didn't cause any damage, but it made Ling Xiao's God Soul clone appear. "Who is it?" Ling Xiao screamed in fear. He passed through layers of space barriers and landed on the winged men. "Oh, it's those birdmen. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. From Han Feng's inherited memories, Ling Xiao knew that the winged men race had some abilities. However, their arrogant and aloof personalities were the most annoying. In the antiquity time, the winged men race and the demon tiger race were archenemies. One of them was light, and the other was dark. They were natural enemies. However, as the Kim people rose in the Sky Dragon area, the winged men race restrained themselves. This made the demon tiger race and the Kim people compete. However, the main reason why the two races crossed realms to fight against each other was because of the struggle for supremacy. The reasons for this would be explained later on. When Ling Xiao's God Soul clone was revealed, the wounded werewolf finally found his target. However, when he saw the two identical Ling Xiao, he immediately suspected that they were twins. Even if Ling Xiao's God Soul clone was revealed, he didn't need to worry. Right now there were still two werewolves being held back by Ling Gang, the evil emperor, and the mad monk. His divine soul doppelganger possessed the same level of strength as this werewolf. If it was a one-on-one battle, Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill this werewolf as soon as possible. The werewolf's head had already been injured by him. If he didn't heal it in time, men would die. Ling Xiao's doppelganger's power increased by tens of times. He used the Nine Suns sky-burning fist and the dragon-subduing palm in turns, pressing towards the werewolf. In the direction of the winged men called Jet sneered, "This little trick can only hide it from those idiots." Of course, in front of our light of God, all skills are not worth mentioning. The winged men wearing the blue helmet said proudly. This person was called Jason, and the other was called Jim. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body looked in their direction. The Bodhi divine bow appeared in his hand, and the Bodhi arrow was instantly knocked in his hand. All of his power gathered together, and balls of green light shone in all directions. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body looked in their direction. The Bodhi divine bow appeared in his hand, and the Bodhi arrow was knocked in his hand. All of his power gathered together, and a green light flashed in all directions. At this time, Ling Xiao's real body looked in their direction. The Bodhi divine bow appeared in his hand, and the Bodhi arrow was instantly knocked in his hand. All of his power instantly gathered together, and balls of green light shone in all directions. The ancients shot birds with bows and arrows. What the winged men race hated the most was to have arrows pointed at them, as if they were bird people. The three winged men race members were extremely indignant. They thought that Ling Xiao's action was the biggest insult to them. "Damn bastard. I wanted to let him live a little longer. Seems like I can't let him live," Jason said, his face dark and sinister. Just as they were about to attack Ling Xiao had already shot his divine arrow. The ancients shot the sun. Today the Japanese shoot birds. Ling Xiao shouted in fear. He loosened the arrow in his hand. Swoosh. A green light shot up into the sky like a meteor. It drew a line in the sky and arrived in front of the winged men in just a blink of an eye. Not good. Dodge. Jet was the first to react. He was the first to scream. He was the first to dodge. His speed wasn't slower than the wind, attribute half-incipient God Realm expert. The other two dodged at the same time. Ling Xiao sneered. "You think you can dodge?" His arrow was aimed at Jason, who had just attacked him. The moment Jason dodged the arrow, he exhaled in relief because he could feel the power of that arrow. It made him scared. However, before he could relax, his hair stood on end. He didn't think much and wanted to fly away again. Unfortunately, it was too late. At the moment he had just exhaled, the divine arrow had locked on his aura and fiercely shot at his back. Boom. Jason didn't even have a chance to scream. The arrow had blown him into pieces. The two winged men nearby screamed in fear. Their eyes were filled with deep fear. Jason's competence wasn't much different from theirs. However, he was killed by the other's arrow. It showed how divine the other's bow and arrow were. As soon as the arrow stopped, Ling Xiao took out some pellets and swallowed them. Then, he took out another arrow and put it on the divine bow. Not good. That bastard prince is about to shoot another arrow. Jim screamed in fear. "We, the deity race, have no reason to retreat. Watch my deity curse." Jet suppressed the fear in his heart. After responding, he took a deep breath and made an ear-piercing sound in Ling Xiao's direction. Zizi. This ear-piercing sound was like an iron tool scratching on a rock. It was very uncomfortable to listen to, as if it was cutting one's heart. Ling Xiao was just about to shoot the arrow when he suddenly heard this sound. He felt pain in his internal organs, and his momentum instantly weakened. Fortunately, he had cultivated the ancient emperor's divine technique to an infinitely close realm. All of his internal organs were as hard as divine weapons, so he didn't suffer much damage. If it were any other divine king, this sound would probably be fatal. The moment Ling Xiao's momentum weakened, the two winged men instantly rushed toward him. Two rays of light containing surging power blasted in his direction. Damn it, they're fast. Ling Xiao cursed. He put away his divine Bodhi bow and dodged to the side. At this moment, his divine spirit clone also blew up the werewolf. Ling Xiao immediately withdrew his divine spirit clone. He knew that to deal with these two birdmen in front of him, he could only use soul power attacks to deal with them. Unfortunately, before he could use his soul power attacks, the other party's fierce attacks had already blasted over wave after wave. Deity's light, eternal exile. Deity's light, boundless radiance. A ray of divine light was like a reincarnation tunnel, stirring up the surrounding space and causing it to churn endlessly. Anything caught in it would be forcibly sent into the turbulent space and twisted into pieces. The other ray of divine light flashed with unparalleled power. Each ray of light could shatter meteorites and stars. Faced with these attacks, Ling Xiao had no way to dodge. He could only summon his divine spirit clone again, and do his best to block these attacks. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's strength had increased in the Xianling continent, and even his divine spirit had benefited. In addition to his explosive power that was dozens of times stronger, Ling Xiao was still capable of blocking these two's joint attack. It was just that it would consume a lot of soul power. At first, Ling Xiao wanted to use his real body to retreat a little further, and then shoot an arrow at one of the birdmen. However, the two birdmen didn't seem to want to let Ling Xiao have his way. While Jet was dealing with Ling Xiao's doppelganger, he shouted to Jim, "You go deal with the other bastard. You must get that divine hoop." As soon as he said that, Jim immediately dashed towards Ling Xiao's real body. Begrudgingly, Ling Xiao could only brace himself and fight one-on-one first. He could only hope that his divine spirit clone could kill the other birdman first. After all, his divine spirit clone was much stronger than his real body, so he had a higher chance of winning. While Ling Xiao was in a stalemate, in another direction, Ling Gang, Evil Emperor, and Mad Monk were trying their best to deal with the two half-incipient God Realm werewolves. Although their fighting competence wasn't ordinary, and they could threaten half-incipient God Realm experts, these half-incipient God Realm experts were the Beastmen tribe. After they transformed, their fighting competence was even more extraordinary. They weren't afraid of their joint attack. Many of them were killed by the two half-incipient God Realm experts. They had around 30 people, and now, only 8 of them were left. However, these 8 were wounded to different degrees. Their situation wasn't optimistic. After all, half-incipient God Realm experts and peak God Realm experts had a big difference. Not only were they much faster and stronger than peak God Realm experts, but they were also half-incipient God Realm experts who could increase their fighting competence. Ling Gang's team had proven that they were strong enough to resist for a long time. However, the two werewolves were enraged when they saw that Ling Xiao had a winged tribe member who wanted to snatch the food from their mouths. However, they didn't understand why the auras of their 3 companions had disappeared. They suspected that it was the work of these 2 damn birdmen. "You stay here and kill them. I'm going to capture that kid. We can't let those birdmen die." The werewolf leader screamed in fear. He grabbed his mace and dashed towards Ling Xiao. Evil Emperor wanted to stop him, but he found that he couldn't catch up with his speed. He was helpless. "Bald donkey, if you have any special skill, don't hide it. Let's join hands and kill this guy first." Evil Emperor shouted at Mad Monk. As soon as he finished speaking, 5-colored divine light exploded around Evil Emperor. All of his energy gathered on his purple halberd. Mad Monk, Ling Gang, and the others had made their last attack. If they couldn't kill this werewolf, they would be the ones to die. As for the battle between the holy beasts, the 13th prince and the prodigal displayed their prowess as divine beasts. Together with the other holy beasts, they outnumbered the wolf kings and black bears and bit them into pieces. Chapter 1358. The prodigal shouted at the 13th prince. 13th prince, go and help boss. I'll handle this. The king wolf and the black bear were intimidated by the auras of the two divine beasts, which reduced their fighting power. Most of them were killed by the 13th prince and the prodigal. Even the strongest ones were not spared. Therefore, the prodigal was not afraid of the remaining divine beasts. Plus, he had King Tung and the other divine beasts to help him. It was the best time for the 13th prince to help Ling Xiao. The 13th prince did not argue. He knew the urgency of the situation. He swung his dragon body and swept away a big black bear. Then he dashed towards Ling Xiao. He was only at level 10, but his fighting power was 100 times stronger. The Dragon Ball he had just swallowed wasn't any weaker than any half-incipient God Realm expert. He dashed towards Jim, helping Ling Xiao relieve some of the pressure. However, the werewolf also joined in, aiming for Ling Xiao's head. The fierce battle raged in the sky. Sounds of battle rose everywhere, energy splashed everywhere, and space turbulence appeared continuously. Jim and the 13th prince were fighting, while Ling Xiao's real body was fighting the leader of the werewolves. Ling Xiao was much more relaxed this time. The leader of the werewolves was no weaker than Jim, but he wasn't as fast as Jim. This gave Ling Xiao space to dodge. However, Ling Xiao knew that the situation was not good if this continued. His divine soul doppelganger actually couldn't take down that genius. His opponent's battle prowess was frighteningly strong. Even if he increased his battle prowess, he could only fight to a draw with him. No wonder he was one of the most powerful ancient races. It seems like I can't win if I don't use my full strength. Ling Xiao kept retreating after fighting with the werewolf several times. He even spat out a lot of blood. When the werewolf was about to chase after him again, Ling Xiao turned around and headed towards his divine soul clone. The werewolf shouted from behind. You think you can escape? Obediently hand over the divine hoop, and I'll let you keep your soul. The werewolf chased after him from behind, swinging his mace repeatedly. Turbulent space currents surged toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao consumed a divine pill to recover some of his divine energy, and increased his speed to the maximum. Finally, he arrived in front of the doppelganger. His real body and doppelganger instantly swapped positions. His real body faced the Birdman jet, while his clone faced the werewolf. The reason why he did this was because his real body could barely withstand the Birdman's attack, while his clone could directly conceal itself and attack the werewolf. After all, the concealment of the Divine Soul avatar had no effect on the Birdman, but it had an effect on this werewolf. The Birdman and the werewolf naturally did not know what Ling Xiao was planning. The Birdman was still happy that Ling Xiao's strength had weakened. From his point of view, taking down Ling Xiao was already an easy task. His light attribute attacks continuously bombarded Ling Xiao's body, forcing Ling Xiao into a sorry state, and many wounds appeared on his body. If it was any other Senjin of Goguryeo, he would have already died under this Birdman's attack. The werewolf wanted to continue chasing after Ling Xiao, but he discovered that after the two identical Ling Xiao exchanged positions, one of them seemed to have disappeared. Ling Xiao, who was wearing the divine hoop, was surrounded by the Birdman. He wanted to chase after him, but after hesitating for a moment, he became alert and did not act rashly. He was puzzled. I clearly saw two people just now. Why is one of them missing? There must be something strange. Although the werewolf's brain was not very bright, it did not mean that they were fools. He constantly paid attention to the surrounding situation, ready to react and launch a surprise attack at any time. It was just that Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar had already hidden beside him, but he still did not notice it. When Ling Xiao's fist fiercely smashed towards his face, he only felt pain. But what followed next was not as simple as pain. In order to strive to resolve the crisis in front of him in the shortest time possible, Ling Xiao's fist contained all the power in it, and his fist intent was also exerted to the peak. Every punch carried the power to destroy heaven and earth, and it was going to directly blow the werewolf up. Bang bang! Although the werewolf activated his defense to the maximum, facing an opponent of the same level of strength directly bombarding his face, the werewolf's head was beaten until it was deformed. He raised his mace and made a final counterattack, sweeping away everything around him. When Ling Xiao withdrew, A finger light instantly rushed towards the werewolf's wolf eye. A blood-curdling scream rang out. One of the werewolf's wolf eyes was directly pierced, and he was in so much pain that he covered his eyes and howled wildly. He was already scared out of his wits, and immediately began to flee like a headless fly. Ling Xiao did not even want to waste the time to chase and kill him, and his real body was forced into a miserable state. The divine light scepter in his opponent's hand was impressively half an ancient god artifact, and his opponent's speed was not slower than his, and he was about to smash his physical body into pieces. Haha, Kim people are only so. Obediently accept your death. Jet seemed to be very happy to bully the weak. Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar rushed over in an instant, and attacked Jet like a storm. Jet was instantly dumbfounded from the beating. After all, he had to use the light of God to reflect Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar to its original form, and he was so pleased with himself that he forgot that his opponent still had another invisible avatar. Damned bastard, light of God! On the other hand, Jet's reaction was extremely fast. He had just been bombarded a few times when he immediately spread his wings and flew backwards. After loudly cursing, he once again released the divine light to illuminate Ling Xiao's divine soul avatar. However, Ling Xiao was no longer afraid of revealing his body. With the strength of his divine soul, he was not afraid of this birdman at all. Ling Xiao did not fight 2 against 1. Instead, his avatar continued to fight the birdman, and his real body summoned back the arrow that he had just shot. I'll let you know what despair is. Ling Xiao swallowed another divine pill, drew his bow, and knocked an arrow. His aura immediately locked onto the birdman fighting the 13th prince, and then the arrow left the bow. Swoosh! The arrow pierced through the sky like a meteor, shooting straight toward the birdman. The birdman was using all his strength to deal with the terrifying energy that the 13th prince had erupted with. By the time he noticed the divine arrow, it was already too late. No. Get the hell out of my way! Jom roared in shock. He brandished his divine weapon and blocked the arrow. Rumble! The power of the divine arrow exploded at this moment. The top-grade divine artifact in the birdman's hand had already been shattered, but he managed to escape. Only half of his body was blown up, and he was severely injured. However, he could still recover if he wanted to. Light of God, heaven reversing technique. That birdman's vitality was astonishing. He instantly let out a cry, and a ball of light slid around his body, restoring his damaged body. His half-destroyed body actually grew back at an extremely fast speed. When Ling Xiao saw this scene, he could not help but exclaim, "His recovery speed is so fast!" The Winged Clan used to be the dormitory of the Demon Tiger Clan, and they were one of the top ancient clans in the Heaven region. Without a trump card, how could they be arrogant? However, he had forgotten that there was still a golden true dragon roaring at him. His body had been severely injured, and although his recovery speed was no slower than Kim People's ancient emperor's divine art, he could not escape the fate of being swallowed alive by the 13th prince. After dealing with this birdman, Ling Xiao once again summoned the arrow. He shouted at the 13th prince, "13th, go and help the others. Kill that werewolf as soon as possible." In another direction, there was only one werewolf. It was clearly impossible for him to deal with Ling Gang, the evil emperor and the mad monk. However, that werewolf was able to deal with them, preventing them from supporting him. Moreover, the werewolf was strong enough to deal with Ling Gang and the others. If the 13th prince joined in, the situation would be completely different. Ling Xiao was only left with one last birdman, and he wanted to properly deal with this birdman. However, that birdman seemed to have sensed that the aura of his companions had disappeared, and his expression became solemn. He already had the intention to escape. What kind of divine bow is this Kim people holding? Could it be the legendary Bodhi divine bow, or the sun-slaying divine bow? Jet thought anxiously. He could only fight to a draw with Ling Xiao's clone with the quasi-ancient divine weapon in his hand. If Ling Xiao shot arrows at him again, it would be terrible. As expected, Ling Xiao's true body drew the bow again, and a green light shone brightly. Jet was so scared that he almost lost his soul. He used all his strength to force Ling Xiao's divine soul clone away and exclaimed, "How dare you kill the Winged Clan? Even if you are Kim people's subordinate, you will die a horrible death." After saying that, he spread his wings and quickly shuttled through the space, retreating in defeat. Unexpectedly, as soon as he escaped, the aura of Ling Xiao's true body weakened, and his entire body became weak. His divine soul clone soul power was also greatly consumed, and the two quickly merged back into one. Ling Xiao took out a divine pill, and immediately swallowed it. After shooting 2 arrows in a row, Ling Xiao's body was almost unable to take it anymore. Every arrow almost consumed all of his divine power. Ling Xiao knew that if he wanted to continuously shoot arrows with the Bodhi divine bow, he had to at least reach the level of a true paragon. Only then would he not have to worry about the consumption of divine power. After all, this Bodhi divine bow was a complete mid-grade ancient divine weapon. It was already very impressive for a god king like him to be able to draw the bow. At this time, with the addition of the 13th prince, the other werewolf was finally killed by their combined forces. All the other holy beasts were also killed, and not a single one was left. Only one birdman managed to escape, and the rest were all dead. On Ling Xiao's side, a total of 22 people died, leaving only 8 people, the 13th prince and the wastrel. As for Yun Mingqi and Eurofei, they were still seriously injured even under the intentional protection of the evil Arch and the mad monk. Fortunately, it was only the body that was injured, and this could be completely healed. If it was the head that was injured, then it would be very troublesome. Ling Xiao looked at his companions who had died because of him, and at the woman he loved being so seriously injured, and a wave of anger rose to the sky. Dark Shadow Sect, Beastmen Clan, Winged Clan. Wait until I become a paragon. I will definitely kill you bastards first. Ling Xiao made up his mind and shouted. Chapter 1359. If the Dark Shadow Clan hadn't spread the news of him getting the Dragon Phoenix Divine Hoop to the other clans, Ling Xiao didn't think that they would come to trouble him. After all, the ancient clans usually lived in seclusion. Thus, Ling Xiao had to blame the Dark Shadow Clan for this. At this moment, Ling Gang dragged his wounded body to Ling Xiao and said, "Uncle Xiao, we the Kim people can't just let it go." The Kim people had swaggered in the Sky Dragon area, but they had rarely encountered such a big ambush. Today many of their fellows had died. Although many of them were from the branch families, they represented the Kim people's reputation. This had hurt the Kim people's reputation. They had to respond. Otherwise, how could they maintain their reputation as the first ancient clan of the Kim people? Don't worry. If they dare to jump out, they have to bear our wrath. Ling Xiao nodded solemnly. Although Ling Xiao said so, he decided not to involve his clan in this. After all, it wasn't good to expose the Soul Clan's secret. Little Xiao, how did you offend those ancient clans? They sent more than half of the incipient God Realm beasts. Damn it, it's not easy to deal with them. Evil Emperor came to Ling Xiao with blood all over his body. Mad Monk smiled. He's like you, isn't he a troublemaker? I'm sure he got some divine item that they want. Teacher, father-in-law, you're right. I got it from the chaotic burial space. It's the divine item they want. Ling Xiao pointed at the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on his forehead. He didn't need to hide many things from his family. He didn't want them to worry about him. In fact, they had noticed the Dragon Phoenix divine hoop on Ling Xiao's head. However, they didn't know what level it was. As they saw more than half of the incipient God Realm experts attacking Ling Xiao, they could confirm that Ling Xiao's divine hoop wasn't an ordinary divine item. There's no time to lose. We need to hurry back. There might be other people who want to attack you, said Ling Gang. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "Let's go, we'll settle this debt sooner or later." Ling Xiao knew that these things could not be rushed. After each of them took a divine pill, he began to leave through Shirtian City and hurriedly returned to the Dragon Gate. Not long after Ling Xiao's team had left, the half-incipient God Realm expert of the Dark Shadow Clan arrived. It was just that they were a step too late, and had no way of knowing the outcome of this battle. But when they saw some severed limbs on the ground and the corpses of werewolves and bear men, they guessed that the beastmen had suffered a great loss. The leader of the Dark Shadow clansmen immediately returned to the clan to report this. Since they could kill these half-incipient God Realm beastmen, their strength was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps, they also had the half-incipient God Realm experts accompanying Kim people. They had to plan ahead of time. If Kim people really wanted to attack them, it would be troublesome. Along the way, Ling Xiao's team met some clowns, but they were not as strong as the first group. They were probably just paying attention to Ling Xiao's whereabouts and did not dare to attack Ling Xiao's team. Ling Xiao's team did not dare to confirm which clan these people belonged to, so they did not attack them. Ling Xiao's team hurried on their way and soon returned to the Dragon Gate. In front of the strongest sect in the Sky Dragon territory, no one dared to be rude to them. After all, there were several famous existences in the legendary list in the Dragon Gate. No force in the Sky Dragon territory dared to provoke them. After returning to the sect, Ling Xiao immediately returned to the clan. There were some things he had to decide as soon as possible. As soon as Ling Xiao came out of the spatial formation, Ling Fei flew over to greet him. "You brat, you're finally back. I was so worried." Ling Fei exclaimed to Ling Xiao. "Brother, what happened?" Ling Xiao asked Ling Fei. "What else could it be? Of course, it's about the forefather. The patriarch and the others are waiting for you to come back to discuss it." Ling Fei replied. "Yes, I just came back. I did not dare to delay this important matter." Ling Xiao responded and immediately went to the meeting hall with Ling Fei. When Ling Xiao arrived at the meeting hall, the elders of the Kim people were already gathered there. At the same time, there were a few faces that Ling Xiao had never seen before. Seeing that they were sitting in front of the great elder Ling Qiu, Ling Xiao knew that these people were definitely the elders of the older generation in the clan. They might not care about the affairs of the world normally, but they had no choice but to come out and listen to the important matters of the forefather. As soon as Ling Xiao came in, he immediately greeted all the elders. Patriarch Ling Bo immediately asked, "Ling Xiao, tell us the situation of the forefather again." Even though Ling Fei had already reported it to them, they wanted to hear the person in question say it again to determine what to do next. Unhurriedly, Ling Xiao narrated the exact words that the old ancestor told him when he found the old ancestor, not leaving out a single word. After listening to it, everyone knew that it was almost the same as what Ling Fei had said. Great Elder Ling Qiu was the first to speak. "How can the forefather be so righteous in this matter? Anyway, it is only a matter of time before the Xianling continent perishes, and he still did that. I really don't know what to say." Ling Qiu's words deeply resonated with the others, and they all secretly nodded their heads. In their eyes, the lives of those ordinary people were as insignificant as ants, while the lives of their ancestors were incomparably precious. No matter where they went, the dignified top 10 supremes were the most powerful existences. How could they sacrifice their lives for some ordinary people? That was simply not worth it. At this time, Ling Wei said, "Don't you understand the forefather's character?" Pausing for a while, he continued, "The forefather has always been kind, and he misses us a lot. He told us these things because he wants us to collect enough Genesis stones to arrange the Genesis Great Formation to restore the vitality of the Xianling continent. After all, it is our ancestral land. If we can do what the forefather said, perhaps we will move back to our ancestral land one day." That's right. Brother Wei's words truly understand the ancestor's temperament. He has always been kind, and as long as ordinary people don't treat him too excessively, he will disdain to deal with them. I remember when I committed a crime when I was a child and was almost punished. It was the ancestor who pleaded for me. He is the kindest person in my clan, but this is also his weakness. But it is because of this that he has reached the peak of perfection, said another elder from the Jin clan. The others all showed their agreement after listening to him. Patriarch Lingbo said, "Are we really going to find the 9 incipient godstones like the forefather asked us to? We have been spreading the news for 1 year, but we didn't get any Genesis stone. We, the Kim people, only have the golden origin stone. We still need the other 8. It's not easy to find them. We can find some of them, but it won't be easy to get them if we don't pay the price." Another Kim people said, "No matter what, since the old ancestor has made such a request, we will do our best. Anyway, we still have some time. If we really can't find all of them, we must rescue the old ancestor, even if we have to forcefully destroy everything." Another person said firmly. His words resonated with the others. No matter what, they didn't want to go against the forefathers' plan unless they had no other choice. As Ling Xiao listened to their discussion, he felt a weight lifted from his heart. Most of the old people here were at the Great Master realm. With them, it wouldn't be a problem to find the Genesis stones. However, from their discussion, Ling Xiao heard another problem. Finding the Formation Master, who could arrange the great formation of the Genesis stones, was also the most difficult task. In the Heaven territory, there were Divine Formation Masters, but only 2 or 3 of them were the top Divine Formation Masters. Moreover, each of them was a proud and aloof existence. They were also the great masters who rarely showed their faces. Asking them for help was as hard as climbing up to the sky. However, they had to do it. Thus, they had to do it separately. On one hand, they would trade with other items. If anyone could provide the Genesis stone, the Kim people would pay the price. Even if they knew the information about the Genesis stone, they could get a high income. On the other hand, they would send people to the outer space to find the Genesis stones. The outer space was above the 9 heavens. After crossing the space barrier to the outer space, there were many independent continents. There were places with life and places without life. There were even ancient continents where the supreme materials that the great masters needed could be found. The outer space was the battlefield of the great masters. That year, the grudge between the Kim people and the Demon Tiger tribe happened in the outer space. In order to fight for the rare cultivation resources, everyone would fight each other. As for the Divine Formation Masters, the Kim people could only send people to look for them. Through these arrangements, they believed that the Kim people would have some effect. However, it was unknown whether they could accomplish this. Since things had reached this stage, there was basically nothing for Ling Xiao to do. However, just when he thought that he could relax, Ling Feiwu personally rushed to the tribe from outside the sect. Greetings, great uncle Ling Xiao. Although Ling Feiwu had become the outer sect master, he couldn't not respect Ling Xiao. After all, Ling Xiao's seniority was there. After Ling Xiao's name was established as the Sunjin of Goguryeo, Ling Xiao's position in the tribe was much higher. Thus, Ling Feiwu didn't dare to put on any airs as a sect master. Feiwu, what's so important that you have to rush back? Ling Xiao asked. Ling Feiwu took out a golden invitation card and passed it to Ling Xiao. This is an invitation from the Alchemy Alliance. It'll be held in Heaven's origin city on the Tianyuan continent half a year from now. They're inviting you to attend. Ling Xiao received the invitation card with a stomach full of doubts. In reality, he had once understood a few things about the medicine union, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. He possessed the inheritance of the medicine god. With his ability, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a sovereign medicine god. There was no need for him to travel thousands of miles to learn. He immediately said to Ling Feiwu, I won't be going to the meeting held by the medicine union. Let someone else represent our Dragon Gate. Chapter 1360. Ling Xiao was only a divine alchemist, but he was already a peak-level divine king. As long as he focused on cultivation and passed the last hurdle, he would be able to transcend the mortal world and become a supreme being that stood above everyone else. All life and death would be in his hands. There was nothing he couldn't do. As for the sovereign alchemy god realm, it would also break through along with his breakthrough and would not be an obstacle. Therefore, he had no interest in this pill refining conference. However, even if Ling Xiao didn't care, Ling Feiwu couldn't help but care. Great Uncle Xiao, you should think about it again. If you stand out in this alchemy conference, you will receive the guidance of the supreme alchemy god. At that time, you will become a supreme alchemy god. Ling Feiwu persuaded. Ling Xiao becoming the sovereign alchemy god meant that his status in the Dragon Gate would rise. And it also meant that the strength of Kim people would soar to another level. Whether it was for official or personal reasons, Ling Feiwu hoped that Ling Xiao would be able to participate in this gathering. Furthermore, this gathering gathered all the divine apothecaries under the age of 5,000 in the heavenly domain. Every single one of them was an existence that was proud of the heavens, and not just anyone could participate. Ling Xiao representing the Dragon Gate to participate was the glory of their Dragon Gate. After all, the Medicine Alliance had always been recognized as the #1 power in the heavenly domain, and there were countless powers that relied on them. It could be said that all the big and small forces in the Tianyuan region respected the existence of the Medicine Alliance. As long as their sovereign alchemy god raised his arm and shouted, all the forces would have to listen to their orders. In addition, every once in a while, the Dragon Gate would send people to the Medicine Alliance to auction off the extremely rare Sovereign Dan. And every time they went, they might not even be able to auction it off. Therefore, Ling Feiwu also hoped that Ling Xiao would make a trip to the Medicine Alliance. If he could form a relationship with them, it would definitely be beneficial to their Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao could see Ling Feiwu's urgency, and after hesitating for a moment, he still decided not to sweep away this new sect master. In any case, it would only take a year to go back and forth, so it wouldn't take too long. However, now that he had become the target of the ancient clan's crusade, he would be ambushed and killed if he went out recklessly. He had no choice but to be on guard. As long as the supreme martial artists don't make a move, it's not difficult to fight or escape. Moreover, it's also beneficial for me to advance if I can exchange blows with them. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Following this, he agreed to Ling Feiwu's request to make a trip to the Tianyuan domain and participate in the alchemy conference. Ling Feiwu exhaled in relief. Then he asked for more things that Ling Xiao needed. He planned to arrange a half-incipient God Realm Protector, an elder to go with him. They couldn't weaken the prestige of the Dragon Gate. At the same time, he also learned from Ling Gang that Ling Xiao had been attacked. As the Gate Master, he had no choice but to take it seriously. With a half-incipient God Realm expert, Ling Xiao thought it was feasible. At the same time, he suggested that he didn't need any King God Realm expert to go with him. Otherwise, if they got ambushed on the way, they would just die for nothing. After a preliminary discussion, Ling Xiao decided to leave for the Tianyuan continent in 3 days. Within these 3 days, Ling Xiao had to find a place to settle the people he had brought here. Ling Gang was in charge of reactivating the power of the Ling family's bloodline. He would decide whether or not to let them stay in the clan's land based on the strength of their bloodline. Ling Zhao's women, of course, were arranged to live on the lone peak of the Dragon Gate. As for the others, they were arranged to stay in the city so that they could adapt to the lifestyle in the Heaven Territory first. Ling Xiao had arranged people to take care of them, so they didn't need to worry about anything. As for rebuilding the proud smiling palace in the Qingyan realm, Ling Xiao had temporarily forgotten about it. Anyway, with his current competence, he wasn't strong enough to establish a sect in the Heaven Territory. Moreover, the Dragon Gate had solved its internal problem. With its support, Ling Xiao didn't need to worry about anything. Moreover, if he could restore the primordial energy of the Xianling continent in the future, the proud smiling palace in the Central Territory would become his base. Ling Xiao arranged them as fast as he could and asked Ling Gang to take care of them personally. After all, Ling Xiao didn't bring them to the Heaven Territory to be bullied by others. He absolutely didn't want anyone to bully his people. Ling Gang respected Ling Xiao more when he knew that Ling Xiao had the competence to kill half-incipient God Realm experts. He believed that as long as he worked hard to follow his uncle Xiao, he would get more benefits in the future. After everything was settled, Ling Xiao, Ling Fei, and the other 3 half-incipient God Realm experts left for the Heaven Source area through the space formation. The Heaven Source area was the center of the 5 territories. They had to go through the Eastern Territory Gate. With the speed of Ling Zhao's team and the transportation speed of the space formations, it would take them almost 2 months to reach the Eastern Territory Gate. Ling Zhao's team kept a low profile. They didn't stop along the way, rushing at full speed. However, when they passed by a city called the Tao Family City, they heard a piece of news. It was about the new Senjin of Goguryeo, Ding Gudu, challenging Tao Fuliu, who was ranked 488th on the Senjin of Goguryeo ranking list. Ding Gudu was the same as Ling Xiao. He was a dark horse among the group of people who had competed for the Senjin of Goguryeo ranking list 3 or 4 years ago. Just like Ling Xiao, he was just a high-level god king. However, he could defeat many peak god kings and get the title of Senjin of Goguryeo. Today, he had the guts to challenge someone who was ranked 400 when he was ranked around 900. It was a big gap, which made people speechless. Ling Xiao wasn't interested in Ding Gudu, but he admired his courage. "Brother Xiao, I remember that you are ranked 957th on the Sun Jin of Goguryeo ranking list, right? Ling Fei asked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao nodded and said, yes, what about it? I think you should upgrade your strength. Sometimes, the ranking is very important. It represents the face of our Kim people. Ling Fei said seriously. To be honest, Ling Xiao had passed the age where fame mattered. He didn't care much about the limelight. However, he felt that Ling Fei's words made sense. As a member of Dragon Gate and Kim people, he might have the obligation to upgrade his ranking to prove his strength. At the same time, he could also win glory for Dragon Gate and Kim people. This was a collective sense of glory. Whether he wanted to think about it or not, it still existed. Then let's go and have a look. Maybe I can pick up something. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said. To be honest, he didn't really care about a ranking above 400. With his strength, he should have challenged the Sunjin of Goguryeo in the top 100, or even the top 10 Sunjin of Goguryeo. However, since he had encountered a challenge from the Sunjin of Goguryeo, there was no harm in Ling Xiao going to have a look. Whether he would fight or not was secondary. Tao Fuliu was a famous god king. He had been the Sunjin of Goguryeo for nearly 5,000 years. He could be considered as an old-fashioned Sunjin of Goguryeo. He had a lot of prestige in this area. He was also a guardian elder of the Tao family, a rising family in this area. In the beginning, the Tao family was just a small force. However, after Tao Fuliu became the Sunjin of Goguryeo, the Tao family quickly gained the favor of other small forces and became a medium-sized family. Anyone who became the Sunjin of Goguryeo couldn't sit back and relax. They still had to face all kinds of challenges. If they didn't accept the challenge, they would be viewed as cowards. Therefore, while they gained fame, they also brought a lot of trouble. Unless they could kill so many challengers that they were afraid, no one would come to find trouble with them. Tao Fuliu had accepted no less than 100 challenges in the years he became the Sunjin of Goguryeo. Those peak god kings who challenged him had already become souls of the dead under his saber. In the past 1,000 years, no one dared to challenge him. Ding Gudu was the first person to challenge him in the past 1,000 years. However, Tao Fuliu wasn't surprised by Ding Gudu's challenge. Ever since he knew that Ding Gudu won the Sunjin of Goguryeo position, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. Others might not know the inside story, but he knew his own affairs. This concubine disciple that he had personally chased out of the Tao family had come for revenge. Ding Gudu followed his mother's surname. In fact, the Tao family's bloodline flowed in his body. His father was also an outstanding disciple of the Tao family. However, because he had a conflict with Tao Fuliu, he was expelled from the Tao family by Tao Fuliu. Moreover, his father's martial strength was crippled, causing his father to die of depression. The moment his father died, Ding Gudu made up his mind that one day, he would slay Tao Fuliu with his sword to comfort his father's soul. In the past 1,000 years, he had experienced countless life and death experiences to finally reach his current realm. Now was the time for him to take revenge. After killing Tao Fuliu and eliminating the people of the Tao family who had mistreated his family, he would have no more worries. For this battle, they arranged to fight in a desolate mountain range outside of the Tao family. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, there were already many people gathered there. There were many divine kings, but most of them were holy emperor. Ling Xiao could not help but worry for the safety of these holy emperors. The battle of the Sunjin of Goguryeo was not something they could come and watch. Any sputtering energy would be enough to take their lives. There were two people high up in the sky. One was a middle-aged man holding a divine sword. There was not a hint of nervousness on his face, and his aura was extremely domineering. Beside him was a water attribute 10th tier holy beast. The other figure looked much younger. It was Ding Gudu, whom Ling Xiao had met before. He did not have a deep impression of Ding Gudu, but the fact that he could seize the title of Sunjin of Goguryeo with the strength of a high-level divine king still attracted his attention. At this moment, when he saw Ding Gudu again, Ling Xiao could actually sense Ding Gudu's dense hostility. It was as if there was a demon floating behind him. A torrential killing intent spread out in all directions. The battle was about to begin. Ding Gudu did not say a single word to Tao Fuliu. He rode on his peak-grade heaven tiger and charged towards Tao Fuliu with a true ancient god artifact in his hand. The power that Dingudu unleashed finally made Tao Fuliu realize how terrifying Dingudu was. However, Tao Fuliu was able to kill his way to the top 400. How could an ordinary peak-grade divine king compare to him? When the two Senjin of Goguryeo met, monstrous power began to collide in the 9 heavens. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Chapter 1361. Every Senjin of Goguryeo represented the pinnacle of God King's battle prowess. The battle between them could be said to be earth-shattering and earth-shattering. Tao Fuliu was a veteran Senjin of Goguryeo, and his ranking wasn't low at all. There was no doubt about his battle prowess. However, Dingudu had already placed his life on the line. Furthermore, his battle prowess had increased greatly with the ancient divine artifact in hand. He had comprehended the baleful tiger chi, which made him even more powerful. Ling Xiao seriously watched their battle, and discovered that the two of them were basically evenly matched. Neither of them had much of an advantage, causing the battle to be rather intense. However, as the battle dragged on, Tao Fuliu clearly became a little impatient. After all, as a peak god king, he couldn't suppress Dingudu, who was a high-level god king, so he couldn't help but feel anxious. Moreover, Dingudu's ancient divine artifact was quite powerful, so he had no choice but to temporarily avoid it. As for Dingudu, he was like an indomitable warrior. Every move he made was filled with his full strength. That dense evil aura and killing intent soared to the sky. That ancient divine artifact carried a very terrifying might, allowing him to have the ability to fight above his level. Furthermore, he had a half-ancient divine artifact defensive divine shield in his hand. He could attack and defend at any time. He was not any weaker than this veteran Senjin of Goguryeo. After a desperate battle, many of those holy emperor who were too close were killed by the shockwaves. At this time, Ling Fei said, "That Tao Fuliu is going to lose." Ling Xiao nodded lightly and said, "He is going to lose, but Dingudu won't be able to win either." Following Ling Xiao's words, several god kings actually charged towards Dingudu at the same time. "Tao Fuliu, you despicable person!" Dingudu used the half-ancient divine artifact to block the joint attack of these people, but he was sent flying far away. He couldn't help but curse loudly. He knew that although the Tao family wasn't a super clan, they still had more than 10 godly kings. Furthermore, after Tao Fuliu became the Senjin of Goguryeo, he had made quite a few godly king friends. This was something that Dingudu was very clear about. That was why he couldn't just kill his way to Tao Fuliu's doorstep. Instead, he sent a challenge letter, hoping to kill Tao Fuliu openly. This way, he did not need to worry about being surrounded and attacked by others. After all, in front of everyone in the hall, he felt that Tao Fuliu, the Senjin of Goguryeo, would definitely not do such a thing with his proud personality. Unfortunately, his estimation was still wrong. When faced with the threat of death, people would do anything. "You bastard, don't think you can forget your roots just because you've become the Senjin of Goguryeo. You actually dare to kill your uncle. Your death is not to be regretted." Tao Fuliu shouted in alarm. He cooperated with the others and chased after Dingudu. He looked at Dingudu's ancient divine weapon with a greedy look. He thought to himself, "As long as I snatch this brat's ancient divine weapon, my combat strength will definitely increase. It's simply a waste of God's gift in his hands." "Hey, you old bastard, if it wasn't because you saw that my father, Tenbin, was higher than you and threatened your position in the family, you used despicable methods to cripple my father. My father and mother wouldn't have died. Today, even if I have to risk my life, I will perish together with you." Dingudu's eyes were scarlet red. He roared in alarm. The ancient divine weapon in his hand was unleashed to the limit as he charged towards the divine kings who were surrounding him. Dingudu is going all out. The divine king who just got close to him was instantly blasted away by him. He vomited blood nonstop. Tao Fuliu took the opportunity to attack Dingudu from behind. The others also worked together to attack. Dingudu clenched his teeth and used all his strength to attack and defend at the same time. However, he was still unable to withstand the overwhelming number of people. He wanted to escape, but he was already surrounded by his opponents. His heavenly tiger was also surrounded by a few saint beasts. The situation was not looking good. Dingudu knew that there was no way out. He simply gave up on the idea of escaping and charged towards Tao Fuliu. He completely ignored the attacks of the others and wholeheartedly wanted to drag Tao Fuliu down with him. Unfortunately, Tao Fuliu did not fight with his life on the line. He only restrained him and gave the others an opportunity to take advantage of him. Most of the people who had been watching the battle had already fled. If they stayed, they would undoubtedly be caught in the crossfire. Perhaps they would be silenced by Tao Fuliu. The challenge between the Senjin of Goguryeo was originally a battle that attracted a lot of attention. Unfortunately, it turned into a situation where more people bullied the less. It was really not a glorious thing. Ling Xiao and the others naturally did not leave. They also did not expect that it would turn into such a good show. I really don't know how some people managed to get the name of Senjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao snorted disdainfully. Right now he could not bear to see Tao Fuliu besiege Dingudu. This was simply a disgrace to the name of Senjin of Goguryeo. There are all kinds of birds in the forest. Let's go. There's no point in watching any longer. Ling Fei said. Why should we go? Didn't brother just say that you want me to raise my ranking again? Now is the best time. Ling Xiao said. His figure shot towards the direction of the fierce battle. Seeing injustice on the road, he roared. Actually, not many people would do such a thing. Many people would choose to put their own safety first. Ling Xiao also did not think of himself as a righteous person. However, he could not bear to see Tao Fuliu's despicable methods. No matter what, he was still a Senjin of Goguryeo. After accepting the opponent's challenge, he still did such a thing. It was truly a disgrace to the name of Senjin of Goguryeo. Ling Fei had just asked him to raise his ranking. Ling Xiao might as well use Tao Fuliu as an example. At this time, Dingudu was already seriously injured. Even though he was a Senjin of Goguryeo, Tao Fuliu was restraining him from the front. Moreover, the surrounding godly kings were constantly launching sneak attacks. It was difficult for him to resist. At this time, one of the godly kings was about to stab Dingudu's back with his divine sword. This godly king's face revealed a fierce expression. He must end Dingudu's life with this sword. However, just as his sword was inches away from Dingudu, he felt a gust of wind coming from the back of his head. Bang! His brain was instantly smashed. Even when he died, he did not know what had happened. His divine soul fled in panic, but unfortunately, there was a force that forcefully pulled him in a certain direction. Today has truly broadened my horizons. The name of Senjin of Goguryeo has been sullied by a coward like you. Ling Xiao sneered at Tao Fuliu after looting the dead person's belongings. Tao Fuliu leapt in fright at the sudden appearance of this uninvited guest. The surrounding god kings all raised their guard as well, suspecting whether this person was Dingudu's reinforcements or not. Who are you? You clearly know this king's identity, yet you still dare to meddle in other people's business. Are you tired of living? Tao Fuliu stared at Ling Xiao and asked coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, a high-level godly king beside him transmitted his voice to him. He seems to be the newly promoted Senjin of Goguryeo Dragon Gate's Ling Xiao. Dingudu shot a cold glance at Ling Xiao, his eyebrows raised. He did not expect Ling Xiao to appear here, and even help him. You don't need to know who I am. Today, I will take your head and replace your position. A person like you is not worthy to be the Senjin of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao sneered and rushed towards Tao Fuliu. Ling Xiao's speed was as fast as lightning. In an instant he arrived in front of Tao Fuliu. The others simply could not react. Tao Fuliu was indeed worthy of being the Senjin of Goguryeo. Although his speed was not as fast as Ling Xiao, his reaction speed was astonishing. The long sword in his hand slashed out several times. Each slash seemed to split the sky. The power was terrifying. Ling Xiao's movement technique had already reached the transformation realm. Tao Fuliu's sword light could only slash Ling Xiao's afterimage. Ling Xiao had already swung the dragon subduing palm at him. Roar roar. Several golden dragons rushed towards Tao Fuliu. The power was rather powerful, causing the surrounding space to constantly collapse and churn. Tao Fuliu's heart skipped a beat. He did not expect Ling Xiao's attack to be so fast and terrifying. The divine sword in his hand immediately swung out, forming an iron barrel-like defense around him. Let's kill him together. Tao Fuliu did not forget to call for reinforcements. There were 8 other divine kings. 3 of them surrounded Dingudu, while the other 5 attacked Ling Xiao from behind. Since you're all here to die, I'll fulfill your wish, Ling Xiao muttered viciously. He dodged their combined attack and rushed to the back of one of them. With a palm strike, he immediately blew up his opponent's head. When the other saw his companion killed in an instant, he immediately shivered in fear. His eyes were filled with fear. Tao Fuliu did not expect that Ling Xiao could be that ruthless. He was even more direct than Dinguda's hand. He screamed and used his most powerful strike. He had to teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Otherwise he would think that he, the Sunjin of Goguryeo, could get rid of him easily. The quasi-ancient divine weapon in his hand radiated dazzling divine light. Beams of sword energy began to move. Sword moves the divine court. This was an ancient divine technique that Tao Fuliu had relied on to become famous. Its power was incomparably terrifying. The sword energy had minced the area tens of thousands of miles around into nothingness. All of the spaces were disintegrated. Space slits appeared. This technique had the full power of a half-incipient God Realm expert. It was worthy of the power of the Sunjin of Goguryeo. Now it's interesting. Ling Xiao's fighting spirit was strong. He didn't retreat because of the power of this technique. His fighting power finally boiled up. Several golden dragon claws swiped at the god kings who hadn't retreated far. He forcefully pulled the few god kings into Tao Fuliu's wave after wave of sword chi. Those god kings were cut by Tao Fuliu's sword energy. They screamed and screamed, blood gushing out of their wounds. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, used his arms as godly arms to block all the sword chi. However, the power of the quasi-ancient divine weapon wasn't weak. Both of his arms were slashed. What? Tao Fuliu saw that Ling Xiao had used only his body to block his powerful strike. He was scared out of his wits. He knew that he couldn't deal with Ling Xiao even if he stayed. Plus, there was still Dingudu. His only option was to retreat immediately. However, how could Ling Xiao let him escape? The great Sunjin of Goguryeo fled without a fight. You're really something, Ling Xiao said mockingly. He chased after Tao Fuliu like the wind. The dragon's subduing palm struck out. In the sky, several golden dragons appeared, roaring and wreaking havoc for tens of thousands of miles. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.